quite funny. Bit of a long shot, can see if anybody on site has got something for a certain car. I said, bit difficult, I'm not there. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Stuff like that. So, yeah, it's been quite funny. I can't wait to see a lot of the cars that obviously you've seen yesterday that I haven't seen yet for about 3 or 4 years. I'm going to get to see them today, so really looking forward to it today. Wish everybody all the best. Have some continued great qualifying. Morning, Paul, down there, and happy anniversary. I didn't realise that you and I got married on the same date until yours popped up on the social feed. So Paul Moore and Ginny, of course, big congratulations. And he's outdoing me at the moment. He always will, because he'll always be a few years ahead of me. But well done, Paul.
You got married on the same day.
Same date.
This needs some clarification.
Yeah.
Oh, date, right.
Same
yeah,
date.
Not at the same time or to the same person. No, good. So, Junior Dragster, qualifying session number 8. I know you haven't been, you've been checking in, Colin, but
yeah.
You've got to check out these qualifying numbers.
Well, the one that's very quickly before the cars come in, what's going on in Supergas? Number 17 qualifier, 300ths off.
92, I think it is.
Mad.
93,
Absolutely mad.
Well, they've had a whole bunch of runs. Junior Dragster, the top 9 are 00.
Wow.
The top 9 are 00.
You've got to get 03 to get on the front page.
Exactly that.
Why am I not surprised?
And we got 32 cars as well, so
brilliant.
we do have a full field. There was a couple that didn't actually, Luke Mugridge was one of them, didn't actually run till yesterday. Obviously he was being good and going to school. So Emin Cromwell in the Kestrel lane, and Finley Fagg, who was number 1 for quite some time, now number 2 in the Slick Tricks lane. If this is your first time here, these are kids' cars, and as I tell my children, they are not real kids, they are stunt kids. Just kidding, obviously.
Yeah, but your kids say, I want to be a stunt kid, Daddy.
Yeah. They're stunt kids already without getting in a race car. Yeah, so they run to the 8th mile, which is half track. We are still qualifying for eliminations, and their qualified position is based on their reaction times. A red light that time for Finley Fagg, 0.11 red, and Emmy goes 0.14 green, no help for them. It's going to be very tough for a lot of them to move up. This is their last but one qualifying session as well. We don't actually have elimination scheduled to start today. They're due to start tomorrow morning.
And one thing that has been pointed out to me, and I didn't realise until I looked myself, all the new speakers in the pits.
Yep.
For the PA, and everybody can hear what's going on. So we have to be really careful.
No, we don't.
With food and rustling of papers and sweets and stuff.
I did when John Turner said, "We can tell. I can tell how much you're abusing me even when I'm not running now." So thanks, John. So yeah, Tom Peters down there. He's number 21. Damien Redshaw, his brother's right up at the top, but can he move up there too? He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Not going to help either, I don't think. Tom with an 058, still a very good light. 0.106 for Damien. Let's see where they end up. 21 to 26. There you go. Tough crowd.
Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, does it? Yeah.
Okay, Liam McDonald, who is... I don't know if you caught this. Liam is leading the UK National Championship. He's leading the French ATD Championship. He's leading the German Championship. He's also going racing in Sweden and Norway, as well as many other places this summer. He's here this weekend, trying to stay in the lead. Super Pro into the lanes, please. Could we have Super Pro, please, into pairing lanes? And taping on Chevy Checkit, whose dad Mick, it was his birthday yesterday. Mick, hope you had a great day. I'm sure Emma and Letty are up there in the stands somewhere, or maybe on the banking. Oh, you down there? Morning. You stand out, you see. I can see you straight away now. Morning, Letty. How you doing, darling? Nice for both of them. 043 and 093. It's not going to help them in the order, but still, a couple of good runs. Another car that turned up yesterday. Haven't seen it before, Cole. Eva Davis.
Beautiful.
It's so cool that it's a mini version of a fuel altered, effectively. Yeah. Mayhem and chaos. Couldn't be cooler, really. Kestrel Lane against Mackenzie Love. Eva, with the 2 shots she had yesterday, qualified number 27. But she wasn't here on Thursday, and they got 5 runs that day.
Is that a yellow haze I can see over the pits over there?
It means it's summer, mate. That's what that is.
That is, yeah.
It's called summer haze. That is proper,
like
proper summer haze, that one. Oh, Eva, very good indeed. 33. Chip off the A block,
yeah,
ain't it?
Could be in the teens there. 17. Nice move.
Mackenzie went red with a 008.
All right, next up, Daniel Todd and Harry Peters. Daniel, he's number 5 with a 005. Harry Peters would love to get 03 or better to get onto what we call our front page, which basically puts him in the top half of the field then.
Exactly
32
that.
cars.
Well, Daniel Todd was number 1 for a little while, one of those 00 cool kids. He's got a seriously good crew chief in his dad, though.
Yeah.
Quite a big red that time for Harry Peters, 089. Daniel goes 09. So, Jake Cooper taking on the other young Mr. Cooper.
Yeah. Now, obviously, Kai and Jake are part of the Lucas Oils team in Lucas Oils Junior Dragster. So, big thanks indeed for Lucas for their continued support of Junior Dragster. Did have a chance to catch up with Rue from Lucas yesterday. Not here today, but he was checking on the Junior Dragster teams and going to see them all. And oh dear.
You see it. Okay, so Jake and Kai going at it. Jake currently in the top 10. Again, one of those 00 cool kids. He's in the Kestrel lane. And Kai Cooper, number 25 at the moment. Once again, qualifying based on reaction time. That's the number that's going to pop up on the scoreboard as they leave the start line. If no number comes up, it means they've gone red, which is too quick. Both green. Nice and green. That might help Kai a little bit. He's number 25 at the moment. See what an 052 gets him. 23. So Lola Bell Kent taking on Teddy Sullivan. Whose birthday has it come?
Oh, yeah. So birthday boy Josh down there.
With a sash.
Yeah.
I'm impressed as well that he's actually managed to wear his birthday boy sash too. It does look slightly too small for him. Looks more like an arm bag, but there we go. Teddy Sullivan is 29 at the moment. A lot of room for improvement there. 097 in both lanes.
Unbelievable. Exactly the same. 097, one a pair. Many happy returns indeed, Josh. Happy birthday, buddy. I had to check to make sure you weren't on a hen do then, actually, maybe with the sash, but really good stuff.
He should be on a hen do. He's started at the right time of day.
Yeah.
So Max Taylor and Eddie Mae Brown. Max over there in the Kestrel lane. Had a really good chance to catch up with Steve the other day. Telling me about how much his kids are loving running in Junior Dragster and the fact that one of them shortly will be, all being well, in his Black Magic Dragster. So Ellie Mae Brown is currently number 10. She went 0-1 yesterday. That's Dad Lee standing behind her. Morning, Tracy, if you're watching. Red light 0-2 for Max that time. And 0.16 for Ellie. Ellie's another one that may be moving on sooner rather than later as well to something else.
Next up, Teddy Howe and Harley Corsell. Harley, as you say, Daryl, with the cool kids, 00.
Yeah, that was funny because Thomas came up here really excited for him and said, where was he, where was he? And I think he ended up number 6 at the time.
Yeah.
You know. Finally gets the 00 light, and guess where? Taking on young Teddy Howe, who is 30. The numbers we keep talking about, Harley Corsell, is number 9 qualified. Teddy in the Howe Motorsports Dragster in the Kestrel Lane is number 30. That is their current qualified positions. And then if you think all of our classes run like this, if you think tennis tournament or football tournament or similar, where you have 16 cars or bikes, first round, quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals, that's how it goes and moves on through race day. Teddy Howe's gone deep. Doesn't make any difference to the reaction time though. Still goes 0.21. I think he was being a bit careful as a result of that. And a 1.7 for Harley. Again, I'm sure he was looking for a little bit more than that.
All right, next up, Daniel Weir. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Going alongside Marie Camilleri. So is this one of our Maltese cars?
Marie Cavalieri is from Montpellier, sir.
Oh, right, okay. I was just putting 2 and 2 together and got 7 then.
No, it does sound... No, you're right. No, it sounds like a Maltese name. We did have a Camilleri last weekend in Dorslammers, didn't we?
That's right, we did, yeah.
Who won? Taking on Daniel Weir. Daniel had a bit of a hit-and-miss day yesterday. Very good on reaction times, but the car kept dying before 60 foot. No problems like that today, but... pair of red lights.
Right, Molly Openshaw and Ada Cassisi.
Ada's doing really well this year. She's about number 3 in championship points, I think, after 2 rounds.
Well, she had that runners-up trophy at... was it the Festival of Power or the Spring Speed? It was one of them. I can't remember now. But, yeah, she was so happy just to finally get some silverware from eliminations in Junior Dragster. Very, very proud indeed. Very proud Mum and Dad as well. Currently number 12 on 017. Well, I don't think they could get any closer to being on track together. They are both right next to the central reservation, if you like.
Yeah, way out of the groove, but that's a good thing. That was a red thing for Molly. 0.19 is quite a big red light. Ada goes 0.6. I don't think... there's only a couple of cars that have improved in this session. They've got one more later on today, so possibly a little bit more shuffling, but probably not too much.
Right, Neve Deavy in the Slick Tricks lane. Going alongside Jack Taylor with the Black Magic Junior.
Yeah, Neve in at 25. Oh, we actually got Richard on the start line instead of... I kept mistaking Matt for Richard. Matt was very happy about that, as you can probably imagine. Clipped me around the ear when I saw him the other night when we got up. Richard gave me a big hug, funnily enough.
Bless him. He's just a big cuddly teddy bear, isn't he?
Yeah, he was. You're right. Didn't have a lot of choice. Let's put it that way. They both waited a little while, actually, then, before leaving the line. 0.23 and a 0.16 for Neve. So, morning, Richard and Caitlin down there. So you disappear back. Morning to Steve as well.
catch up with them a little bit later.
Now, our number 1 qualifier at the moment is in the Kestrel lane, and he's the one double classing as well in both junior. He's doing it again, junior drag bike and junior dragster 2. That's Richard Wilcox. Nan Julie messaged in to say a very good morning, and she's very proud of what you're doing, Richard. Cheering on from home. Good morning, Julie. And taking on Ellie Fag. Pretty much the opposite ends of the spectrum. Number one, 131. Richard went deep. That was where the 0.1 red light came from. And Ellie with an 05. That might help actually slightly. Yeah, up to number 24. They look happy with that. That's one person we're missing. I've just seen Lee Derby down here. There's the pickup this weekend.
All right, Harry Redshaw and Lara Bartlett, your next pair. Lara 14, Harry number 4. Well, very good morning to everybody tuned into the live feed. Haven't given you a mention yet, but for the last couple of days, I've been like you. I've been tuning into the live feed occasionally to see what's been going on. I've got to say, the coverage is fantastic. The viewing that you get, free of charge, I must add.
Yeah, you bet.
And it's just fantastic, absolutely fantastic. So massive thanks to Barney and everybody from Box Lane, and of course Santa Pod for putting on an amazing event. '07 and '08, no help for either of them, as they've both been way closer to a perfect light than that. But nevertheless, you don't want to be trying to cut, well, you do, but it's a bit nervous trying to cut a 00 light in eliminations, because that is a risk of putting yourself out of competition. Next up, Freddie Taylor and Jacqueline Bartlett. Yeah, the two Slick Tricks juniors following each other here. Jacqueline currently number 19, Freddie number 6. So Freddie in the orange car in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and of course Jacqueline in the Slick Tricks Junior Dragster in the Slick Tricks Lane. .028 for Freddie, but he's already been 00, and an 07 for Jacqueline, and that's going to leave her at number 19. Freddie going to stay number 6.
Yeah, consistent for Freddie Taylor though. It's kind of what you need. So this is Luke Mugridge, who is only number 25 at the moment. I say only because Luke's normally a lot further up than that. He's always a threat come race day, but he didn't get if he was one of those two that didn't get the 5 runs in on day of the week, is it today? Friday. Thank you very much. So
yeah, don't be surprised if he moves up here. He is. You don't have pre-season favourites, but he's the one that everybody was thinking, I've got to beat Luke Mugridge. I've got to beat Luke.
It's going to be very similar with Nick as well shortly, because Nick has been killer in Pro ET over the last couple of days. Got to do it on race day, obviously, but he's been very, very good.
And as predicted, yeah, he's going to move up to number 10 with that one. Well done, Luke.
Grace, really nice 014. That's going to help. That's going to make it even tougher at the top. So number 10 for Luke, number 13 for Grace, and the top 16, 024.
Wow.
Morning, Thomas.
Right, Modjestang, Pro ET. We've got loads of help this weekend.
Yeah, Thomas
We've got Thomas here now, and thanks for yesterday as well.
Thank you very much.
I've got Chris is going to join us Super Pro. We'll come chat with him later.
Now, I made a comment about Thomas the other day, which you may or may not have heard, but has landed me in a whole world of poo for probably the rest of my career.
Oh dear.
Put it that way. That's okay. It's no problem. All part of the fun, and he looks only mildly like Tom Cruise today, as opposed to completely yesterday with the leather jacket and the shades.
Magnum PI today.
Was that the one?
Right.
Okay, that's the look
Yeah.
you're going for.
I thought it was a poor Elvis impersonation myself, but there we go.
No, that's you, mate. Right. Laura Bateman and Roy Walker on the line. Roy isn't qualified at the moment. He's got 2 more shots to get in. 9.30, Slick Tricks Lane. Laura, maddeningly on Friday, just missed so many times.
So Roy looking for 9.30, Laura looking for a 10.32, Modric Dang Pro ET qualifying number 8. Wow.
9.66 for Roy. He stays put exactly where he was. 37 for Laura. No real help, but she's in for...
Yeah, she moves out a couple of spots with that one.
Yeah. What we're talking about again, folks, is the bump spot. There's 32 qualified spots. I think we have 35 or 36. 32 or 36. 8.99 in the Slick Tricks Lane. It's lovely to hear your voice. But now thousands of people have heard it as well. That's wonderful. Thank you there. It's all right. Slick Tricks Lane, 8.99. And Bob Molden in the 9.3s again with a 9.38. Mason is number 1 qualifier still.
Right, 9. Nice. Bob Molden darling in 9.38. Puts a cherry on the tree, that doesn't matter. And Mason Griffiths, 0.3. He's getting great lights. Now then, it's all about LEPs. And it's a 9.42 for Bob, stays 20. 9.10, little bit off there for Mason on an 8.99 darling, but he keeps his number 1 spot.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, this is what the Americans call dial your own racing. We call it bracket racing over here. It basically means you pick your time. You've got to run as close to that as you can without going any faster or quicker, as Darren will probably pick me up on.
Yeah, you're right, it is quicker.
It's quicker.
All right, Liz Malcolm with a Just for Fun dragster, 10.84. Sean Law, 8.85.
Yeah, they've really sorted the dragster out over this weekend. He started in the mid-9s about where he was before, but slowly but surely they've been creeping it ever quicker. And it looks like they have a competitive race car. Nice flat. 10.84 with an 8 for Liz Malcolm, gets her the number 12 spots. Good to see Liz back as well. She hasn't seen her for a long while, actually.
I think the last time she raced it was actually in Wild Bunch. She wasn't in Pro ET, I don't think.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I'll let the next pair of cars go down. We have had a phone handed in. Leah Kellett very kindly brought it up. You may have heard her. I don't know whether you did. If you can come and describe, it's an iPhone of an older style. If you can come up and describe it to us, we will obviously return it to you.
Or if you lost it and phone it and we can answer it.
Jason Pickett, Mark Huxley. Mark Huxley went in the 9.6s on Friday. 9.81 this time. Do you know what's funny? Jason Pickett has been dialing 1074 all weekend.
Yeah.
And he dialed 1077 this morning. He's
75.
gone to 75.
Little bit of a tailwind today, though. I don't. What's the wind like the last
Same.
couple of days?
The weather's
Really?
been exactly the same as this for
Right.
3 days, mate. Absolutely no different. Kirsty Tram taking on 11.87 for her with the Camaro, taking on John Turner, who has had a horrible weekend up until now.
I did catch up with him yesterday.
Well,
He was saying nice things about you.
you always start with you know you're very good friends with someone when all they do is take the mick out of you.
That's true.
So there we go. I might say something nice about John one day. He's number 35 at the moment. He did start out the weekend actually in Super Pro. Look at the 98897. He's not in at the moment. 913, 148. Kirsty goes 11.93, no improvement for her at all. So once again, there was an iPhone found in the ladies' toilets last night, not by me, before anyone says anything. Leah Kellett very kindly handed this in. It's an older version of an iPhone. She's actually charged it for you very, very kindly. And if you can come up and describe it to us, please come to Bankside VIP and see the security down there, and they will pop up and get it. So if you lost an iPhone last night in the ladies' toilets, I'm guessing it is a ladies' phone, and you can describe what's on the front screen, we will reunite you with it.
John Bean and John Dalrymple there, 9.59 race 9.82. 78 for John, 72 for the other John. Basically no improvements. They stay exactly where they were.
Well, they're all very, very tightly bunched at the top. Let's have a quick look. The 32nd spot is, so Roy Walker, Matthew Dowdy and John Turner are not qualified. We've already seen Roy Walker, still not qualified. We've seen John Turner, still not qualified.
Pete Dodd is broken.
So someone may go in as an alternate.
One of them get in,
Matthew Dowdy, though, we haven't seen Matthew yet, but his car is not quite on the pace of 11.99 at the moment.
Yeah, he'll still qualify. He's just he'll get there.
He will, but he's not in the show. That's the thing. He's not close enough to get in. So Warren Watts and Thomas Bublitz.
Yeah, basically it's the torque converter. It's the stall that's too low.
Right. Okay.
008 light for Warren Watts.
Very nice.
Yeah, 9.03 and 10.17. 300s off. Thomas stays 14. Warren 600s off, and he stays put as well.
So it's going to be a bye run this time. Not sure. We've got a bit of track check-in to do. I think that's why. Ronnie Mercer's been shot. Ronnie, for the last 2 days, running no nitrous.
Yeah.
And then he finally gave in on the last pass yesterday. Whew. Yeah, there we go. That's what I mean. He's definitely given in with an 850. Neil Watkins with the Little Purple Express, 11.22.
Just 400s off. Stays number 7. He's already hit his number bang on by the looks of it.
Oh, loads of them have. Let's have a quick look at the top, shall we? Mason Griffiths, there we go. So 00 perfect down to number 12.
Wow.
Top 20, 02. That's pretty tight, isn't it?
It is.
I think that's what having a few qualifying sessions does. Down to number 30 is 05, and then it tails off a little bit, only a little bit after that. But I'm sure it's going to bunch up a little bit more today. So, yeah, look, Ronnie Mercer, number 23 with an O. The 02s go all the way down to the 26th spot, which is Tom Watkins.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so just a little bit of clean-up to do out there on the start line.
Just to give everybody a run order update. Well, it's the same run order that we've been working from pretty much from day one here. Following Pro ET, which is the class running at the moment, will be Super Pro, followed by Super Gas and Street Eliminator. Then we get into our first, if you like, showcase session, our pro session. Going to be kicking things off with Fire Force number 5. Then it'll be Nitro Funny Car, and then we go into track prep, go into the Comp Eliminator, and then it's our FIA classes, Top Methanol, Pro Mod and Top Fuel, followed by Nostalgia Funny Car, and then it'll be the bikes to come out. It'll be Pro Stop Bike, Super Twin Bike, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and then the junior bikes will come out to wrap up that session. And then to close it, be Fire Force 3 and Firestorm. And then a bit more sportsman qualifying, and then it is final qualifying for our pro sessions.
Later on today.
Really
also,
forward to that.
if you've never been to Sandsport Raceway before, what have you been doing with your life? Just kidding. Thank you very much, Steve, for coming along today. The main event programme, if you want to keep up to speed with what's going on, like Colin was saying about the running order, is £5 from a number of different outlets around the site. Gives you the lowdown on everything that's happening this weekend, all the different classes and cars and bikes that you're going to be seeing. Basically, it is the world's most amazing and fastest car show. We have the live Action Arena, which will be running at various points throughout the day. I'm just trying to find the schedule. There we go. Your eyes are simply... It's nice to have someone with some eyes at work. Here we go. Go on then.
Right, okay. What's the time now? Let's have a quick look. It is
10
10 o'clock on the dot. Half an hour then. Steve Colley Stunt Show in the Trials Bike Arena. Circus Whiz also opens at 10:30. For good news, for those who need a top-up, the bar opens at 11 o'clock. And, of course, the Circus Show as well. Live Action Arena, first show today is 11:30. Then you've got another Steve Colley stunt show, I believe it's in the trial bike area behind the main grandstand. You have various circus shows throughout the day. Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and we've got the Hurricane today, flying over at 2:31. Live Action Arena again at 3 o'clock, also another circus show then as well. And you've got the live stage opens tonight at 7 o'clock in the Entertainment Village, which was a real hive of activity last night. You've got the Disco and Fuelers Bar at 9 o'clock, and then you've got the Foo Fighters GB on the live stage at 9 o'clock. It's a true, I think it's not.
Oh, no, it's not,
Yeah.
but I never stood there.
But yeah, it's going to be very, if there's anything to match last night's musical entertainment from Rick Parfitt Jr., absolutely outstanding.
It's like a 4-day festival
It
with
is.
some drag racing chucked in for good measure, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
Although we
you-
like it the other way
For
round.
what's on site here, you pay the entry just to come to see that and get drag racing thrown in for nothing. And we keep saying it about the weekend camping. You'll spend that money camping on a load of caravan sites.
Go to the New
You
Forest.
come
it's
here and
like
you get the racing thrown in for nothing.
40 quid a day to camp or
Yeah.
something like that. It's
Absolutely brilliant.
Very, very good
We've
value.
got the helicopter pleasure flights. Granny Turismo are here today. They're back.
oh god, good. Sorry,
Yeah.
good God, good. There we go.
So yeah, really good to welcome them back as well. As Darryl says, get hold of the race weekend programme, £5 from the Santa Pod vendors. Don't forget, you got the main pod shop in the pits, right opposite half track, just a little bit beyond. Secondary shop is in the catering area, then the third one up past where the Live Action Arena is. But also the latest merchandise, the FIA merchandise, the Slick Tricks merchandise, the Santa Pod merchandise.
And as an added bonus, Freddie Fagerstrom merchandise as
Oh,
well. Is in-
wow.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's in the shops.
Cool.
It's in the shops. So yeah, lots to see and do, and we're only just getting
Oh, yeah.
started.
Also, we have loads of traders that support us here at these events. I had a good walk round last night, spent some money as well with the traders, which is really good. I'm going to have a little shout out to two gentlemen that are behind the grandstand, Chris and Dom, with Barn Find. We've got some real cool gear in there. I said I'd say hello to them today, and I promised I would. Also, Bev, who is the first merchandise stand as you come through the pairing lanes, over the crossroads on the left-hand side. Very, very long-standing member of our traders here. Always good to see Bev and her team down there with all the great merchandise they've got as well. If you want hoodies, T-shirts, sweatshirts, and everything else,
Yeah.
you can get it all here, all over the place. Go home with great memories.
Very good idea, got in the cars. We should send Tom there to get a new shirt. Do you think?
Yeah. Well, whichever one he gets will be better than that one.
No, that's good, mate. Honestly, that's great. Honestly,
That's
great.
cool.
Sort of thing we'd wear if we were blind as well. Sorry, if we weren't working. I almost got it right.
I'm just going to be quiet. I can't actually come back to that.
Yeah, Tom got dressed in the dark again.
It's the only thing you could see. Luminous. Right, Steve Gates, Simon Innes are your next pair. Yeah, we're just jealous because we can't wear what we are. This is our uniform these days.
Yeah,
So-
he hasn't reached that level yet.
No, and it doesn't want to probably now. So Simon Innes number 25, Stevie Gates number 18. Stevie Gates, another one of those guys that had a maddeningly close to dialing back on Friday. 10th off, 500's too quick. Also, if you wonder what we're talking about, if you look at the scoreboards at the finish line, those are their predicted times. They're trying to run as close to that as possible, and the closest to that will be your number one qualifier and so on down the 32 car ladder.
2 8-second cars here then. 8.94 for Tom Watkins, 8.96 for Ronnie Mercer.
Yeah, shame that 850 wasn't real.
That's true, actually. We sort of looked alarmingly and realised it was the class bump, not the class cut-off point, not Ronnie's dialing. If you've stretched it, you can probably hit that. I think he's got 8 6s in the pot. Beautiful wheelie there for Tom, especially as it hasn't got wheelie bars on that car. Carried them way past 60 foot. Go 898.
400th of a second 400ths of a second away from his dial-in, and he stays put at 28, I think that was. So, Dave Rudd and your champion from last year, Brett Featherstone. Now, Brett is he's only been 100th off. He's not less than 100th off. He's number 10, obviously, in the slick tricks lane. Dave Rudd, though, had a fabulous day on Friday. He even came up here to find out if we had any way of all the extra numbers on the end of the
he messaged me.
Oh, did he? Okay, he was the one that said, how do I get... Okay, fair enough. Yeah, because him and Mason Griffiths are number 1 and 2. I think they still are number 1 and 2, actually. 44.61. Yeah, Brett stays put, 100th off. Still great tune-up stuff for tomorrow. So Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger in the Kestrel lane, dials 9.76. And Amy Watkins in the Slick Tricks lane, 9.46 for her.
Yeah, I know it's Dave Cherritt's running in Super Gas as well, and he's in that immense club of cars between 990 and 993. Amazing.
Just wait till you see the qualifying order for Super Gas.
I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, he already has. That's the first thing he mentioned this morning was, wow. and 51. Everybody a little bit off this morning, maybe because it's cool. Yeah. We've still got the lovely tailwind. When I say lovely, it's because it's normally the other way round, and it's much preferred, I think, isn't it?
Also, the DA is really low. It's about 400 feet, which is, as Dick Costa said yesterday, 3 horsepower.
Density altitude, yeah, that's what that refers to. Like you said, and Dick said, obviously, 3 horsepower. It means that the air going into the engines makes more power. Daniel Fulton and Will Clark. Firebird against Dragster. Will Clark 977, 10.15 for Daniel Fulton. They stay absolutely put. Now, we didn't know yesterday. We were wondering whether Lee Morris's car has working doors. I don't think it does. I think it's a one-piece body and he just climbs in and out.
Right.
Yeah, go on. Bionic eyes and that as well.
It has door shuts, but if you look at the roll cage, it's actually part of the door.
Yeah, it is. Oh, the roll cage is part of the door. Yeah, that pretty much does it then. So Tom Kay, number 29, currently with the little junior comp car in the Kestrel lane. And Lee Morris with Jag. .10.06, 10.14. Once again, a few hundredths of a second off. So, Marie Mills and the car we were talking about, Matthew Dowdy, with that really cool looking Nova. We also said the last couple of days, Colin, not sure I've seen the Nova with quite that look about it, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Very, very smart looking car. Matthew's a great driver, very successful in junior dragster in the Kestrel lane. Do you think they can get it to go 11.99?
What? Not this weekend, but the next time he'll be dialing in quicker than that. As I say, it's torque converter. It's got a street converter in that moment, so it's stalling at about 2.5. And that's why he's not getting off the line.
Marie Mills with the all-count. Oh, 10.52 at the 6 and a 12.36 for Matthew. Problem for Matthew, though, unfortunately, this week is that the slowest he can dial is 11.99.
Yeah.
And he's in the 12.2s, 12.3s, and I don't think he's going to get qualified with that because he's not close enough to dial in.
He could make it as an alternate.
Potentially, but then actually racing and trying to win is going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Still a great addition to the class because it's a lovely car.
Well, it sounds like the new nickname was stuck. I was having a catch-up with the team last night. Don't think Dave.
I don't think that might be my fault.
But no, real good banter again last night. Going alongside Midjuli, and that is Alfie Ratton.
Yeah, with a little Corolla. He was dialing H yesterday. He goes, tries for 907 this morning.
Dave did message me during the week. He said,
if you need a car for the wedding, I can guarantee to get you there early.
great call.
That's very kind of him.
But then he was number 1 off the trailer, so pretty good. 963, bit off pace there.
No, he backed off. He was having a wiggle at the top end of all things. So I think we could be last car in the class, actually.
Nick Mugridge. Currently number 13.
With the little junior comp dragster, dials 999. He's been absolutely bang on that number. On a solo, you can really hear. You keep your eyes closed. It's a bike.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bike engine anyway. 10:04, 132. That wraps up Pro ET qualifying. They've got one more shot at it. So,
Right, Antonin Azzopardi from Malta in the 2-seater dragster. 51st birthday present. Part of Duncan's Top Fuel Army. Here we go. We've got 4 passengers in the 2-seater today, unless anybody else rocks up.
Yeah, 2-seater was actually having issues yesterday. It abandoned the last run, which is very, well, it's not normal for this car at all.
Whilst this car is running, I know Pro T have just gone through, but Pete Dodd, as we know, is unfortunately out with issues with the rear. He's basically blown his diff. Could he please have a shout out for my wife Sam? It's our wedding anniversary today. So Pete and Sam, very, very happy wedding anniversary today.
Can we please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? That's Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes.
how many? You've never been. We were talking about this yesterday because my dad's been in this. My mother-in-law. He didn't work before you asked. My mother-in-law's been in this. Anyone you know? Anyone? Have you sent anyone yet? Wedding present for Gemma.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
That's my mum in the back
That's
of
your
it.
mum in it. That's more like it. 784, 171 miles an hour.
Naughty Nige has been in touch. He wanted to say it was really good to catch up with so many people yesterday, and thank you to Lisa for looking after him. Okay.
Super Pro, we
Here
have.
he is. The legend returns.
And so does Chris.
And Chris does.
Yeah. Slightly,
Warm.
pink and, yeah.
That's all right, mate.
It's not-
Well, your wife did post yesterday that everyone had factor 50 on. Where did yours go? Or is it just...
I did have factor 50
Oh, you did?
on.
Okay,
yeah,
fine.
it just did no good whatsoever.
I love the fact you've got your hands are in your pockets.
Yeah,
You've got more red hands than anything else. Yeah.
trying to keep my
Try and keep
hands
your
out
hands
the sun,
in your pockets. But there we are. So Lee Huxley with the door car. Once again, exactly the same as the class before. The idea behind it anyway. The numbers on the boards at the top end are their predicted times. However, this class steps it up a notch. They are quite a bit quicker, which makes it, you would think, even harder to run on your dial in.
They are the quickest bracket class in the world now.
They are, indeed. Barry Giles yesterday, 598 in the
in
Sid's
another
drag
small
set.
fortune. Wow.
Yeah.
Quick as he's ever been.
It was indeed. Well over 200 miles an hour too. Lee Huxley, Alan did well. Alan is number 11 at the moment in the Slick Tricks lane. 762. What he's after this morning.
Yeah, Alan just 100th off his dialing, and that got him number 11.
Oh, 2 thousandths too quick. And 8 thousandths too quick.
They are good, these racers.
They're seriously good. obviously. The only thing that's quite amazing about this weekend so far is the perfect ET money hasn't gone.
You're joking.
No. Perfect Light went.
Right.
Perfect Light went to Matt Davidson with the front-wheel drive Civic.
Oh, wow.
Which is very, very
Yeah.
cool. But unbelievably, with all the assaults we've had on the perfect ET money, no one has quite pulled it out
Right.
yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
But you've got to,
Have you had a lot of perfect lights? Do you know?
A serious amount.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
You've got to remember with Matt, he's been doing that sort of thing and racing, you know, pretty seriously racing for a lot of years compared with a lot of the front wheel drive guys
Yeah.
who've been run what you bring because Matt raced at York for a long time.
So Tom Atkinson and Stu Morris. On his last run yesterday, Tom went, guess what, 8:40. This morning he goes 8:39 with a 4.
Yeah.
Stuart breaks out by just over 100. One interesting quirk of the weekend so far, Colin, is that Joe Kellett is dialed an 890 all weekend. They have actually run it on the stop.
Ah.
So obviously that's a super comp number, and they have been pretty successful at it as well. I think Joe, even though he's number 10 qualifier, has run an 890.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly, bang on. Up against AC Bell with the Pontiac Trans Am out there. So they're going to run very similar number, these two, actually.
But you will see that Joe probably will be the much faster car at the top end. So the car will sit around and wait for a while and then take off and go and catch him like a scalded cat.
Yeah, it'll look like the door cars won, shall we say.
Yeah, for a long time.
All right, and about half track.
And there we go. And he's chasing him down.
Oh dear.
Joe goes
Great.
7 thousandths too quick.
How can you tell?
That's a proper whiteout, that is.
Well, combination of the van and JT. There is a racetrack out there somewhere.
Oh, there
Well,
it is.
I can't hear anything at this side and you can't see anything at that side, so...
Well, Dave Russell, look at the dial actually, 8:65. That is a couple of ticks quicker than usual. Against John Tebenham with the Crew Killer, or the car with no tyres as it should be called. I did actually bump into him the other night, Carl, and I said to him, are they giving out free tyres? He goes, funny enough, I'm looking for a pair because I've reused everything I've got. Anyway, 8:92 for the little pop. He's been over 150 miles an hour a number of times this weekend. Can't believe that, can you? Waits years to do it. Dave Russell will get there first with an 8.74 and an 8.90 with a 9 for JT. Too quick for the 4 pop, and again over 150 miles an hour.
Fair to say, Thomas Haas has had a pretty decent trip over to the pop
Dear
this
him.
time.
Well, he's got untold amount of runs. They're probably up to 20-something runs by now.
Yeah.
And the car, say what you said yesterday, Chris.
What I
When
said
you went to
yesterday.
see Thomas.
I went
Yeah.
to see Thomas, yeah, and you know, as we know, both Thomas and Natalie speak far better English than I speak German. But Thomas's English is not quite as good as Natalie's is. And he said perfect a lot.
Oh, brilliant.
He has been, though. He's number one
just
qualifier
about.
at the
They're
moment.
having an amazing trip racing with last weekend and this. Everything's going great for them.
If racing is your thing, then door slammers in the main event are where you need
Yeah.
to be.
Yeah.
Definitely that.
I haven't seen them smile so much in a long time.
Good. 8.06 for him, Slick Tricks Lane. Ashley Bell with the Chevelle in the Kestrel Lane. Not been very close to that 8.9s yet. This might be though. 8.09. 8.75 though for Ashley Bell. Breaks out by loads. I don't think they care though. They're in the 8s. So another pair that have, well, how many hundreds of runs has Brian Bateman got over the years with the Firebird in the Slick Tricks Lane against Jens Konecki, another guy that's been here for 2 weeks. What a place to have your holidays.
At least Brian knows where his keys are.
Knows where
His keys are.
his keys are.
Because apparently Steph didn't again.
Oh.
Oh, I've heard that story before. Goodness me, yeah, remembered now. Oh, do you 8.32? That's a strong darling for Brian. He's normally 8.6s.
Right.
So what's he done?
Again, what he's done is it's a middle amount of nitro.
Yeah.
It's some nitrous, not all of it,
Right.
basically. That's what that is. He's currently number 5 at the moment, though. Goes 8.38. Jens Konecki, yeah.
He's moved up 2 spots.
Couple of spots to number 15, 0.02 of a second off. Was hoping this weekend we might get a father against son matchup too, but it's just never quite happened because Daniel Giles is racing the family dragster, and with Barry being in the supercharged car, I was hoping they were going to line up at some point. So this is Elodie Dubois in the Kestrel Lane with the very, very nicely turned out dragster from the Custom Gang, hailing from France. This is going to be actually quite a good side-by-side run because they're both pretty even. As you know, Colin, my youngest is called Elodie, and I have to refrain from calling her Ed all the time because that's what we call Elodie at home. So, yeah, please, if anyone's listening in, don't pick that up in France because I'm sure they won't be that impressed. Yeah, so from the Rhône-Alpes region of France, the Dubois family have a lot to do with organising the ATD Championship out there in France. A number of the UK racers go over there to join them, especially at Clastres in northern France, which is really not too far from the tunnel or the ferry. And yeah, I think Billy Gaines been over there. A selection of outlaw anglers have been over there at times as well.
Yeah. There was quite a nice shot of them all at the end of the track at one point.
Exactly right. Yeah. So great that there's a whole load of them here too. We've got the door car coming around in a couple of moments as well, and the slingshot in Supercom. So Daniel Giles is 12 at the moment, 7.28, and Elodie. Sounds really weird saying that name in full. In the Kestrel Lane with a 7.46.
Elodie had a bit of a moment yesterday at half track and was a bit wayward to say the least. But it looks like it's gone straight down the middle this time.
Nicely done. 0.04 reaction as well for Daniel. Only 200ths off for Daniel. Pretty sure that's Andy Thetford. Yeah, there we go.
I must say hello this morning to our friends Shane Wind and Kerry in Australia who are watching in on the stream.
What now?
Yep,
they're up late.
They
They're up early.
They have been watching in live on the stream. Shane's an ex previous champion in modified in Australia, so it's the nearest they've got to Super Pro.
Excellent. Yeah, it's evening in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they've got plenty of time to watch now. Paul Marston in the Kestrel Lane with the Banks Nightclub Dragster, 8.43, 7.90 for Andy Thetford. He hasn't been in the 7s yet, but he's on his way. That won't be a 7, unless it picks up, which it does right there. 8.38 for Paul Marston and 9.05. Look at the speed, 177 miles an hour for Andy.
Yeah, Andy definitely got the power. It's just a case of putting it down in the right places.
Yeah, getting it off the line. It has been. It's been pretty good up to that point.
Yeah.
So Mark Courcelle, this is very much the way it was to the way it is now, if you like. Mark Courcelle with the front engine dragster, which is the way it used to be. And Nick Good with his baby blown dragster, if you will, in the Slick-Tricks lane.
Unusual for this pairing, well, especially for Mark Courcelle. Normally it's Steve and Mark who come up with the dial in, but this time it's Harley who's dialed the car in.
Is that right?
And he hasn't told them what he's dialing in until they came round the corner. So this is it. So this is Harley's dial-in for Mark Courcelle.
Well, Mark started out with an 8.0 off the trailer. A terrific run. He's run 165 mile an hour thereabouts a number of times. They've had a really, really good weekend after Steve nailed it back together. And I say nailed it. It wasn't nailed, obviously, was it? It was very carefully built, but you know what I mean. But yesterday he sort of fell off pace a little bit. Whether that's weather-related or car-related, who knows. But it doesn't really matter. It's about running that 8.18. Same as 6.77 for the big Lucas dragster in the Slick-Tricks lane. .681 and 8.18 with a 2. Harley gets the job forever. Number 2 qualify. Yeah. Everybody watching in from the Wild Bunch going crazy with that one. Well done to Mark. Well done, Harley.
Yeah.
164 mile an hour again.
Whoa, hang on.
That move pushed Nick down the place as well.
Yeah.
Nick down to 14.
Rocket dialing in 789.
Nitrous on.
Yes.
Oh, he's given in.
Yeah. What happened yesterday? Again, sorry, the very last session, both him, I think they were the last pair out actually, Billy Gain and him, both rocked up with 789 dial-ins, right? Both using nitrous for the first time this weekend. Right. Ron had issues and shut off, and guess what Billy Gain ran?
789.
Yep. Yeah. Bang on the money. Absolutely bang on the money.
But Billy's been in the 7s before, but Ron hasn't.
No. Well, he still hasn't, unfortunately. Now, the quickest ever 100E Anglia in Europe is owned by a gentleman called Torben Stenstrom, who used to run in Comp Eliminator a number of years ago in the 780s. I'm not sure what the exact number is, but I know it's a 78 something. Right. So that's why I'm sure he's shooting for that. Yeah. The thing is, though, he runs 8.2s with no nitrous. 780 is probably a little bit tame if it works. It's a big if, but if it works. Let's hope it does, should we say. He's in the Slick-Tricks lane against Patrick Dubois with the immaculately turned out Milwaukee Pontiac GXP from France. Another member of the custom gang.
Looking all the world like a pro stock car.
Every bit. Yeah, Ron's car not really taking off like it should. 735 goes 31 and an 838 166, which is pretty much what it normally runs.
Yeah.
Rough guess, I reckon the nitrous didn't work.
Well, I saw Ron I haven't seen him this morning, but Ron did post, didn't work. So whether that's the nitrous not working or the nitrous working and something else, that's all I know from last night. I'll try and have a chat to him during the day and see where we're at with it.
Barry Giles, like he's been driving that car forever, I think. That's Barry Giles in another small fortune. You said yesterday, Chris, that it maybe, obviously, it just came together. Barry obviously doesn't mind driving a blown car, but because Sid, who normally is in the hot seat, and it's his car as well as Crunch. Morning, Crunch. Has a bit of a bad back, so maybe that's to do with it as well. Yeah. Taking on Matt Peters with the other Lucas Oil car that's in competition. But yeah, Barry with his first ever 5-second run yesterday broke out. He only broke out by 0.02 of a second though, because he dialed a 6 flat.
Yeah, for those that were looking for a live version yesterday, 5 o'clock came quite early.
Did Barry live to run that?
Sorry?
Did Barry live to run
actually, He went 2:36 out the back door, so I'm guessing.
Okay, you're right. Okay.
I'm or thereabouts anyway.
So he
2:35.
wanted his first 5 more than hit his number. That's what I was trying to get to.
Well, he nearly did both.
Yeah.
He nearly hit his number perfectly. So looking for all the world like a top method. Well, it is a top methanol dragster. It's just without a couple of very important pieces that would make it one, and they built it specifically so they never gave themselves the option.
Matt Peters in the Slick Tricks lane running the engine that I used to run in the almost identical chassis, and Matt dialing quite a lot quicker than I used to. But I think they're running all 3 holes on the injector, where we had one left.
Well, storming launch for Barry. I'm not sure whether he quit or the car quit at 3:30. 7:56 with a 4 for Matt Peters. That is your number 4 qualifier in Super Pro. They're delighted with that. 177 miles an hour as well. Well, goodness for Barry Giles is he's qualified. As are these two. So yeah, if you notice, I don't know. Yeah, look, same dialing today. Look, Colin. 789. Is that right? Billy's looking to run in the 760 class, so he's got a step up. So he's got to step up a little bit. Not too far from there, though.
It's quite a... What's the word? Plays his cards quite close to his chest. He said I saw him at Door Slammers last weekend. He came across, we've done a little bit of engine work. You know, we bored the engine out to make it bigger and realised that the walls were too thin, so they sleeved it and took it back down the engine size again. And he said, we want to go 760. We want to take part in 760 heads up. So, yeah, he's proving it now.
Up against Kieran Ashley, who's having a fantastic weekend. In the 7s, just about every run, knocking on 180 miles an hour with the Turbo LS Joker car in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, they had a few problems yesterday, but we're back out for the last segment. Everything seems
Sounded like it stalled there.
Billy goes 788 with a 6. That's so consistent.
Yeah.
Kieran goes through with an 806 again. Look at that, tickling 180 miles an hour. They're still happy with that though, especially after all the work.
Yeah, that 3,500 breakout for Billy. Yeah, I mean, he's within thousands of the run next
And it's within a hundredth of what he ran yesterday as well, which is terrifically good. Also, Colin, we found out that they found out what was causing the wander at the top end last week. Yeah, they've sussed it. Yeah. I think it was suspension or something related, but anyway, it's sussed.
Good.
Hence that. So one of the great things about many of the great things about Super Pro, but this is definitely one of them, the fact it gives other cars from other classes a chance to come in and join in. Simon Barlow with the orange pop in the Kestrel lane. He dialed 750 yesterday. I think he went 748.
Wow.
So they've stepped it up a little bit this morning, trying to run 7.20. The ultimate goal for the car is to run a 6. I'm not sure they're bothered about what the number is, but as long as it starts with a 6, it's a good thing. Taking on Scott Hauser. Scott is number 3 at the moment. Simon Barlow qualified 30. That's going to be quite a good race if they leave at the same time. Good looking runs for both. 32 and a 48. That's exactly what you ran yesterday, Simon Barlow. 163 miles an hour. Still relatively soft off the start line, but the idea is to make runs, get a bit of data and probably step it up from there.
The problem is at the moment, and I see, looking at Jeff's reaction, to try and get inside what they've already run, you've got to take the risk of breaking out because we're down to thousands.
Yeah, he was 2 thousandths off of being perfect yesterday.
Yeah.
Basically, in English, virtually nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if Jeff would have bumped that down to a 32, they would have gone number 1. But it's how much risk do you take?
Yeah.
So Jack Brewster with Just Mustard. Let's hope everything goes well for Jack this time. He dials a 7.90. He had chassis builder Andy Robinson. He built this car down here on the start line with him a couple of times on Friday. Just checking out what was going. Jack's taking it a little bit further down the racetrack every single time. Still got a little bit out of shape before 3:30 yesterday and wisely backed out of it. So, good luck, Jack. Lined up dead straight in the middle of the lane. That's Dan Blaston, something else as well. That was that little throttle wrap up there, I think. Still drifted over towards the 330. The car just, it seemingly accelerates to the left every time, no matter what Jack does with it. It's been baselined, it's been looked at, it's been taken apart. But anyway, Jack Brewster goes through nice and safely, nice soft 1.15 60 foot. As we move back into, thank you very much indeed, Chris, as always.
I shall see you later in the day. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Yeah.
Thank
Cheers,
you for your
Chris.
help. So, super gas, Colin.
When I was looking at the awesome coverage from Eurodragster, a massive thanks to them, and I was looking at the numbers, I honestly could not believe what I was reading.
Number 16. Check out the number 16 qualifier
992, unbelievable.
with the 2.
But
Yeah.
you've got
991s go all the way to
10 of
Yeah, number 14.
10 of them are on 991. To improve,
You've got to go 990.
yeah, it's just mad.
Yeah, so Mark White and Andy Dibley, 2 of that very, very exclusive, with about 11 drivers in it, 991 club.
Tried 14 drivers.
Name of the game is running 9.90, as you can see on the scoreboard at the finish line there. Once again, their predicted times. Oh, Andy Dibley! I think he takes the perfect ET money as well. 9.90 with a 2, Mr. Groves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hasn't got his headset on.
He's got his headset on. The number. It is the money, yeah? Perfect ET money, which I think is...
Because it went to the last round.
That's right, yeah. So well done to Andy Dibley. Number 1 qualifier, 9.90 with a 2. Thank you very much indeed to the Twister gang for sponsoring that as well. 50 quid going to Andy Dibley. Well done, sir. If you'd like to come up to the tower and meet up with Mr. Simon Groves. And Mark Huxley is number 17. He's run 9.93. What can Bob do? 86 and 91 with a 0. Moved up 1 spot. That was very, very well done indeed to Bob Mulder. So, Ronald House, guess what he ran?
91?
Jasmine Tunstall, guess what she ran?
Was it a 91?
you know what? You two are that good, really are. We just should rename it 991 Club. So, Ronald from the Netherlands in the Kestrel Lane. First time back in a number of years, actually. .989 with an 8. Oh, so close. And a 988 with a 7 for Ronald House. Basically, they're all so close together at the top, you might as well just try and nail it down and be done with it, if you will. Wayne Hiscock was number 1. Now, bear in mind, he doesn't use the throttle stop or any other gadgetry, if you like, to run 990. Just makes it that much more impressive, really.
I'm sure you mentioned it yesterday, but as you say, he's the one that crosses the line 990 at like 98 miles an hour, and then you got the others at 140, 150. Amazing.
Well, whoever's in the other lane is always going to be catching him at the finish line, aren't they?
Makes it very difficult in racing.
Against Andy Harrison. So Wayne back off about now. 76 and a 94. Too quick, too slow. Although a 994 isn't slow. So, Tim Moore in the last session yesterday, guess what he ran?
Errands?
His mouth? I don't know. And
A bath?
Stu yeah, that'll be good. And Stu Toyney. Oh. Anyway, there's no point in saying it anymore. Pair of 991s.
Well, from number 5 to number 14 are all 991s.
Stu Toyney slowly but surely getting a handle on the race gun. 985. Big win for Stu.
The speed for Stu there, nearly, 158 mile an hour.
Yeah,
Wow.
Against Wayne Hiscock, that'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
60 miles an hour difference at the finish line. Obviously, because the car runs in Supercomp, it's got a bit more engine in it than just running in Supergas. Great to see Pete Creswell, back racing. I think he's racing in Supergas only this weekend in the Kestrel Lane. Normally double classes, as does Simon Fulton. Well, Pete Creswell isn't very cool because he ran 990. Simon Fulton went 991.
Look at the reaction times, 004 and 006.
Goodness me. If this was a proper race, as in elimination race, nothing in it. 94, 87. Again, no help for either.
So Dave Cherritt is in the minority. He's one of the only drivers to not have run a 991.
Yet.
He has, however, done a 992. Stefan Rappeltrath has done a 991. He's currently in the number 11 spot. I don't think you can really visualise how close this field is because it's within 300ths of a second.
The whole field.
The whole field.
Yeah. You know, qualifying in Formula 1 is spaced out by tenths and 2 tenths and half a second and all that sort of thing. None of that. 977, too quick. Go on.
Just very, very briefly, I did actually watch Monaco qualifying yesterday. I know I'm going to get shot for it, but
Mate, what
that
are you doing
was
with your life?
impressive. You got to say, that was impressive.
Yeah, I sat down with Steve Cassisi and Meg Talbot last night. We all watched the highlights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was mental.
What, you mean Monaco?
Yeah, just that lap.
You are sacked. Officially sacked.
All right. Okay, back to reality.
Watching cars go around corners. And that with
Stuart Morris and Don't Lift Dave.
Well, he's got a sign on the back of his car that says "Real men don't lift."
I'm so glad he takes it the way we dish it out.
So Stu Morris rolled before the tree, so he's not going to get a time, unfortunately.
Oh, 989 with a 3. Oh, so
You
close.
see me walking around with a pair of concrete boots on, you know it's Dave Fulton that's done it. Right, we're done with Supergas. We're on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, which will be our last class before we move into effectively our pro session. We're going to start with jet cars. Jet car, I should say, and then Street Eliminator. Once again, as we got a quiet moment, we did have a phone handed in, everybody. If you lost a phone in the ladies' toilets, it must have been up in the pits last night. If you can come up...
hang on, there's somebody messaged 5 minutes ago, but we can't open the message, obviously, because the phone's locked.
Yeah.
Well, if they leave the phone up here long enough, they can have a really nice video of some jet cars underneath.
Yeah. Actually, in fact, we've got it on silent as well, so that's probably why we're not going to hear it, mind you. But yeah, we have got that phone up here.
But if you did lose your phone last night in the ladies' toilets, presuming obviously it is a lady's phone, I'm guessing with the flowers on it, it might be.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you did lose a phone, we are in possession of it. If you come round to Bankside VIP and speak to security down there, they will nip up and see us. So if you did lose your phone, we do have hold of it. A very kind lady called Leah Kellett, who's racing in Supercomp, did actually hand it in. She did find it and she came up here. So if anybody's lost it, please come and get it.
So there's just a little bit of track prep going on at the minute. I know Dale Leaks was up here yesterday explaining about the difference in the track prep that they have in the States. The reason why the radial bikes want the track so sticky. It's the same reason why we're prepping the track now for the Street Eliminator cars, because most of these cars run radials. They basically want to be as stuck to the track as they physically can be. It's why we've put a nice layer of glue down for them, give them the best chance that they've got to go 200 mile an hour in some cases. Well, James Murray now is getting very close to the 9s. 10 zeros he's been running. Of course, Rob Slater dipped into the 8s yesterday.
Yeah, his first ever 8 in the car. Deliriously happy. Saw his social media post from yesterday. They weren't going to come down in that session because they were called and they said, oh, they're not ready. And then it was like, oh, no, yeah, we can run. Is it too late? And they said, no, just get there. You can go last in the session. So they did manage to make it into the lanes, and they are so thankful that they were given that literally do or die moment to get into the lanes and get that running. So they were really, really happy. And yeah, well done, Rob. And of course, Trudy as well. And all the congratulations that were coming in online for them to run that 8. Also, got to say, Street Weekend coming up in 3 weeks' time. Was it 79 entries or something?
Oh, it's getting
Pod
insane.
were hoping for 16. I think that was the thing, and I think it's gone up to like 70 or 80 entries for that meeting. It's going to be incredible. Really look forward to that. So, if you're into your street racing and you follow like Drag Week or Sick Week in America, then we're doing not as far and for not as long, but we're having our first proper street weekend here at the pod, and loads of prizes and camaraderie and everything lined up for that.
The whole weekend of the Sportsman Nationals, which I believe is the event it's running at, have 94 entries. Just rolling down to the street class. Oh no, the street class isn't on.
No, street weekend is on a separate.
Oh, is it a separate thing?
feed? Yeah. So yeah, we'll check in on that.
Oh, here we go. Found it now.
Look at the entries and seeing most of Street Eliminator.
71.
71 entries. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Got to say, as we get ready for this, a little bit quiet out there, a very, very good morning to our fabulous crowd on the banking and crowd on the grandstands. I hope you're having a great time. And it's going to get even busier up there soon because, as I say, we got Street Eliminator, then it is going to be our first pro session of the day. Put your hands up if it's your first time ever at Santapod today. I wonder if we've got some newbies. We have. Oh, excellent. Those of you who are sat near those people, if you're part of the same crew, when Top Fuel comes round, yes, I know you like to film the cars, but please film the people that you are with. And then post them on your social media. Was it hashtag? What's the hashtag? It'd be like Santapod. So
Podstagram.
Podstagram. And then we get to see those reaction videos. It's always good fun. because Top Fuel dragsters, yeah, they're a bit loud.
Only a little bit.
Yeah, I know. No, we don't want to spoil the fun, do we? So, yeah, always try and get those reaction videos and then, you know, post them online, tag them so that everybody like us can see them. And those reaction videos sometimes go down just as well, if not more, than actual racing. So please do that. We really need to see that. A little bit of track prep going on at the moment. And we have a birthday shout-outs. Oh, is it? Oh, right. It's Steve Howe's birthday today. Somebody crossed out... No? Oh, Steve Ho. Sorry. Steve Ho. It's his birthday today. I don't think he can decide how old he is because the numbers keep changing. So it's... Right, okay. So he's not 57 or anything like that. He's 51. Very many happy returns indeed to Steve Ho. Let's have a quick look on... Facebook, because obviously we find out whose birthday is. John Harding's birthday today. Happy returns to him. Josh Seaborn, we've seen him on the start line. The Lockleys are on holiday somewhere, and he always seems to time it when he's watching the live feed, and it's a birthday shout-out. So Wendy Lockley, happy birthday to you. Dave Caruso, happy birthday to him. Mark Norton from the Tech Crew, his birthday today. Good. Many happy returns to him today. Chris Borton, I've seen him this morning. Adam Flamhold's birthday today, obviously now resides in the States. And Martin Gledo, his birthday as well. So there are your birthday shout-outs today. Many happy returns indeed to all of you. Okay, so it is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator are in the lanes, and it looks like head of the lanes is Mark Sheridan, James Murray, and then tucked in behind them, Nick Hale and Rob Slater. Oh, yep. Vinny, thank you ever so much indeed, buddy. That's just been given to me. And thanks for the little note that goes with it as well. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much indeed.
We'll talk about David and Goliath. Coming around the back of the tower now, Mark Sheridan with the gorgeous Plymouth Cuda, and James Murray with the Mark II Cortina Estate. Well, both these cars have run 10s. Difference is, Mark Sheridan's car can go a lot quicker than that. Because when he ran a 10, he did it at 197 miles an hour. One of those timing tickets you just don't believe. And in fact, the running gear inside the Cuda of Mark Sheridan is basically Pro Mod running gear. It's a 521 Hemi with two huge turbos strapped to the side of it. It's what you will see in the likes of Andrew Zarnova's Pro Mod. Obviously not the same brand and other things like this, but it's just as powerful. And James Murray with the Cortina, LS powered for him. And it is such a sleeper.
Yeah, he's, as you say, he's sneaking up now, isn't he? He's, what, 10.07, he's knocking on the door of the 9s. That's a good looking launch there for Mark Sheridan.
A little bit of spin though, unfortunately. Yeah. Pedals it expertly. He's actually still on the power going through the finish line.
74, 180. 10.29 at 132. If Mark could stitch together his best incrementals, he would be well into the 7s with the car.
Oh, yeah.
And it will happen. Well, it has happened. He has run a 7. He has run 200. He hasn't done both at the same time yet.
No.
It'll happen.
Thing is, to run a 7 at 200 miles an hour, that's a 7.0.
Yeah. Okay, so Nick Hale then with the Mercedes and Rob Slater, the latest member of the 8-Second Club. There's Trudy at the back there, and Rachel Smith down there as well.
I'm very excited for Nick Hale's new car to come out.
Oh, yes, we are looking forward to that.
Yeah, he keeps posting teasing pictures on...
Trudy spotted that the door wasn't closed just before the blue line, so that was okay. once you touch the car, once it's gone over there, that's a DQ.
Hazing the tyres.
Yeah, it's a shame that.
Nick Hale's on a good pass though. He's going to go through with a 10.5, 128. Rob Slater still goes 9.2 at 164 miles an hour.
Right, quick shout out actually. Dan Page in Super Gas Pits with the No Hair Racing Camaro after a big block Chevy oil pump. So if anybody's, there must be one of those on site. A big block Chevy oil pump. Desperately required by Dan Page with the No Hair Racing Camaro. They're by the fence in Super Gas Pits. Pop round and see them. Help them out. Al Mack, Andy Bond, number 1 and number 2 qualifier, both in the 7s. As almost expected, fair to say. Yeah. Al Mack's car was rocking in and out of stage there, but look at this run for Andy Bond. 7.37, 202 miles an hour. 9.13, 1.30 there for Al Mack. Now, after Street Eliminator's next qualifier, scheduled for just after 2 o'clock, they then go out into the Northamptonshire countryside on their cruise.
Yeah, of course, these cars are all street legal. You could literally drive the car off the end of the track and go to the shops.
Yeah. Now then, Rob Carter with Percy the Passat, 8.22 at the moment. Bit of a monster tune-up in this car. In cahoots, shall we say, with Tony Higgs. So, Tony not racing this weekend.
One thing I do love pointing out about the Passat is the way the foiling's set up. It's got quite a high instant centre set on the foiling, which basically means that the rear end separates from the tyres.
Right.
And you can watch the rear end grow as it goes down the track.
Yeah.
It basically helps plant the tyres into the track as well as leaning the weight of the car forwards, so that helps stop wheelies.
It needs a lot of help stopping wheelies because it really did reach for the sky yesterday.
Yeah, it did.
Going alongside Al Williamson. Currently on 8.20. Now then, Al on a great looking run here. Can he go quicker than that 8.29? It does. It's an 8.27, 166. Rob Carter, though, it just got a little bit over eager. I can't think of the right word. Just
Bit greedy.
bit greedy, I think, is a good explanation there. Tried to rotate the earth. It will come. It will definitely come. So that's Street Eliminator, this session done for them, as we now ramp up the volume. It is now time for our first pro session. Leading us into that, though, it will be Fire Force number 5, the Jet Dragster. I don't know whether I should say driven or piloted. I suppose it's driven because it stays on the ground, but jet-powered.
He's strapped to it, so...
Rides it, then.
Yeah, he hasn't really got a choice.
Yeah. But Martin Hill been racing jet cars for 35 plus years now, and one of the top jet drivers in the world.
Well, all the jets we've got here this weekend were built by Yorkshiremen. Obviously, Roger
Really?
Gorin.
Well, yeah.
Martin Hill built his own jets. Roger Gorin built his own jet. I think it must be something in the T.
Well, those of you that tune into the live feed can see the crew just getting everything connected and ready before Martin Hill goes through the start sequence on Fire Force.
Yeah, you can really see the design on the car as well. This obviously is Fire Force 5, but the design it's got on it is based on George and the Dragon, of course. Martin strapped to it, he is George. That's why you can see the knight next to the cockpit with the sword facing forwards. And then on the back, you can see the Dragon, which of course is the jet. There's quite a lot of pre-flight checks to do on these jets before you fire them up. But there you go. You can hear the starter whirring now. You can hear the igniters clicking away.
Well, I'm actually stood out here, fellas.
Ah.
As in, I'm on the VIP balcony.
Oh, hello.
Bonjour. So, I'm going to get a first-hand view. Should I film this?
Yes.
I think I should film this, don't you? Here we go.
So Richard walking out front, he is the conductor. He tells Martin exactly what to do.
Yeah, it's whether Martin or not listens.
Yeah.
So Martin Hill with 5 horsepower, around about 10,000 horsepower, the equivalent what that jet engine produces. The Pratt & Whitney J60 comes from a Sikorsky Skytrain. That's of course a helicopter.
Quite roasty up here.
Yeah, I'm just seeing faces of disbelief on the VIP balconies and on the grandstand. So as Martin comes up to the line, Rich will stand up. He's going to give you all a wave. The more you guys wave back, the faster Martin will go. So here we go. Give Richie a wave.
That was an interesting. He still went 5:56 at 2:68. Almost looked like he had a flame out on that run there.
First time I've ever seen anyone pedal a jet car.
No. Amazing run. 0.97 to 60 foot. He was still doing just a smidge under 200 miles an hour at the 8th mark. Well, there goes Richie and the gang from Fire Force. Joe collect Martin from the top end. Show your appreciation there, folks. Thank you ever so much indeed. 545. We'll see Martin again at the end of the pro session with 543 when he's out with the Firestorm as well.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know if you saw, Colin.
Joining.
We had a guest in the tower then. Smack Smith was up here, and I've not seen a smile bigger than that.
Well, you don't see a smile bigger than Smax's anyway.
Well, no, that's very true.
I did actually see he was here. I hope he's still here this weekend. I haven't seen Smax for about 4 years now, actually. Last time
he was just in the tower now.
Was he?
Yeah, he's just walked out, unfortunately.
Yeah, the last time I saw him was when I was down in Gainesville, of all places, and he rocked up in the pits there.
Yeah, he's been posting pictures on his Instagram of things that he was doing back in 2003 with one of the Canute's cars. And then I keep looking at the dates and thinking, that's when I was born.
I know. Long time ago. Right, next up then, it is Nitro Funny Car. They are tucked in the lanes round the corner there. Also see Comp Eliminator. They are ready to run. Behind them will be FIA Top Methanol. Then it will be Pro Modified. Then Top Fuel Dragster. Needless to say, you do not need to go anywhere unless you are not on the banking or in the grandstands. Then you need to get there now. Because after all the fuel cars, you've got Nostalgia Funny Car, then all the bikes, then jet cars running again. And then we get to do it all again later on as well. So a huge amount of stuff to come at you. So what the track crew are doing, just to let everybody know, every time the jet car runs, it tends to blow everything around a bit. So they just go out with the tractor, just make sure the track surface is all good. A little bit of sledding, it doesn't take much time at all. And if you're wondering, I didn't actually realise this the other day, but they don't prep the track for Nitro Funny Car, but that they do afterwards. And I thought to myself, that's a bit odd. Why are they not prepping the track for Funny Car, yet they do for Comp Eliminator and Top Fuel and everything? And then it was explained to me that they prefer not to have the track prepped. And I thought that was quite odd.
Yeah, because obviously when you've got 10,000 horsepower in a car with such a short wheelbase, getting the power to the track reliably is very difficult.
Yeah.
So when they used to run with the track prep, almost all the time, the tuning window for the Funny Car was that small.
Yeah.
They would either not be able to hit it enough and go into shake, or hit it too much, spin, and then go to shake anyway. So what they found is running the cars with no prep, well, I say no prep, the track's still very sticky, but not having prep before them, helps them get off the line, get the wheel speed in the correct window, and they're getting down the track a lot more reliably now.
Yeah. It's... I never knew that in all the years. But then drag racing, and being up here, it literally is, and to coin a phrase that's used a lot, every day is a school day. You do learn something new every single day.
Well, if you remember a few years ago, Kevin Kent went through the finish line and had no times. So he quickly came back down, spoke to the officials and was like, can we have another go then, please? And they were like, yeah. 9:30 tomorrow morning.
That's right. He was the first down the track, wasn't he?
First car down the track.
Well, the good news is, gentlemen, we have all 4 Nitro Funny Cars down here for this qualifying session. We saw 3 yesterday. We saw Kevin Chapman on a solo run to about 3:30. We saw both Jason and Kevin Kent trying to get all the way down 1,000 foot. Now, if you haven't been before and you haven't seen these cars before, they are probably some of the most monstrous things in all of motorsports. We're not joking when we say between 10 and 11,000 brake horsepower. They run on nitromethane. The engine is a Hemi V8 with supercharger. Excuse me.
Oh, he's just running to Smacks.
Come here, quick. Come with me. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I just got...
Oh, he's got him.
yeah, we got him. Right, okay. Just before we get to funny cars, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to someone who actually doesn't need an introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. If you've been coming to the pod for a long while, you know this face. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Smack Smith, everybody. Smacks, first of all, most importantly, how you doing, my friend?
Well, first of all is, hi England, woohoo! I live in Canada now, as most of you know, but just so happy to be back here. Just a quick holiday. I'm getting old, nearly semi-retirement age, but I've never missed racing in 50 years. So I'm hoping now on my bucket list we can put something together and have a Top Fuel car out here maybe next year.
Oh, mate, that would be well, a pair of us again, that'd be good. We never did get to race, did we?
Yes, we did.
Wait.
Yeah,
and I screwed it up.
When I won the championship, FIA, as a rookie, I think you were in the semi-final. Yeah, and you couldn't get reversed, so you gifted it to me, man.
See, you still owe me for that, by the way.
Well, plenty of time to get me back, right?
I'm only joking, bud. So, what's the gig these days? So you're out racing in Canada, living in Canada, obviously.
Yeah, I've done a bunch of NHRA stuff as well. Got to know a lot of really, big teams. I'm getting a little bit of help from them as well. Unfortunately, the COVID hit and America closed the border on us, which they've actually finally opened 3 weeks ago. So I have 2 of my own 2 Top Fuel cars now, one for me and one for my son Aidan. So we tried to do a match race in the Nitro Nationals in Canada last year, but we had a bit of a shit show going on. I did manage to do a burnout next to him, but both cars kind of broke, the Top Fuel scenario. We've all got a million stories. But so we got the 2 cars back up and running, and July the 1st, the Nitro Nationals again. So we've got me versus Aidan. So Aidan's going in my 1 car, and I'm driving back for the leverage again. But the cool news is, which a lot of fans might like, is we're actually going to change the retard box so that we can go a quarter mile rather than 1,000 foot. So we're aiming for 460 or 320 mile an hour. So before I get to being 70 years old, I want another milestone in my life. So
you've got to do it as well. There were so many moments. We were about to go with the funny cars, but it's so cool to see you, my friend. If you can join us for Top Fuel, that'd be fantastic.
I'll come up for Top Fuel.
Good man. Smack Smith, everybody. He doesn't change.
No, he's still excitable, isn't he?
No. He's calmed down over the years. So, Slick Tricks Lane for Mark Jackie Hawkins and the Gladiator. It is Jason Phelps taking on the West End Motorsport GSI Insurance for the Classical Trees. Kevin Kent. Phew. Certainly a way to wake up on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, well, if I wasn't awake, I certainly am now.
Oh, dearie me. So they're racing over at 1,000 foot. This is still qualifying, folks. They're trying to set a time. 1,000 foot is the big orange blocks out there just before the traditional finish line. Kevin Kent ran a fabulous 4.3 second run back just a few weeks ago. Didn't quite manage that yesterday, but he's got John Smith in there this weekend. Maybe this time round. Jason Phelps currently number 1 qualifier within the Fords.
Okay, so Kevin Kent and Jason Phelps, all the pre-run checks, burnouts, everything is all done now. It's just the 2 crew chiefs. They now back away from the cars. It's down to the drivers. Jason Phelps currently number 1, 4.92. Kent, 5.54. They can both go way quicker. Let's see what they got there. Nitro Funny Car, qualifying number 3.
Look at that for Kevin Kent, all the way to the finish line.
Oh,
4:28.
Nigh on record pace, 4:28 at 2:71. I think he actually lifted slightly before 1,000 foot. Just want to grab a quick word with the man himself. Well done, fellas. And ladies, obviously. Shelley. No, that's cool. It's all good. So, down here with both Nicky and John Smith. So, first of all, Nicky, is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, pretty happy with that.
It looked really, really strong all the way down. He might have clicked it a little bit early, too.
Yeah,
Instructions.
Sorry?
Yeah, instructions so he doesn't drive it to 1,530 feet.
Well, Kevin enjoys driving the car a little bit too much, doesn't he?
He does. He never wants to get off of it, but yeah.
When it's going, it's so much fun. You've driven funny cars for years as well. What's that feeling like in there?
It's awesome. You're driving through the middle, it's just accelerating. And, you know, the main thing is these guys over here, when they raced at Easter, they did a really good job with the race car, and it ran some good numbers. And right now we're shooting for some record numbers this weekend, and these guys do all the work, man. All the credit goes to the crew and everybody that has anything to do with West 10 Motorsports, Southern RVs. All these guys put a little foot forward, and we're just trying to make it go fast.
Thank you both very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the West End team. Thank you very much. They will be going down to get their driver. Also to the Gladiator crew, not quite what they were looking for, but they'll get there.
Yeah, 0.91 for Kevin at the 60 foot, and at the 8, 341, 248 miles an hour. And as you can see, 428, 271 for the 1,000 foot.
Well, knowing Kevin, I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted with that at the top end. Give him a cheer, please, ladies and gentlemen. Well done to both of the teams. Well done to the Gladiator team and Mark and Jackie Hawkins too. Hopefully one more time today before we set the field for eliminations tomorrow. So that is Kevin, now number 1. That is just to tick off the European record for Fuel Funny Cars.
Yeah, so who out there in the spectator land, who enjoyed that?
All of them.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
So here we have another. Kevin Chapman with the Thermo Red Mustang.
So Kevin Chapman put his first run in a year yesterday, went to 3:30. I'm sure this time round they're going to try and go that a little bit further. We do also have Steve Ashdown back around the tower as well.
Nice short, crisp burnout.
Yeah, you can heat the idles a little bit high. The first thing the crew guy's going to do is go over to the injector and make sure it's closed. No, he managed to get it in reverse with it revving that high. That's quite impressive in itself. So Kevin Chapman, like I said yesterday, to 3:30. Going to try and be going a little bit further down at the racetrack, just slowly, getting more and more comfortable in the car, going to the finish line again. Kevin knows how to drive these cars. He won is one of his first ever competitive events in Fuel Funny Car, and has run way down into the 4-second range before.
So the crew have done what they can do then, lowering the body back over the car, the Ford Mustang. And Kev Chapman now going to be pushed. I always find it a little bit odd that they push these cars up to the line, but they don't want to put any excessive heat or wear into the drivetrain, well, the clutch system. Those clutch packs weld themselves together on the run. Last thing you want to do is put extra stress on them before they go in to stage. So it's all down to Kev Chapman now. Car arrow pointing at the O of pod at the end. Beautifully lined up. Drifted slightly right on the launch there. Kev got out of that very quickly indeed. And
That's
saves
the
it
number
for
on the
later
board.
on.
That looked like quite a strong 60-foot, although he was actually rolling before the light ran. The car was actually moving forwards, but still good to see Kevin back out here. We do have the Undertaker with Steve Ashdown and the whole team. They made it down for this qualifying session, but they're not pulling round as yet. I'll just go and check round the corner. We've got Pro Mod coming up soon as well.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Steve Ashdown's car now just coming forward round the lanes.
Yeah, so behind them we do have Top Methanol. Before Steve Ashdown comes around though, just what a monumental effort by the whole team. Steve ended 2022 in a ball of flame through the finish line and in the shutdown area. This is going to be Steve's first run back since. And Steve's such a nice guy, honestly. He helps so many racers in so many different classes. We just wish him nothing but the best for this first run back with the car. Completely rebuilt pretty much from the ground up. Absolutely from the ground up. The only things I think left are probably the tubing and Steve from the end of last season. So the Undertaker car looking absolutely gorgeous in its new suit. The body's brand new. I think pretty much all the engine and everything else is brand new too. So, all being well, this will be a good one for Steve Ashdown and the team. Tuned by Dave Bryant, who's over there pacing around. So, what they're going to do is, first of all, just arm the computer, check everything over, and Dave will then put the petrol into the injector just to get it started. And then it turns from a burble into a cackle as they turn the fuel pumps on and nitromethane throws through that 500 cubic inch Hemi. So.
Yeah, Steve was actually here at Easter when all the other funny cars were running, and he said the only thing he wanted to do that weekend was drive his car.
I've always likened it to being, especially if you have a race car and it's close by, it's like being an alcoholic and going sitting in a pub, but you can't touch a single drop. It's just dreadful. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. It's just one of those things that gets in your system, and then once you've done it, you want to be doing it all the time. So there we go. They spun the engine over for oil pressure. Dave doing the last checks. And we're about to hear the glorious noise of 11,000 horsepower. This probably will be a checkout run though, just to make sure everything is working okay after a full rebuild. So maybe 60 foot, maybe 330, something like that.
Well, one of the things that Steve was having issue yesterday, believe it or not, was wiring. There was this wiring harness part. Although it had the right plug on it, it was the wrong type of lead. So they were scrambling around trying to get that fixed, and that was what's causing them all the issues at the moment. And fingers crossed. I mean, I saw Steve last night, and they're singing they could get hold of the part. I think somebody had one. But if it all works, this car will go extremely quickly. But as Darryl says, they want data first before they really start pushing it.
Do you know one thing I've never noticed before that I just saw then? When they actually spun it over and fired it up, there's a breather on top of the fuel tank. And it actually dribbled a little bit of fuel out the front from the pressure of the fuel pump kicking in. So here we go then. Steve Axe down with the Undertaker. Well, revs very, very high after burnout. Sounded like the throttle stuck a little bit. Steve is actually going to coast off the end of the track by the looks of it. Absolutely safe and sound. Wow. At least he got to do a burnout. At least the car got to debut, but not kind of what they were looking for. The rev stayed very, very high after the burnout, and it's almost impossible for the driver in the car to pull the throttle back far enough to bring them down again. So a bit more work before this afternoon's second session for the Undertaker team. Next class, Colin. I think it's methanol, isn't it, actually?
No, it'll be Comp Eliminator.
Okay. So, yeah, we've got Comp Eliminator are going to be out there on the track. I think we've got a little bit of track prep before we get to Comp Eliminator. And then after that, it's Top Methanol, Pro Modified.
It's the whole lot.
It's the lot, basically. Yeah. Everything you've been walking around the pits checking out.
There's a group of people that I haven't given a shout out to yet, and it's about time I did, and that is all of our photographers down there. A very good morning to all of them. They capture the images that make the pages of magazines, of online publications, websites, the Santa Pod race program, you name it. And we have got some of the best in the world down there. A very, very good morning to all of them. And it's good to see extremely good coverage. I'd like to mention all the individual photographers, but I can't remember them all. But I know Julian's down there shooting for Eurodragster.com. The legend that is Mr. Andy Wilshire. He's down there. Callum, good morning to you, mate. Hope you're keeping well. And Steve Moxley down there. Ian Blackett. Oh, and that's right, just remembering Ian. Blackett Photography doing a brilliant deal this weekend, actually, for all the fans. Blackett Photography Studios next to the pairing lanes, just by the crossroad. For all of the fans that are here this weekend, they're doing a special offer on jet car photos, and they're only £10 each. So if you want to pop round to see Blackett Photography, Paula is in the studio all day long today, and they're doing a special on jet cars. Or if you want to pick your favourite race car, they're doing a deal like 15 quid for a small one, £20 for a large, and of course all the racer packages as well. So yeah. Blackett Photography next to the pairing lanes. Pop down and see them. But to all of our lensmen out there, you do an awesome job, and the results that you guys and girls get are just legendary. And I think every single racer here has a print on one of your pieces of work on their walls at home. Just looking at the live feed, and the cameras are showing chock-a-block pairing lanes. You can see Pro Mod getting into the pairing lanes as well, so that's a proper car show. Obviously we don't want the spectators walking up and down the pairing lanes, but when you go by the crossroads, that's a good place to see all of the cars and the teams just getting themselves prepped and ready to come and put in their qualifying runs. They got 2 qualifiers today. They had 2 yesterday, 2 today, and then that will set the field for eliminations tomorrow. Coming up first will be Comp Eliminator. Although this is their 8th qualifying session, for the first day they run with the sportsman, and then they come up to do...
Yeah, there have been some amazing performances in Comp. I mean, some outstanding stuff. Matt Davidson, I think, has set a personal best with the front-wheel drive car. Ahmed has been in the mid-8s once again. He was back knocking on the door of #1 qualifying spot. That was until Dan got the Copo out again.
Nick.
Oh, sorry, Nick. Got the Copo out again. Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
So, Spencer Tram, Slick Tricks Lane, side-by-side Camaros.
Yeah.
This time round.
Yeah, Dan's basically rear axle issue, so he came out of his car and then jumped into this.
Yeah, so the way Comp Eliminator works, depending on your power to weight ratio and your combination, you get a time, and your one and only job is to beat that time. So Dan Williams has got a 10.25 He's done a good job so far of beating that. He's been down into the 9.6s with the car. Spencer Tram has got a time of 11.68, or an index of 11.68. He's been down into the 11 zeros.
So down for VP Racing Lubricants. Spencer Tram, obviously the Quantum League 3, the Camaro. Well, they're both wide awake off the line, but they are two highly experienced racers. Dan goes 9.73, Spencer goes 11.14. They stay put.
Yeah, slightly slower than yesterday. So one of the great things about comp these days is well, it's always been good, the great mix of cars. Matt Davidson, there is actually now an index for front-wheel drive turbo cars. That's 9.20 in the Kestrel 8. Matt Davidson hasn't quite run 9.20, but he did run 9.3 over the course of the weekend. Up against Kev Jenkins with the Double T A turbo 4-cylinder car, the Fraudster, in the Slick Tricks lane. 780 is his index, because it's a rear-wheel drive car. What did he run yesterday? Because he ran really...
Best of 7.53.
And that was his only run of the weekend so far.
Look at that for Kev Jenkins. 118 to 60 foot, powering through the finish line, goes 7.52, 184. Matt Davidson goes 10.52, 141. That's not where he wants to be, but a little bit of improvement for Kev Jenkins.
Yeah, by 100. Yeah, Matt was. It didn't seem to launch well, but still got a good turn of speed at the stripe there. 141 miles an hour.
So, if you're ever looking for a modern-day version of Pro Stock, this is pretty much it. With Nick Williams in the Kestrel lane with the Williams Brothers Hopo Camaro. These are, Colin knows more about these than I do, but they are effectively showroom cars.
Yeah,
they're
they're factory showdown cars. Nick imported this car a few years ago. He got the penultimate one off the production line. They produced 69 of them, and this was the 68th. And it's the only one in that colour, so it is a one-of-one car. And he's number one qualifier as well, ran 8.23 yesterday. Going alongside the trailer queen of Simon Crowley, a great 9.48 with the front-wheel drive Golf. The car is coming on well.
Yeah, Nick had a huge wheel stand yesterday, proper factory showdown run. Does the same again. Lovely launch and a good looking run for Simon Crowley in the other lane.
Oh, yes. 8.18 for Nick Williams, a new PB on that combination. 167 miles an hour. 10.54, 105.
Yeah, Simon Crowley was slowing through the finish line, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Two of our front-wheel drive competitors up next. Luke Stevenson, who's normally up there with you and me in the commentary box this weekend. Back to racing for him in the Golf in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Ahmed Jamshed. I had the pleasure of talking to Ahmed up the top end. He said he's really enjoying racing in Comp Eliminator. The car's a little bit predictable and slow now. It runs 8.5s and 8.6s all the time.
Yeah, so Ahmed Jamshed is the man to beat when it comes to front-wheel drive Comp Eliminator combination. He's been down into the 8.5s this weekend.
That's a really good hooked-up launch as well. 140 mile an hour the 8.
Getting very close to centre line.
Yeah, he's off the gas at the stripe. They're only 128 miles an hour, 9.04.
And we now have two A nitrous altereds.
Yeah, they're going to be... So if this was a race in competition, they would be heads up, side by side, first the finish line wins. There's no breakouts, no nothing like that. That's basically the way it works. Problems for Dave Swift, though. Lost fire after the burnout. Dave had a great day yesterday. I think his best was a 7.1, wasn't it? Something like that.
7.16. And if you look at Dave Swift's crew, he's got Joel Kerr, who's recently dipped into the 6-second zone. Tony Underhill, who's currently during the rebuild process of his ex-Pro Mod Willis.
Yeah, he's been 7-0, hasn't he?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
He's taken on Brendan Clancy, who I caught up with yesterday, again at the top end, and he said he was very happy to be back indeed. This is going to be the first time he's put nitrous on the Corvette. He wants to nudge the car towards and maybe even into the sixes by the end of the weekend too. So it's great to see this car back in Comp Eliminator, and if he does get a 6-second run, I'm sure the crew would be absolutely delighted.
Wait, so has he not run nitrous all weekend?
No, that's all motor.
That was 782 was all
Yep.
motor. Whew. Oh, lots of tyre shake, unfortunately. Backs out of it instantly. Still a 11860 foot, but that was turned up.
Yeah, that's a headache as well, looking at the tyre marks. Brendan just coasting up the stripe there. The time speed is irrelevant, but it was an 18-second pass there.
Yeah, we're only holding the two-seater for the simple reason there was a couple of little splashes of stuff which I presume is fuel because it's evaporating on the start line from Brendan's car. But that was the first time they turned the nitrous on. Not what they were looking to do, but they've got another go today, and then eliminations tomorrow. Who's in the two-seater this time, Colin?
Oh,
I'm sure
yeah,
you
sorry,
want it.
I'm
That's all
definitely
right. No
looking
problem.
to see when Dave Smith is going to move around the corner. Okay, passenger number 2 is Enrico from Holland. It's a birthday present. His father and his brother have been down the track but this is Enrico's first time. Enrico Brem from Holland.
Also, the first time I think I've ever seen the two-seater run in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah.
So the next last round, I think, fellas, is going to be top methanol. I can see Johnny Lagg's crew yet. Johnny Lagg's car's actually being brought round underneath the tower rise now. Great mix of dragsters and funny cars. Some of them running incredibly well yesterday.
There's also a great mix of combinations in the class. As you can see coming around, you've got the Screwbone Hemi of Sandro Bellia coming around against the A-Fuel injected nitro car of Johnny Lag.
So Enrico is going to get the experience that his dad and his brother have already had in the two-seater dragster. He's going to enjoy this.
Well, Paul Brown went triple O on the tree 3 times in a row at one meeting this year. Oh, I spoke too soon. He goes red by 01.
Still goes 784, 172. Enrico, obviously an extremely light passenger, but very good run indeed.
I love that. That's basically the designation as to whether it goes quick or how light someone is. Yeah, obviously that's how it works, folks. So we are on to FIA Top Methanol qualifying session number 3. Some fabulous runs already put in over the weekend. In the Kestrel lane is going to be your defending European champion, Sandro Bellia from Belgium. The all-new carbon fibre body on there. They did it deliberately to save weight. Funny enough, we were just talking about that. And going up against Johnny Lag with the A-Fuel car from Sweden, sponsored by NGK Spark Plugs. Johnny didn't get down the racetrack at all yesterday, unfortunately. First run with loads of tyre shake, and I think it was a similar story for run number 2. Johnny has run into the 5.2s with this car before.
Well, Sandro yesterday ran down into the 5.5s, 5.53 on his second pass.
Well, I think Sandro actually at the moment is the #1 qualifier, if I'm not wrong. He was a bit nonplussed about it, to be honest with you, at the top end. He went, yeah, felt sort of kind of slow and, you know, one of those things. He always sounds never that excited, even when he's winning, but that's not a bad thing. It means he's a calm driver. He's a very, very good driver as well. So the way they even these cars out, it's like the world's fastest version of Comp Eliminator. The dragsters have a 0.22 deficit on the tree when they come to racing. To even the two combinations out since the class was combined, back to dragsters and funny cars once again.
Just seeing the guys checking out the wheelie bars. On Johnny Lagg's team, they've got a very scientific block of wood to make sure that the wheelie bar is at the right height.
So as Darryl says, Johnny Lag, number 4, qualified at the moment, but it's Sandro, number 1. Well, anything in the 5-4s will be really good for Sandro.
Lovely run to pair. Johnny Lag has long got out front, goes 5.33.
At 2.71 for Johnny Lag. That was straight, strong, all the way through. Just a second, Krista, sorry if that's okay while you process that one. 5.33, 271 miles an hour. That's really good.
From yesterday, it was improvement, for sure.
You had a rough day yesterday, but I guess that was always in the car. Yeah.
Yes, we struggled with it, but we got some help from one.
Somebody. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. That's Christy Hansen. Absolutely on the ball, that was. Sandro goes 5.50 with a 0 at 2.67. He was a little bit all over his lane, but that makes Sandro, I think, number 1 and Johnny number 2.
Correct, yep, absolutely spot on. But short numbers, 0.95 for Johnny, 0.96 there for Sandro.
I've just realised who he was looking at when he said, I got some help. He's talking to Dave Wilson. And they're all laughing.
Yeah. Dave knows a bit. Right,
good to see.
all 4 methanol cars are in the 5s now.
Yeah, well, in the Slick Tricks lane, the engine ghost car from Germany of Silvio Strauch. His first run yesterday, he left without any RPM on the start line whatsoever on the first one, just to get down the track, I think. The second run brought the revs up, absolutely annihilated the tyres when he let the clutch out, unfortunately. So, looking to go deeper into the 5-second zone. The car itself has been well into the 5.30s. Although not with Silvio at the wheel, I don't think, just yet. I think he's quickest is a 5.4. He's taking on the Viking Princess herself, Lynn Floydsvik, in the Kestrel lane. Seriously cool, Lynn is just, she's newly married. She has a young baby. She's only about 30 years old or thereabouts, and she has time and a lead foot enough to drive a methanol funny car.
Absolutely outstanding burnout. Probably a bit more than what she needed, but nevertheless.
Yeah, I think the tyres are
entertaining
spinning. Yeah. Rod stretching, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, the rods are new. She got a new engine yesterday.
They're not now.
No, not new anymore. But they're stretched.
Yeah, you bet. So, Lynn Floydsvik did actually run in the 5.5s yesterday. She went 5.58. Her personal best quickest time ever is a 5.56. That's what they're looking to try and beat today. Silvio has run in the 5.4s, but I think a nice clean A to B run for that team is what they're after.
Yeah, as Darryl said earlier, Silvio launched on the second pass and leaked the tyres almost instantly.
They had issues with the timing system. There's a power grid called. It takes away the power right after you release the clutch. There's timers, and that wasn't functioning. So we looked at it this morning, and well, hopefully it gets better now.
So they'll bring the cars into pre-stage. They'll raise the RPMs on the pedal, roll the cars into stage, and then we will be away.
All the way through on this one, looking at a great pass. Yes, indeed, 5.54.
That's the one they were looking for, 260 miles an hour. And they look absolutely delighted as well. They should be after all the issues. Lynn with a pretty good launch. I'm not sure what happened, actually. Did she shake out there?
Yes, a little bit.
just a little bit of tyre shake. So she's not going to prove back off and save it for the last run of the weekend. So everybody, I think the slowest elapsed time in top methanol out of those 4 cars is a 5:58.
It's changed on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right, Darryl. Yeah, it was.
Well, 58 for Lynn, 54 for Silvio, 50 for Sandro, and that 5.3 for Johnny Lag. That was fantastic. So we're on with FIA Pro Modified qualifying session number 3. Give the teams a cheer as always, please, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Norway. In the back of the estate car going up to get Lynn at the top end, and also the little engine goes team, sorry, not the little team, the little car with the engine goes team in, even. Going up to get Silvio. Okay, Pro Modified. Dick,
good morning.
Yesterday was pretty terrific.
Yeah.
Some really, really good runs, and half the field are already in the 5s, I think, aren't they?
8 cars in the 5-second zone. And 2 of the big guns not yet in the 5-second zone.
Emphasis on yet. It may well happen still. So Dave Smith from the UK in the Kestrel Lane against Wally Strobel. Now we only saw these two once yesterday, I think, didn't we? Wally spun the tyres on the start line instantly and shredded the blower belt. And Dave Smith did make a pretty strong run. Dave, both of these two actually very new to Pro Modified.
Yeah, very. Well, Wally is doing it for, I think 2 or 3 years now. Not really successful yet, but it's a difficult combination he's using. So, well, he will find it, but he will probably not run 5 seconds with this engine combination.
Well, in qualifying or eliminations, he hasn't been in the 60s yet. He did it in testing on Thursday. Dave Smith, though, a real nice 6.6 second run yesterday on the first run. Didn't make the second session.
No. I don't know why, to be honest.
Well, Dave's actually learning how to drive a blown car, but he's having the time of his life, I think.
I understand that.
Yeah, he knows how to drive fast door cars. He's newly licensed. This is going to be his first ever event competing as a licensed driver. That in itself's got to be fun.
Well, the whole approach has been absolutely superb. The Stranger Things pit, they're doing a bit of a charity fundraiser as well. If you want to pop round and see them, I know they'll be absolutely delighted if they can raise a few quid. But it's all about the racing for them right this moment.
And they have loads of merchandise also.
Oh, have they? So, Dave Smith and Wally Strobel.
Lovely runs a pair. Dave Smith is out front.
Oh, puff of smoke at the stripe.
Wow.
Still goes 6.50.
But look at Wally.
Yeah,
678.
678, 207. Wally
Whoa.
Strobel with his quickest run. Both of those two side by side, their quickest runs ever.
Dick's got big goosebumps there. He said he's not going to run a 6 on that. No, not that combination. No, definitely not.
Not a 5. I said a 5, not a 6.
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough. Mate,
Well,
fair
so
enough.
650 at 216 for Dave Smith. That's a new personal best. It did actually sound like the car didn't hit high gear. It seemed to run out of steam a little bit. And 216 miles an hour does not really match that kind of ET. But it doesn't really matter. It's a new personal best once again for both of them.
Yeah,
So cool.
Did we just finish off what I was saying about Dave Smith there? They're raising money for Prostate Cancer UK, and they have a little competition going on, and you can win a signed Conrod
Connecting
from
rod.
that car
Cool.
from this weekend,
Nice.
and some other merch. So
Cool.
pop round and see them.
Go over there.
Yeah.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's that moment again that I know thousands of people come to see. Marcus Hill in the Slick Tricks lane with the Punisher Corvette from Switzerland. So cool to see him back. In the Kestrel lane, the one, the only legend, it is Freddie Fagerstroom.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why that man is a legend.
Absolutely.
Well, that and many other things, blowing the doors off.
Reversing just as fast as he goes forwards.
Just endless,
Yeah.
endless stories.
Watch
about
this man come backwards from nigh on 1,000 feet.
I bet you he's back before
Oh,
Marcus is
Marcus,
getting
yeah.
back.
Here he comes. Oh dear. The Cougar is not going to win that race.
So, Marcus yesterday had a bit of a tough day. His personal best is down in the 6.1s. He's got a lot of good help on his own team, obviously, and with Cam Stanley over from the US. Freddie yesterday, first run in the 6.1s. Second run, not quite so good. But with a tailwind, Fred's truck might have all it needs to run in the 5-second zone here at Sanford, finally.
Yeah, he's running 5s in Tier. He got very close here a few years ago.
Well, he was in the 6.0s at the European finals all weekend last year. The difference is, like I said, the tailwind. That truck is very aerodynamically challenged, I think, is the polite way of putting it.
So Freddie currently number 9, Marcus Hill.
Lovely run from Freddie, under power the whole way down the track. Go 6.01!
Oh, so close. 230 miles an hour. And problems for Marcus with an 8.55 tyre shake sent him towards the centre line. That's the closest Fred has ever been on UK soil to a 5-second run.
Cool. Yeah, 230 mile an hour, yeah.
Yeah, 230 mile an hour pickup truck, everybody. Give us some short numbers as well, because Fred's truck runs like a bandit to half track, and then the wind kicks in.
Well, how about a 0.96 to 60 foot for Freddie? That is outstanding. And at the 8th, 391, 188. Outstanding. 260 to the 330.
So 2.10. Most of
back
these cars back half in like a couple of seconds. That 1/10 of a second is the aero basically doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, your biggest round of applause, please. It's just a shame we can't see Fred because he's about a mile away up there, isn't he?
All right, next up then, John Webster with the Fast Company 2 Mustang. Going alongside Norbert Kuno. Now, interestingly, Norbert has been bumped out of the field now because he's now your number 17 qualifier. Wally Strobel has run in the 6s and has gone in. So it's getting a little bit nervous now going into the last session later on today. But let's see how Norbert gets on in this one.
He's not coming back is the problem. He's wrapping the throttle, but
there
we go. Thank goodness for that, just in time. Okay, so Norbert's had a bit of a fraught few years, hasn't he, Dick? It was always a 6.0 car before, but he had an accident. I think it was in 2019 here, where he hit the wall in the last qualifying session. And he's never really been the same since, unfortunately.
No, these cars are so sensible to the chassis. The four-link, the chassis, how it's set up, and if something is bent that you cannot find, it will never go straight again.
Taking on John Webster from the UK. John has actually changed all the systems on the car to a fuel tech system, and just trying to get his head round and kind of get the car dialed in off the start line, and once that's sorted, hopefully the rest will be too.
Right, so actually these two are 16 and 17 qualifier at the moment. Well, Norbert on a 16.2. Let's knock 10 seconds off that, please. John Webster, a 10-second pass for him so far, but both capable of going deep into the 6s. But now's the time they need to do it. So you've got supercharged combination in the Kestrel lane. You've got the turbo of John Webster. Oh, John Webster sashaying a little bit going up the racetrack there. Problems for Norbert. John goes 7.43, 171. Norbert coasting at the stripe there, 10.44.
Yeah, there's definitely something funky going on with that Lucas Oil Avenger because it just went straight up. Didn't even really go forward. It just jumped.
Yeah, but it didn't go in the two-step.
Ah, that'll be why then.
So
it could be why.
If you cannot load the chassis, when you leave. So that's why they go in the two-step. They get full throttle and have or the clutch in or the trans brake. In this case, the clutch pedal. And then you release the clutch pedal, and then all the power comes in. And if you do not do that, then you will not have all the weight transfer needed to get the tires hooked on the track.
So basically, you have to do everything exactly right as it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't quite work. That's the
Absolutely.
problem. Well,
Looking forward to this pair.
Who'd have ever thought we'd see this early on in the qualifying session? This was the final from a week ago today at the Door Slammers, and they're both nowhere near their normal pace. David Vector from Netherlands and defending European champ Jan Eriksson. So I know it can be a million things, Dick.
Mm-hmm.
But what on earth is the
2
difference
million.
between last week and this week?
The track.
Really?
Yeah, the track is so much better than it was last week. Last week we had a lot of street cars.
Hang on. They were running 570s last week.
Yeah. But you need, when you leave the line, you need some wheel speed. And last weekend the track was a little, well, less better than today and yesterday. So they just don't get enough wheel speed off the line. That means that you wrinkle the rear tires and start to get tire shake. So you have to put in all the power right from the line to get the wheels moving. You need a certain percentage of slip in the wheels, otherwise you cannot move, and then you will create heat in the tires, and that's the only way to go fast. And last week it worked perfectly fine for both Jan and David. Jan did some 570s, David did 2 570 runs, but now they just both don't get it right yet.
So they're not where they want to be in qualifying.
No.
But the answer is not to back it down to get down the straight.
Absolutely not. No, step it up.
So pick your Camaro, then you've got Dave Vector using the Citric train. Jan Eriksson undefeated here in goodness knows how long.
No issues at all for David Vector. Shake for Yanni Eriksson, but David Vector goes through 582, 247 mile an hour.
Your new number one qualifier.
Sorry.
Oh, it's all right. You're allowed to be completely impartial, or not, as the case may be. But well done to all of the team.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Wheel speed makes.
So that was the wheel speed thing.
Yep.
Congratulations, number one qualifier as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Willem, just very quickly. Not back in the 570s yet, but that's still number one qualifier at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, we're working with some traction problems. And the engine makes so much horsepower to balance it. It's very hard. But we get it.
Looks like you got it now.
Yes.
Well, unbelievably as well. What position in the qualified field? Thank you very much indeed, Willem. Where does that put Jan Eriksson?
Number 14.
So whoever's number 3 will get, at the moment, get European champ in round 1.
That's Michel Turina in the right lane. But we still have one qualifier this afternoon left, so.
So, one of these guys had a fabulous day yesterday. That's in the Slick Tricks lane. That's Michel Turenne.
Yeah, we're over the moon.
Oh, just a bit. And just to give us a bit of background, Dick, on because all these cars have basically American engine combinations, but there's a whole lot of Dutch stuff going on in the Dutch cars, isn't there?
Yeah, that's right. The cylinder heads on this engine are Dutch, 100% Dutch. They were designed and built at Post and Roos in Dronten in Holland. That's also the company I worked for, and they run it on tractor pullers, and 2 Pro Mode cars use those cylinder heads. It's a really special design with very long intake runners, and well, these engines really like the way the air comes in the cylinders, like that. And they're very stable, they're very strong.
Well, both cars running that combination were very, very happy indeed yesterday because they both went in the 580.
Yep.
One guy who didn't but would love to on this run from the UK with the NGK Anger Management Camaro, Andy Robinson. He did actually very candidly say he left in second gear yesterday, hence the 1.160 foot. He said he left like a complete slug.
Wow.
Still went 6.2, so hopefully with the first gear launch and no tyre shake, he'll be back in the fives on this one.
Well, Michel Turin weaving over his lane.
Whoa.
Still goes
Quicker. 587 at 247. Andy,
My God.
it looked like exactly the same thing again. 631 at 240 miles an hour. That car has an awful lot in it. Oh, who am I being pointed to? Who am I being pointed? Anyone but you, I guess, yeah. Well, another personal best, another 580 run at 247.
Yeah, perfect.
Are you trying to step it up, or is it just a case of trying to make it consistent now?
No, we're really trying, but yeah, it depends on a lot of things, the weather, the track and everything, so we're doing our best.
The driver's doing a terrific job too.
He's really crazy because I was going off the throttle right away, so...
There we go. Thank you very much indeed, and it's so good to see you guys doing real well.
I can't believe that. He went 5.8713 yesterday. You got 5.83179 today. Identical runs. But yeah, as Darryl said, Andy Robinson, 1.11, 60 foot. It's just not leaving the line.
Yeah, the car just doesn't... you can clearly see it when there's a car in the other lane. They'll get it figured out. They will get it. They are that good, and I'm sure they'll be in the fives by the end of the day. So, Wayne Nicholson and Bruno Barda, 263 Corvettes this time.
5 seconds, 63 Corvettes.
Well, both of these two have their personal bests firmly in the 580s. I'm going to keep saying that, so when Wayne plays this back, he just smiles. Because he's been searching for that sort of performance for a long time. Wayne Nicholson from the UK in the Kestrel lane went 5.98 yesterday on his first run. On the second session, went 6.02, but the 60 foot was a little down, which is probably where the number went. And Bruno very, very happy indeed with the 5.92. Well, as happy as Bruno looks anyway at the top end.
Yeah, their PBs, as we say, there is 1/100th of a second between them on their PBs, and their speeds are both 243.7.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the speeds have to go higher.
Yeah.
Especially with this aerodynamic car. But
Totally different rear wing setup as well on the cars.
Yeah.
It's quite obvious to see.
Yeah. But believe me, they do their job.
Oh,
in the top end.
speed, yeah. So Wayne Nicholson looks like well, that supercharger's inlet on the front edge is enormous.
Yeah, he's staged in a very strange position all the way to the left of the track.
So we go then.
Bruno Barda getting very close to centre line, reels it back perfectly, goes 5.85, 242 mile an hour.
His quickest run ever. Well, that is absolutely fantastic. 242 miles an hour. I'm going to try and very quickly talk to them.
René.
Anybody? If you wouldn't mind. You've had a tough couple of weeks, but 585 is brilliant.
Yeah, I think that's a great run. He figured everything out, and we go in the direction what he have in his mind, and I think that's coming maybe a little bit better.
What, even better than a 585?
I think so. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem at all. It's always nice to see Bruno. Anybody do well, actually, but Bruno with a 585. Wayne launched towards the wall.
It was very close.
2 millimeters from the wall,
Yeah,
I think. Maybe he even touched it with the exhaust.
Yeah.
That was really close.
I think it was possibly the exhaust maybe pushing him away from it.
Probably.
That prevented him from actually grazing it. But they'll have a good look at everything. But yeah, be interesting. Both cars veering left.
Yeah.
Bruno towards the centre line.
Yeah, and yesterday,
towards the wall.
Yesterday, Bruno was in the left lane, and he almost hit Mark Harteveld. He went so far to the right.
Wow.
That was also.
But that was one of those battles where the brain will not allow. Sorry, the foot is not going to take instruction from the brain. The foot is going to go for it.
Yeah.
And that's how Bruno got his run there.
Well, so even sometimes the runs aren't smooth, but they're still unbelievably quick, and that was exactly the case there.
Yeah.
Fellas, the top qualifying order must be quite squished by now, actually.
Yeah,
for
we got
Primoz.
the 82 for Dave Vector now. Mats Eriksson back down to number 2. Bruno is up to number 3 now, Michelle 4. Mickey G, number 5. Mark Harteveld, 6. Andre Arnova, 7. Bobby Wallace, 8. Wayne Nicholson, 9. And Freddie Fagerström, with his quickest ever run here, sits at number 10. And we've still got more to come.
So Mark Harteveld, with his quickest ever run, I think you said was number 6.
Number 6, yeah.
That's right, yeah. Okay.
But
There
he's,
we go.
but he's
Tough
still
crowd.
coming up.
Sorry?
He's
But
still in the staging lanes.
I don't know whether you know this, Dick, or not. We didn't see Andre Arnova for
correct.
the second session yesterday.
He-
It looked like he was slowing at the top end on his first run, and we haven't seen him yet today.
He broke a connecting rod.
Oh no!
But at the top, at the small end of the rod.
Okay.
So the damage wasn't that bad. Janne Eriksson welded his block because of course he had a hole in the block, and they are still building it back together. They lent some wrist pins, the pin that goes to the piston, and the connecting rod from David, and he's still building it now. But I'm sure he will be back.
So you think he'd be back for eliminations tomorrow? Maybe even the last session.
I think this afternoon. Yeah.
That's unbelievable. I mean, the effort they go to is just amazing, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
coming all the way from Estonia, that's not round the corner, is it? And just to give you guys an idea of what he's done to get here too, he ships the car over to Sweden, takes it to over to the dyno, Andreas Arteson's dyno, I think, just to check everything over. Took it to the track in Hudiksvall, tested that weekend, came over here. Last weekend, the Door Slammers. This weekend, the main event. The guy just loves racing, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a real racer. Well, the whole team is. They are never giving up, never.
Well, I think they've had a couple of excursions into the field here as well, actually. Last year at the finals they did, but for them that was nothing, was it? Just a bit of fiberglass and back on it, I think.
Yeah, I think it did the same yesterday. He was it yesterday or was it last week that he went in the field?
I can't. Do you know what?
No.
I've seen him run so many times over the last couple of weeks. I can't remember.
This weekend. The one chute didn't deploy, or maybe even both.
And test day.
Oh, it was Friday.
Test day.
Yeah, Friday. I don't know. This weekend.
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah. And so he had to brake so hard that the front wheels locked, and that one tire collapsed. One front
it
tire.
burst. Yeah. Well, the thing is too. I mean, it's at least it was good that happened here, not at TF or somewhere like that, because TF has got a catch net and a fence at the end, whereas we've got a field. You don't want to go in a catch net or a field.
Never.
But you know, if you've got a choice, I think
do it here.
the field is definitely preferable. So Mark Harteveld not quite making the turn with the Voodoo Hemi. He's going alongside Mickey Goulford, 2.58 second race car. Also talking to Mark Hartveld's guys, I know you know them very well, Dick, but up the top end they were saying they were really glad they came last weekend for the Door Slammers because they got so much stuff figured out. Yeah,
they have a whole new blower combination. If you look at the injector head, it's a very different style. Nobody else has it like this. It's very, very high, very long, and so the air comes mixed with the methanol in the blower on a different way than on all the other cars. It's a Darrell Meyer piece that works really great with this engine.
Right, it's great to see Mickey Goulford back over here after 3.5 years, mostly COVID-induced that was, and he was pretty happy with a 588 yesterday. His quickest ever run with this car, I think, is still 583. He's not dipped into the 570s yet, but he's
581.
But he's been at this a long time. Sorry, 581. But he's been at this a long time, and I'm sure he'll get there eventually.
So number 6, Mark. Number 5, Mickey. Going to need to find 500s or more and would love to get into the 5.7s without a shadow of a doubt, as Darryl was saying. But here we go then, Mark Hartfeld, the Voodoo Heavy team.
Nick Gilchrist moving over to the left, following the cars in his previously run in that lane, but Mark Hartfeld goes through the finish line, shoots out early, still goes 5.94, 240 mile an hour.
Well, they still look pretty happy with that. It did look. The only thing is, Thomas, it's a bit of a. How can I put it? I've asked drivers about that before, and it looks like they pull the chutes early, but they pull them just before the finish line, so they blossom over it. Because he was still going 240 over the finish line, which is about where he should be. It doesn't scrub any speed off or anything. Mickey Gilchrist obviously trying to step it up and went left. Unfortunately, nearly got over the centre line, but backed out of it wisely.
Yep. But Mark was 1 second to 60 foot, but Mickey G was 0.95.
Yeah, the 1 second 50 foot is not good enough.
No.
They'll look at that, and that's probably where a lot of the ET went, without being rude. That's the difference between a 580 and a 590, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It should be a 9.5, 9.4, and now it's a 1 flat, so it's almost 6/10 in 600s in the beginning.
And when I saw Mark yesterday at the top end, he was just delighted to be making really good, strong runs down the racetrack every time. And talking of good, strong runs down the racetrack, these two, both of them were just absolutely delighted. Max Ericsson and Bobby Wallace. Bobby from the UK in the Kestrel Lane with the only nitrous car in the show this weekend against Max Ericsson with the supercharged Green Goblin. Well, both of these two, I'm just going to say it out loud, Bobby's unbeaten in his last 3 events. He got to the final at the European finals last year, lost that one to guess who? Jan Eriksson.
Oh, Jan Eriksson's engine stalled.
Oh dear, being pushed back, so it's going to be Bobby on his own. Yeah, Bobby won the national finals with a personal best of 5.88. He's run 5.91 so far this weekend, and they're just trying to creep it that little bit quicker every time. So not sure what the problem was for Max Ericsson. That's a real shame. He was just overjoyed at the top end yesterday. Hopefully he'll get a good run in the second qualifying session today. So the nitrous oxide assisted engine in Bobby's Camaro is huge, 903 cubic inches or thereabouts, about 13 litres. And Bobby comes from just down the road in Bedford, about as much of a hometown boy as you could ever get.
Yeah, he's the only nitrous car running this weekend.
Just trying to get my head around the size of that. It's actually nearly 15 litres, 14.8 I think. That's insanely big.
True.
But it's good enough to get him down to 591, PB of 588.
0.99
Oh, that sounds very good.
Little bit of shake, he shifted just in time, goes 593
Good.
at 241. As the saying goes, not bad, not better.
Brings him on the number 8 spot.
Yeah, he was already there though. I think that was the 591 from yesterday, actually. But yeah, still a fabulous qualifying session for Pro Modified, and we still have some cars that should be in the 5s, well, normally in the 5s anyway, that aren't there just yet.
9 cars in the 5 seconds. Wow. Okay. Well, can I have this opportunity to speak a little Dutch?
Oh, you can.
Okay. Nou, goedemorgen allemaal. Because I know there are a lot of Dutch fans watching from all the Dutch teams and even tractor pullers. Goedemorgen allemaal. Ik hoop dat jullie heel veel kijkplezier hebben. En als jullie hier zijn, nog veel meer plezier. Het is geweldig. En bedankt voor alle support en het kijken.
That's it, Darryl. He's actually just insulted you, but in
Dutch.
No,
I was thinking that was free beer on Dick in the bar later. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Okay, well, see you this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dick, as always. That was a really great session for Pro Modified. So a little bit of track prep before we go into...
I wonder. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere at all. It is FIA Top Fuel Dragster. The next class to come round the corner, and they will be followed by a Nostalgia Funny car. Then, of course, it's all of our bikes, Pro Stock bikes, Super Twin, Top Fuel, Super Street Bike, and then Junior Drag Bike Cup. And then to wrap up that session will be Fire Force 3 and Firestorm.
Round of applause, please, for Mats Eriksson's team. Borlänge in Sweden is a hell of a trip just to come and race. We always love seeing that Immaculate Crown Victoria, don't we? Right, you have a young man. He always looks young, no matter how old he is, coming to join you in the tower, I think. There we go.
Yeah, I think he's just got to put his mugs back in the VIP.
You're joking. Well, he's if you can nail him down long enough to talk, he just has a problem getting words out, doesn't he? Don't you think, Robin? Yeah, he does. He never seems to be able to string a sentence together, but there we go. Anyway, it's great to have him back. Good to see you too, Robin, as well. It's been too long, much too long. So we are going through the track prep out there before we get to the next round of qualifying, round number 3 of FIA Top Fuel Dragster. We've got the crew chiefs out here, been walking the start line, and the track is in excellent shape as always. So if you look towards the finish line, you can see the big orange markers. That denotes where 1,000 foot is. Now, I'm sure some of you guys have been here before and you've seen this, so you know how this works, but for those who haven't been before, very quick explanation of what you're about to see. These are the quickest and fastest accelerating vehicles, wheel-driven vehicles in the world. They go from 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second, 0 to 300 in less than 4. So all being well, on a good run, if you can see me standing here by the start line beams, by the time they go past the Christmas tree, they will be doing 100 miles an hour. By the time they get to the 2 blocks in the middle, somewhere in the region of 270, 280 miles an hour, and through the finish line, all being well, on a full-out run, over 300 miles an hour, under 4 seconds. We did actually see a 3-second run yesterday from India Urbacher, but unfortunately she completely destroyed the finish line blocks because she was out of shape. So the run was DQ'd, and I don't think at the moment she is in the order. Is that right, Thomas?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry.
So no, sorry. Yeah.
No, I've got the numbers in front of me here. Dennis Nilsson, he's number 1 qualifier at the moment, the 4:37. But the interesting fact here, he was the quickest in both sessions.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So he gets the bonus point.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
That's cool.
Suzanne, currently number 2 on 4:55. Stig, 8:75. Duncan, 11:15. Ida, 11:65, and although we did see that 3-second pass, as I say, it doesn't count.
Yeah, as
do it today.
As you're saying about the Urbachers, my mum's just sent me a picture of back in 2006, one of the first years Urs ever drove in Top Fuel. That's a picture of me in his arms. I was 3.
I'm sure you could still fit in his arms, mate. He's not exactly shrunk. Even though you've got bigger, I'm sure it would still be the same. But
wow.
Seriously, 3 years old in 2006.
Yeah.
That was when I started doing this gig, all very similar as well. So, well, there we are. It's all progress, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. His debut year or debut season in Top Fuel was 2006. He had a pretty rough start to the year. But then brought on a lot of help, and hey presto, by the end of the season he was absolutely killing it and has been ever since. So in the Kestrel lane, rolling round behind the tower, is going to be India Urbacher. That's his little girl who now pilots the family Top Fuel Dragster. Well, they've got 2. There's one out in the US at the moment waiting to be raced, fingers crossed at some point in the future. But for now they are concentrating their efforts back in Europe, back with India behind the wheel. He's got a lot of good help from the US, Tony Shortall over helping out, and Aaron Brooks. And if you wonder why a lot of the races over here some have American help, some don't, it's for the simple reason that because they race so many times a year in the US and they have so much experience, that's where a lot of the parts and pieces come from, and a lot of the tuning knowledge comes from as well. And Urs readily said to me yesterday or the other day, that he is part, or that team is part of the whole Lagana tuning circle, if you like. So the Laganas have their own operation, but they also help and tune Steve Torrance. They also help and tune a number of other cars as well. And it really, really helps some of the smaller teams because all that knowledge and stuff filters down through the ranks. So India looks like she's on a bye run this time. It's going to be on a run. I'm not sure who she should be against because we do have 6 cars, so we should have 3 pairs.
Well, we're waiting for Smacks.
He hasn't got past. He hasn't got past Simon yet.
They've turned come in here. It's like the Eurodrags has become a photo booth, and everybody's
Something
getting
like that.
selfies being taken with Smacks.
Before we get to Smacks, we're about to kick off with Top Fuel, and they're going to spin over India's car and fire it up. Here we go, folks. Rob.
Smacks, really good to see you, my friend. Really, really good. He joins us for Top Fuel here.
That is the biggest throttle stop I've seen for some time. What? Dear me. And as the song goes, it shouldn't be quench my blood with gasoline, it should be quench my blood with nitromethane. Smacks, buddy, very big welcome back to Sandspod Raceway and for this qualifying session of Top Fuel. Top Fuel champion in what year, mate?
Oh, 2003.
Yeah.
Hey, and it's got to be worth a mention that Canute was around there, and I was the only guy to get a championship under his belt. Bless him.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Mickey was independent after that.
Okay, so here we go with India Rohrbacher.
Well, yeah, welcome race fans. Just let you know, it's amazing to have half a dozen Top Fuel cars here. We've got 4 at least of A-list tuners. Aaron Brooks, Elvis is down here helping India, which is amazing to see. Over in funny cars, you know, we've got Bodie and we've got Wayne Dupuis, which is amazing. But let's just see what India can do.
Right, well, she say she hasn't got the score on the board at the moment. She needs to get a run in. If she can go 4:37 or quicker, she will take that #1 spot. And that has just blazed the tyres.
Oh, that's such a shame because they had a good tune-up yesterday when they went 392, even though she did click the corner and the run didn't count. But everybody needs to know it's just so hard. Every single team member, and especially the driver, gives it 110%. Everybody wants to bring their A game to the track to please all your fans, but we're all after personal best and hopefully a win as well once in a while. So hats off to them. Please bear with it, it's not for want of trying. There's a million adjustments to make on these cars, and the longer I've been in it, the more I'm going, what? You need to know this, and what? You need to know that. It's just that hard. It's a really, really crazy world out there, because unlike anything else on the planet, nitro cars, we're dealing with explosives. So it's not burning fuel. So the parameters that change have just got so ridiculous.
Well, the thing, like you've just mentioned, there are so many things to adjust. Just give everybody a small insight into before you do that, sorry, just quickly, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for India's team. They're going to try one more time today, later on, to put in another 3-second run. But just the amount of work that goes into these things, Max.
Oh, it's got worse and worse, and the older I'm getting, I think, why have I signed up for this? I should have gone fishing years ago. But you know what? All you need is one incremental, one personal best, or something good, and then you just get so excited, and you're right back to where you started. So, 50 years this year for me, mate.
Wait, you still look 42. You sure?
Don't like that.
Stick Leargard, Kestrel against Duncan Micallef, champion from 2017 with the Ruta Fuel car.
Nice to see Stick. I was listening to some of the stories yesterday about what these European teams have to go through just to get here. That's phenomenal in itself.
Well, interestingly for all you hardcore race fans out there, the car that Duncan's driving is actually the car that he won the championship back in 2017, and also it won the championship last year with Antti Horto at the wheel as well. The quickest run that car's ever made is 3.80 with Antti, and Duncan, I'm sure, is hoping for a bit more of that today.
Well, I'm pretty sure Duncan made the first 3.8 second pass back in 2017.
Yeah. Well, I'm not quite there yet, but I've got no sponsors, so I'm just doing everything myself, still cleaning windows as well as fixing cars. But Yeah, I've done the equivalent of an 88. I went 93, shutting off at 800 feet. So we're getting there now. We're in that 0.3 of a second window. But you can see the guy down there is adjusting the wheelie bar. What we're trying to do here is we're controlling wheel speed. They're not just hanging off the back in case it wheelies. So everything about these cars is the wheel speed. That's why sometimes you see the tyres smoking, blazing the tyres. Sometimes, you know, as a malfunction, but quite often just getting the wheel speed is just so hard to do. When you think about how much fuel we're putting in this motor at this point in time, it's just phenomenal. And remember, we're only at idle here.
Yeah, it's basically fuel pouring out the headers.
Yeah.
Very rich on both cars. So Stick Neergaard then, he's in the Kestrel lane. Duncan Micallef, he's in the Slick Tricks lane. They would both on 3-second passes here. Over 300 at the
high side now, you'll see it go a little bit quieter. Lovely looking right up. And Duncan makes an absolute stonking launch. He lifts at 3/3 foot as well. Wow.
Yeah, Duncan got bowled.
Yeah, he must have
didn't
timed
move
out.
forward.
But I saw the stage light on. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if he was distracted.
It's obviously a clutch issue
Yeah.
or something like that, though. But yeah, they were trying to move. Duncan, I'm sure, was trying to move the car forward. There's no way he would have hung stick out for that long.
Yeah, it's just too scary. It's not like anything else where you can just put your foot down and give it a bit more RPM to drag it in to stage. I remember these cars when we do a burnout, we open the throttle 1/4 of an inch. That's it. And I can burn out from here to Stratford, you know. Oh. It's just that crazy. So, no, I did the right thing as usual. It's unfortunate, but there you go.
Well, Duncan, actually, that was a good-looking launch. The car looked to be working well, but unfortunately didn't get an elapsed time because he got ready.
Got time.
The tree didn't run in.
Well, they can go back on the race pipe. They'll see what they actually did, and they can still work from that because, like you said, it was a really good launch. But going back to what you said earlier about all these adjustments, it's just phenomenal because if you remember now, I mean, a lot of people who follow Top Fuel, they get it that we're like, wait till almost an hour before we're due to run, and then we pick out a head gasket thickness to adjust the compression. So I don't know about other teams, but on my car, the fuel system is set, and we leave the fuel system alone, so we're not changing jets or any of that stuff anymore. We're literally picking out what we believe to be the correct compression, which is the thickness of the head gasket, and then we put these motors together like with 1 hour to go. So now, within that hour, lots of things can change. So, for instance, the track temperature changes. So every degree, we have a little chart that says we adjust up or down 1/10 of a pound. So as soon as you adjust 1/10 of a pound, you undo your burnout, you back up. You see the crew guy behind has to set that wheelie bar because obviously if you're dropping the tyre pressure, the wheelie bar is getting closer to the track and all that stuff's going on. So that's just crazy. Now then, if the air changes, now we have to do an overdrive change on the supercharger. So on my car, I've just just for this year, I've just got one great big 2 3/4 inch nut to change the box pulley to speed things up there. So there's all that going on. Then of course you've got all your timing mats, you've got your clutch electric timers. There's a million things going on there.
It's a good job you talk slowly, otherwise you'd have never got that in. It really is.
I get carried away.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's all good. So
really
here's the lovely Suzanne.
Yeah, it's really good. She was racing the same time as us, mate. She's been around forever.
Yeah, she was my teammate back in the canoe days.
What I was going to say, I was only kidding, obviously. It's really good to hear just a bit about all the preparations that go on and the endless variables that there are.
Oh, it's endless. I mean, don't forget there's still nitro percentages. You know.
And track and air and all the other stuff too. So this is Suzanne Callin in the Kestrel lane. Made a half-decent run yesterday, but spoke to the crew this morning and literally a half-cent part cost him the engine. Hung the throttle open, and that was where the bang came from yesterday. Taking on Ida Zetterström with the Edelbrock car.
And she's also run 388 before. I mean, she's a mom. And Keith, bless him, he's still out here doing it. So thanks to Keith Bartlett for keeping all this stuff going on. You know, we're going to say thanks to Runa because his energy is keeping all these cars coming, you know, to entertain you all. So, you know, you've got to give a big shout out for the older guys as well. I'm not far behind. I saw Keith looking at me then.
Okay, so Suzanne, she's currently number 2 at the moment with a 4:55. Ida, unbelievably,
Yeah,
3
Ida,
cars.
remember, she's European champion. She's got the highest speed and I believe the ET record at 3:17.9 or something. I might be wrong, so don't shoot me. But
you're
I
in the
mean,
3.7.
she's
You're dead
bloody
right.
fast. That's all I can say.
There we go. Ida Zetterstrom
Wow.
a much better look. Suzanne goes round, goes 3:84. Look
And
at
the
the
Personal
speed.
best.
European speed record as well.
Wow.
320 miles an hour.
Wow.
Look at that. Goosebumps all over
Yeah,
the place
yeah,
down there on the
goosebumps
start
everywhere.
line.
Yeah,
Well,
congratulations.
Ida's car was running pretty well, but
Yeah.
my goodness me. I tell you what, I'm down here with the boss on the start line. That was your wife. Is she going to be in a good mood now, do you think?
Yeah, her indoors. She'd be all right tonight. for dinner.
Well, Keith, I
Who's
mean,
cooking supper?
that's what we've been waiting to see. That's her personal best. That's also a European speed record.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, give them a massive cheer. The
Yeah.
Slick Tricks team. This is what we've been waiting to see.
I think the car's been running well, you know, for quite a few events. It's been hauling arse, to use the expression. The 60-foots have been fantastic. For the last 2 events, the 60-foots, we just knew if we got it down the track, the thing's going to fly, and 320. That got our attention.
Oh, it certainly did. Well, after obviously the slight disappointment of yesterday, the thing is with these cars, that kind of number's always in there, but it's just so difficult to do.
Yeah, I would say the last few numbers where you've seen her go to 3/4 track, they were 82s, 85s, but, you know, you've got to make it work.
Oh, it's so good to be back here. All you great race fans, did you enjoy that?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's definitely cool.
Yeah, why I'm here, again, as always, you know, it's fantastic to see such a large crowd. You know, the economy's difficult, prices are... If you go and buy an apple now, it's no longer 2p, it's 10p. You know we've had to put our prices up slightly, and the support from all of the crowd here this weekend, fantastic. None of us could do it without everything that you guys coming here, so just fantastic, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. Thank you guys up there in the grandstand on the back.
wow.
Don't go anywhere at all. We've got Nostalgia Nitro funny cars to come. We've got all the FIM bikes as well. See, it's times like that when it's worth it.
Yeah, and don't forget Ida was on a fantastic run as well then. She had to pump the tyre out there a little bit, cost her the run, but it still was amazing.
What were the
Top
short
fuel.
numbers? What were the short numbers,
I haven't
Colin?
got anything up here.
0.84 to 60 foot, 308, and the 8th mile an hour was 278.
Yeah.
How was going?
Suzanne, yeah?
Yeah, Suzanne.
What was Ida's 60 and 330?
0.83.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now
my
280.
my 8th mile best ever is 276 in 3.1, so there you go.
Yeah.
Puts
So-
it into perspective, right?
Ah, that's seriously quick, my friend. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Just of note, no
Go on.
Dennis Nilsson in that session.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they were number one anyway. They ain't now.
Yeah.
They were number one anyway, and I think there's nothing wrong with the car. They were just saving stuff for coming round for race day. But Smacks, it's just absolutely fabulous. Please come back if you're still here. Please come up again when they run the second session later on today. Because,
Okay.
just the insight and all the rest of it. Just do us a favour, have a Red Bull and grab a bit of enthusiasm.
Oh,
before
yeah,
you come
sorry,
back
I'm a
up,
bit
all
flat
right?
today.
It's all right. He's not his normal self, folks.
Yeah.
It's got to be the English sunshine, something
Yeah,
like that.
for sure. Okay.
Thank
all
you,
the
mate.
best to all the fans out there as well. Thanks for coming out.
Okay. Whoa. I will catch up with you later on anyway. But okay, so we move on now to Nostalgia Funny Car. So Tony Betts with a Venom 637 at 234 mile an hour yesterday. But just rewinding our brains back to Suzanne's run there, it was the speed that caught us all there. The ET was phenomenal, but the speed she went through at 320 mile an hour to take the #1 spot. Tim Garlick very delayed doing his burnout, but he will come back quickly as to not leave Tony hanging on the line.
What happened yesterday, though, they were doing a lot of fine adjustments on Venom, and I think that was kind of maybe the idea just to come round and line up at the same time. But Tony Betts is ready to go with Venom. Some really nice looking 6-second runs yesterday. And Tim Garlick will be back and ready to go very shortly.
Yeah, Tim with the best of a 6:02 and a really good representative pass, 6:37 for Tony Betts with the Venom machine.
Looks like not a problem, but an issue with the parachute pack at the moment.
They're fighting with the parachute.
Yeah.
They've pulled the pin out, but what it's accidentally done is it's pulled the wire out as well. So they're trying to keep the parachute pack in place and repack the parachute on the line, essentially.
Yeah, they're going to bring Tim up to the line. I think Tony may have to abort this.
It will be very impressive if they can get this working. I would be very surprised if they can as well.
Yeah, so going to be Tim Garlick on his own.
Oh, they just got it repacked as Tony got the car shut off. So it will be long. Tim Garlick on a solo.
That's a good looking run as well. He's going to be a low 6, but what flavour? Well, about 6 flat. 228.
You know what? He needs his own bracket class, that boy. He went 6:02, 6:04, 6 flat in the 3 runs that he's made this weekend. That's outstandingly good. Commiserations to Tony Betts. What a huge shame. They were all ready to go. And yeah, just to explain what happened. Obviously, the parachutes at the back of the car, very, very important for slowing the car down and for safety, obviously. But there is a pin that stays in them up until the point that they run, just in case they fall out. The crew have to pull it out, but unfortunately it came out when the crew pulled that out. So round of applause, please, for the Apache team. Absolutely flawless once again, 6-0ing everybody to death. So we've got a quick track sweep before we crack on with round number 3 of qualifying for the FIM bikes. We got Pro Stock bike, Super Twin, Top Fuel bike as well. It's going to be some seriously good stuff. Right behind them, I think, is Super Street bike. And then we've got some jet cars to finish up, a bit more sportsman qualifying. And guess what? We do it all over again.
Yeah, we know the drill pretty well now, don't we?
Something like that.
I just want to put a shout out to all of our spectators. It's very, very warmed out there. Please, if you haven't already done so, get some sunblock, because you're all going to get pod face, as we call it. Everybody knows all about it. But yes, you will start to get rather warm out there.
They all did yesterday.
I bet.
Just to say the least, anyway. So, yeah, we're lining the bikes up. Just a very quick track sweep, just in case there's any like clutch dust type residue out there on the racetrack. And we'll be on with FIM Pro Stock Bike qualifying session number 3 for the weekend.
Field head at the moment by Martin Newbury with a 7.14. Martin Bishop, number 2, 791. Bertrand Maurice, 947. And Aswin Lenoble in the 12s. But by all accounts, if qualifying goes to plan, all 4 bikes will be in the 7-second zone. So that's what's going to be coming up next, followed by the Super Twins. Marcus Christensen is number 1 there at the moment with a superb 6:31. Vesper Lippenham 6:47, Martin de Haas 6:63, and Chris Van Nimmen a 7.16.
Yeah, there's a couple of personal bests tucked away in those numbers as well, which is always good to see.
Oh, right. We just had a photograph come through from Wayne Nicholson. He did graze the wall with the header pipes very slightly. They've just been flattened on an edge, so it looks like they can be straightened out.
Yeah, fixed already is what he says.
Good stuff, good stuff. We thought it was rather close, but yeah, just the header pipes, thank goodness for that. Live Action Arena is running as well. The monster trucks are out there at the moment. That's Podzilla and Swamp Thing. So those of you on the top of the banking or close to, just have a nosy over the other side and you'll see the 2 monster trucks parading around the arena just before they go into the car jumping session. And the 3 or 4 cars that we can see piled up in the middle there are about to be completely and utterly flattened. So that's what's happening over there. Loads of things going on site as well. Getting a few questions coming in. Harry Townsend said, what time is the Hurricane coming in? I can tell you that. It's at 2:31 p.m, so you've got a couple of hours for that one.
I'm actually looking down onto the start line. I see some of these Super Street Bike riders, Jake Michelle and Al Morrison Jr. down there. Just checking out the start line, seeing where they want to launch from. Of course, Al Morrison Jr. made a stonking 680 pass yesterday on his Super Street Bike. Jake Michelle down into 6.8s as well. But behind us, the track's clearing up, and actually the start line crew are getting themselves back onto the start line, so we won't be too far away from running Pro Stock Bike. Please don't go anywhere, folks. There's still a lot of things coming around the corner that you guys are going to need to watch. It's actually not a choice at this point. You need to watch these. These riders are bonkers. Some of these bikes pushing 1,500 horsepower, especially in top fuel bike. And the power to weight ratio of some of these things are insane. Of course, starting us off, we do have Pro Stock Bike beneath us. Naturally aspirated Suzukis. Obviously, you can ride other bikes, but the Suzukis are the bike of choice at the minute. Not too sure who's below us at the moment. Well, here we go then. Pro Stock Bike. Naturally aspirated machines go deep into the 7-second zone. And it will be Bertrand Maurice in the Slictrix lane. He has done a not very representative 9:47. He's taken on Aswin Lenoble. Aswin hasn't actually run in the 7s yet, I don't believe.
He's actually defending event champion in this class. He was the man at the top of the pile at the end of race day 1 year ago. That was also, I think, his FIA debut too. Bertrand Maurice has been around for quite a while with this bike. He's well capable of running 7.1s or thereabouts when the bike behaves itself.
Issues for Aswin Lenoble, but no such problems for Bertrand Maurice. Goes right down the middle of his lane, leaning a little bit to the left. Goes 7.26.
Yeah. And look at that speed as well, knocking on 190 miles an hour. They look delighted, and well, they should be. Still a number 2 qualifier at the moment, but that's still a great looking run. Aswin Lenoble was on the 2-step quite early there, and then as soon as he let the clutch out, the bike went for the centre line, and that was that.
So this will be Martin Newbury and Martin Bishop below us now.
I've just noticed that towards the finish line. Is that Suzanne's tyre track snaking towards the wall right at the top end up?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. Which has to do it at some point during the run. Okay, Martin Bishop. Looks like he's on his own. No Martin Newbury for this round of qualifying. Most unusual, and I hope it's not a problem as in a breakage type problem. So Bish yesterday went 7.91, getting used to the new setup with EFI instead of carbs. I think he hit his chin on the tank then.
Yeah, and I think his arm was about 2 foot long as well, actually. It really did throw him back.
That looked like it hurt. It definitely did. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the whole of the Venom team. That was such a shame. That car looked really ready to run a number that time. Got one more chance later on today, one more qualifying session later on today. Tony, bad luck, mate. My goodness me.
So we will be moving into Super Twin Top Fuel.
So what we do is we turn it up a notch and a little bit on the volume side as well. Or should I say a lot on the volume side as well. A mix of... Well, we've got one supercharged machine and we've got 3 normally aspirated ones. When I say we've got the supercharged one, I don't see Vessel Lipponen down for this qualifying session, unfortunately. So Martin de Haas in the slick tricks lane ran a great 6.63 yesterday. A little bit down on speed, I think, only about 201 mile an hour. He's capable of going a lot faster than that. Against Chris van Nimmen, who's hosting his first ever 6-second run from Belgium. Two neighbours, country-wise. Two great rivals as well.
Martin pointing slightly ends up being dead straight.
Drops the cylinder, so that'll be the end of that one. Chris van Nimmen goes 7.23, backs up slightly, 193 miles an hour. Still a good looking run. Yeah, what Martin does, we sussed this yesterday, was he actually leans the bike over because when he cracks the throttle, it pulls it back upright effectively. Okay, can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp into the pairing lanes for round number, I've lost count.
9. Oh, sorry, Super Comp is 8. Yeah.
No, I think round number I've lost count was more accurate.
Yeah, and they're the last class to put in their Q8 run because the class after that, this isn't a call, but when the juniors come round, it will be session number 9 for them.
Okay, the ever outstanding Marcus Christensen. Look at that, he puts his legs over the bike. The exhausts are in front of his legs, look. And then when he gets on the bike, his legs are just behind where the exhausts are.
Yeah, he did a run at the night show, European Finals, and he actually, it looked like he had angel wings going down the track with the way that the flames come up and literally up over his legs.
Wow.
The whole design of this bike is just, I think it's a masterpiece, I really do. I think it's one of the most innovative bikes I've ever seen. The engine combination is probably comparatively standard, but the rest of it, with the layout and all of it, Marcus stays so calm on the bike, barely moves his body weight at all, and it absolutely flies on almost every single run. Just him and his dad that run it. It's built by his dad, who's just kneeling down behind him. Speedy's racing team from Denmark. They really are world-class numbers and everything else too. Look at that, totally flat launch, nothing, just quick. 6.34 and the speed of 220 miles an hour. Some short numbers for all you number buffs out there. Only 1.13 to 60 foot, that's relatively soft. 8th mile, 4.17, 183, but 6.34, 220 miles an hour. Needless to say, he's still the number 1 qualifier.
And it looked effortless. It looked effortless. We know it isn't, but it really did look effortless.
A whole load of work goes into making that look effortless, if you see what I mean. So, Stu Crane.
Top fuel bike.
It is indeed. Is that Stu or is it? Yeah, it's Stu Crane, sorry. In the Kestrel lane, the bump spot for top fuel bike is 7.32. Not sure who's on the outside at the moment. Have a quick look. Thomas Pettersson, my goodness me, that might change soon because Thomas's short numbers were really, really good yesterday. He's at the back of the queue to run. So, this funny bike of Stu Crane's, some real pioneering stuff going on with the cylinder heads and the engines. Looking for a good 6-second run. It probably will be a 6. It won't be a low 6 though. He backs out of it just before the finish line. There we go. 7.39 at 1.35. Improves his time. Oh no, he doesn't, sorry. He went 6.68 yesterday. Sorry, Stu. Dale said to us yesterday as well, Cole, that the puff of smoke that you always see when he shuts the bike off is because the bike slows down so quickly, all the oil goes back into the turbo. That's what that is. So it's not nothing to worry about, basically.
Right, Mike Holly and Mark Smith, your next pair.
Now, Mickey Ollie at the moment is on the bump. He's run 7.32. Now, for funny bikes to be allowed into eliminations in Top Fuel Bike, they need to run 6.99 or better. Again, we had a long chat about this yesterday with Dale because he spent a long time getting there. but did it in style. Against Mark Smith, who did pretty much the same thing, and yesterday went 6.78. He's in the slick tricks lane.
He's having issues getting it back into first gear, though.
Yep, I think we're there.
There we go.
Excellent. So, Mickey Ollie doing the decent thing. Wow, good looking runs in both lanes. Mickey Ollie on a good one, and so is Mark Smith. Look at that. 650. Oh, wow. 207 miles an hour. Absolutely knocks his personal best into, well, next year. Congratulations, Mark Smith. That looked good, and it was good. Do you know what?
Undramatic again.
I think he may now be the second quickest funny bike in the UK, actually, with that run as well. Well done, fellas. That was terrific. 7.18 for Mickey Ollie. That was a terrifically good run as well. 194. He does need to pick it up a little bit to be around to play tomorrow.
I was having a chat with Mark Smith in the pits last night, so I did the proper bike pit tour.
Okay.
I'm getting to get around the bikes a lot more than I used to. And he was like proper chilled out, came out, he said, "Oh, how was your wedding?" And I said, "Yeah, great." And I was thinking, "Oh, yeah, who's asking me about that?" But no, it's good. And then Ollie came along, Ollie King.
Okay, yep.
Telling about his latest. At that point, we scarpered. Oh dear. Rickard Gustafsson and Rene van Berg. Rene 6.06
on his first run yesterday. He didn't make Q2, and the speed was down on that one as well. So the only surprising thing about Top Fuel Bike, we've seen a number of personal bests. The only really surprising thing is we haven't seen a 5-second run yet. We've got a whole bunch of them down in the low 6s. No one's tipped it into the 5s yet. Both of these two are capable. Rickard put in an amazing run yesterday. Honestly, it was gobsmacking. He got out a couple 100 foot, it spun the tire, he backed off the throttle, let it calm down and nailed it again, and went 250 miles an hour out the back door. Right, that's Rickard in the Kestrel lane. He's up against Rene van der Berg from the Netherlands. Both of these cars are the 4-cylinder supercharged variety on nitromethane. Drag racing's most magic ingredient. So Rene with a 6.0, he's never been in the 5s. He would so dearly love to do it. Is this the time? Look at Rickard go! That's huge! 5.76 for Rickard Gustafsson at 244 miles an hour. His quickest ever run. That also moves him up to being, I think, in the top 5 on the planet. Top Fuel Bike ET-wise. That was exceptional. A bit off pace. Kinda. I mean, Rene runs 6.47 at 2.16, and it looks like he left the handbrake on. Unbelievable stuff. Rickard, for all you number buffs out there that I'm sure are listening in, 102 to 60, 3.81 for Rickard at the 8th at 205 miles an hour. The only weird thing about that was he didn't run the speed he normally does.
He got there too quick to build up the speed, as we sometimes say, but 1.95
That's the right
back
answer.
half.
That's true. That's amazing. Yeah, that's I mean, match race with Pro Mod. Anytime you're ready, Rickard, if we could do that, that would be fantastic. That would be a match race of the decade, that would, wouldn't it? So, 2 turbo funny bikes this time around. My goodness me. But that's Rickard's quickest ever run. First time in the 5.7s, and what a performance. Eric Richard from France, Kestrel Lane. Oh, quick track check at the top end. Very, very quick, because they're nearly going into stage. Or just checking something out. There we go. Against Thomas Pettersson. Now, Thomas Pettersson isn't in the show at the moment. He's all the way from Sweden in the Slick Tricks lane. This is a 6-second machine. Well capable.
He has run a 6 then, so
yeah, many times. Yeah, he's done that a few times. Right. His short numbers on the runs he made yesterday were really, really good. Just didn't quite make it all the way through. Drifting left again, but stays with it a lot longer this time. There goes Eric too. A 666, 204 miles an hour. That's his quickest run of the weekend, as is that run for Thomas Pedersen. 722 at 155. But yeah, he was a few ticks behind Eric. It would have been a 6-second run if he'd have kept it nailed all the way through. We have 2 more funny bikes. 2 more 5-second. Sorry, top fuel bikes. Could we have 2 more 5-second top fuel bikes? Today's been pretty good, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Today has been, to coin a phrase, bitchy.
Yes, of course, we've got Neil Midgley on the Puma Engineering bike, now owned and campaigned by Canon Motorsports. This is the second fastest bike in the world.
Quickest. The second quickest bike in the world. That's Neil Midgley. Racing his good buddy. He's up against Al Smith with the rocket. Al put in a great run yesterday, went 6:20. I've forgotten how loud this was. Okay, so Al Smith with the 3-cylinder supercharged machine in the slip tricks lane. At the end of last season, he went into the 5s for the first time ever. Can he do it again here today? Both of these are 5-second capable machines. To take the #1 spot, you've got to run better than a 5:76. The machine that Neil Midgley is on has done it before. Neil hasn't yet. My goodness me! Look at Neil Midgley go! 5:79! 270. Oh, goodness me. Oh, dear. I've lost my voice. 5:79, 219 for Neil Midgley. Andy was off it before the finish line. 6:04 at 2:31 for Al Smith. Once again, number buffs. Neil Midgley to the 8th mile was 0.04 of a second quicker than Ricard was. 0.96 to 60 foot. 3:77 at 2:04 to the 8th. Over the stripe at 5:79, 2:19. Cracking run as well for Al Smith. 1:02 to 60 foot. 3:95 at the 8th at 1:94. Have you ever seen a top fuel bike qualifying session quite like that one? How do we follow that, ladies and gentlemen? We follow it with Super Street Bike. You're right, Colin.
I was trying to get a look at the 1,000-foot numbers just to see.
Oh, okay.
But,
when you rolled off it, yeah. No more taking days off, Carl. Right.
Right, Mark Hope then, 7:29 at the moment. He is on the bump spot at the moment. Oh no, is it?
He'll be run as a 16. That's a great looking run. Oh, it is as well. 7:07 at 2:05 for Mark Hope.
Right, apologies. There was me saying 8 bikes, but yeah, we've got it'll be a 16 bike field. Right, Daniel currently number 6 on a 7:08. Margot Schmidt currently number 11, 7:98.
They have everything in their locker to be 6-second bikes. #1 spot they're all shooting at the moment is 6:81 from yesterday. I think that was Al Morrison Jr. Daniel Lentz has everything in that bike to do that in the Kestrel lane, and Margot Schmidt does too when they get the combination right.
There we go. Margot Schmidt's got the bike off the lineups, which we've struggled with before, but our issues. No such issues for Danny Lentz. Goes over the line. 6:86, 280 mile an hour. It's crazy to think he's gone that quickly then, and yet that's still 0.4 off his PB.
It's not far off that. 8:40 for Margot, 177. Daniel went 6:86 at 2:18.
Yeah.
Clemens Valier, great to see Clemens back over here from Germany in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Steve Mead. These two are 12 and 13 at the moment. But they both have a lot more than a 17 and an 8-second run, which is their bests so far.
Yeah, Steve Mead has been off pace. He's not really made a pass at all. An 8-0 is not where he wants to be.
7-0 might be. Well, Clements is out in front. Don't tag the blocks. Well done. 7:48 for Clements. 198 miles an hour. That's a nice run. 7:76 at 189 for Steve Mead. Again, still much more in that machine in the Slick Tricks lane. So, Steve Venables, who put in the best run yesterday in the 7.2s. It's most unlike Steve. He's also bought a car, which is even more unusual.
Yeah.
And unlike Steve. He's in the Kestrel Lane. He has everything to take that number 1 spot. It's currently 681. As does Christian Jazz from Hungary. 7:23 was what he ran yesterday in the Slick Tricks lane. Well, Ven's powering on in the distance, but no, he is still going. 7:02 at 2:05. He's not got a smooth run in at all so far this weekend. Yeah, 7:02 at 2:05 for Steve Venables. 8:64 at only 113 for Christian. Well, they've got one more session to try and improve their numbers.
So, Matthias Bolin and Mogens Lund. Matthias Bolin took the win in Hockenheim last year. Didn't make the trip over to the UK for the European finals, but he's here. Oh, no, I think he did, actually. No, he was here for the European finals.
He's been over here a number of times, yeah. I'm not sure when the last time was. Sorry for all you Scandinavian fans out there. Mogens Lund is number 9 at the moment. Looking to nail a 6-second run.
Whoa, big wheel stand for Matthias. Lifts at about 330 foot, but Mogens Lund goes through 7:01, 206 miles an hour.
That's good. That's very, very good indeed. Around about a 1/10 of a second off his personal best, but they'll definitely take that. Moved him up to the number 5 position. 12:29 at 58 miles an hour. Problems that time for Matthias. Okay, Jake Michel in the Slick Tricks lane, going to be going against Peter Ostlund. All the way from Sweden. This is round 1 of the FIM Championship. The next round will be at Terparida in Sweden in just 3 weeks' time.
So Jake currently your number 3 qualifier. Peter currently number 9. Jake moving quite a long way over towards the wall on the right-hand side, but he gathers it up nicely, goes 7:06 to 15.
7:76 at 1:46 for Peter Ostlund. No improvement for him. I think the last pair are going to be the Morrison boys. There we go. As if by magic. Ross Morrison, Kestrel Lane. Alan Morrison Jr. in the Slick Tricks Lane. So, the only person in this session at least that can be number 1 other than Al Morrison Jr. is Ross Morrison. However, Ross is going to have to run his first ever 6-second run, I think. He went 7:06 yesterday.
I think he has dipped into the 6s one of the previous events. However, he's not been anywhere near a 6:81.
Well, that would be handy.
Yeah, if there's any time to do it, now would be a good time. Oh, wheel stand for Ross Morrison. He gathered that up perfectly. Al Morrison Jr. has gone to a 6:76, 222 miles an hour.
Puts it further out of reach.
Yeah, he's actually number 1 qualifier by a whole 1/10 of a second now.
It's Super Street Bike, that's hard to do. 7:26 at 190 for Ross. Gave it a good try, but Al Morrison Jr. showing the way home at the moment. There's still one more session to go. And you can only think they're going to turn it up for the last one. Not that that wasn't, by the way, sorry. Junior drag bike. Yes, we've got junior dragsters. We've also got junior drag bikes, everybody. Richard Wilcox, double classing. Again, he's number 8 qualifier in FIM junior drag bike. He's in the Kestrel Lane. And Holly King. They run based on dialing to the 8th mile. All you people leaving the grandstands, we got side-by-side jet cars right behind these, which might make you reconsider. Breakout for both. Actually, they both went too quick for their dial-ins. So, Morrison's everywhere in bike racing these days. I think that's Leah down there in the Kestrel lane. No, it's Brad, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Brad. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
It's really hard to tell because the bikes are identical.
They are, yeah, exactly. And they're pretty much, they look the same size from up here as well. So, yeah, Brad Morrison, Kestrel Lane. Harry Isaacs, who is number 1, looking for a 13.32. $13.63, few tenths off, and a $14.98. That doesn't help either of them. They'll stand on their runs that they made earlier on this weekend.
Yeah, Matt Isaacs got in touch actually to say a big shout out for Harry. It's only his 3rd ever event today.
In front of all these lovely people. Look at this.
First time he ever rode the bike was at the Spring Speed Nationals, and Matt wanted to say a big shout out to everybody in the Junior Drag Bike Club.
Yeah, for everyone out there on the grandstand of the bank, I don't think you really understand how these are our kids. This is what leads them up to do the top 2 bikes you've just seen, aging between 8 and 18, and they can go along the track up to 80 mile an hour on some of the bigger bikes. But Liam Morrison goes through on an 1160 on 1144 dial-in, and a Nuke runs an 1352 on a 1347 dial-in. No improvement for either of them.
Yeah, but that's really good. Look, she's only 500ths off, and she's number 7. Okay, Jackson King. Kestrel side of the racetrack, the last pair of juniors before we have a 2-seater ride, and we have jet cars right behind them again. Alia Lester comes forward in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, so Ola King's just spotted something in front of Jackson. Just wiped up a little bit. So he's going to bring the bike up to the blue line. Alia Lester in the other lane looking for a 13.12. Jackson looking for a 13.26. Of course, these bikes run on a Pro Tree, which is quite different for a bracket class.
Yeah, because all the lights come on, drop simultaneously, as opposed to count down, which does it makes things a little more tricky, especially on a bike too. So breakout for Jackson King. Alia Lester goes 13.14 on a 13.12 and stays number 3, 200ths of a second off. Very birthday shout out as well, please. Thank you very much indeed for getting in touch, Jimmy Usher, or Jim Usher if you prefer. A very happy 79th birthday to Dad. Is that right? 79? He only looks 78. And also Dan Cotton from our team as well. It's his birthday today. So they're sat on the bank enjoying the sunshine and the racing. Jimmy and the whole team up there hopefully having a great day, and you don't look too lobsterish.
So the 2-seater dragster passenger is Scott Lawrence from Gloucester, celebrating a 50th birthday.
In style. Thank you, Colin. So after the 2-seater, we have the Jets, and then we're back to Sportsman qualifying for round about an hour before we go on with the second for today, but last pro qualifying session of the weekend for all our FIA and FIM classes. Yeah, I think we got Super Comp lined up round the back of the tower. Yep, it is. See Leah Kellett, Richard Tunstall getting in place, and also the jet cars.
Yeah, just quickly, I'd like to give a shout out to Craig Wright and Scotty Crookston. I know they're spending a weekend up in Scotland at the minute, just watching the live stream, chilling out, drinking some beers.
Is that all? Are you sure?
Well,
I'm only kidding.
I'm not sure I can say what other things would be going on, but yeah, so shout out to you guys. As we see the fastest and quickest 50th birthday present there probably has ever been.
Something like that. Takes longer to open one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
778, 173. A very non-Paul Brownish 1.1 60 foot. Or 0.11 60 foot, anyway. Sorry, reaction time, eventually. So we have jet cars underneath the tower. Martin started this qualifying session, this pro session, with Jet Dragster, and it's going to culminate with the Jet Funny Car. Fire Force number 3 in the Slick Tricks lane. And on the other side of the racetrack, so you will have 2 jets for your viewing pleasure. You'll like this. If you've seen one, it's really cool. If you see 2, it's off the charts. It's fantastic. Both of them synchronise the show, and you get lots of pops and bangs all in turn as well.
Yeah, I had a lovely conversation with Roger Goring last night, just as I was walking back through the pits. And I didn't realise how many checks they go through. He brought out his checklist of just things he has to go through and check through.
Just to make sure.
Just to make sure that the cars are absolutely safe, ready to come back out, just to put on a show for everyone.
Well, these two have both been at it for a long while. Martin's got an awful lot of experience, and like you said earlier as well, it seems to me Yorkshire just breeds jet pilots. I think that's all it is, isn't it? Maybe
yes.
Maybe it's the tea. Who knows?
That's what I said earlier.
There you go. It's got to be something like that, isn't it? Either that or they're all good friends anyway, and they've all been at this a long, long time. Martin, I think now for 40 plus years, actually. Roger with the difference between these two cars, they look very much the same in the fact they're Jet Funny cars, but if you see them line up together and they're side by side, you can see that Roger Goring's car is actually slightly longer for the simple reason it's what's called a centre drive jet. Martin sits off to the left-hand side of the jet that runs through the middle of Fire Force number 3, whereas for Firestorm, Roger Goring sits in front of the jet. So basically, it's either a very short Jet Dragster or a very long Jet Funny car.
Yeah, it's 135 inches long, which is the length that's as long as you're legally allowed to run a Jet Funny car.
Okay.
It's also quite interesting the places these guys find the jets. So Martin Hill's jet is out of a Sky Crane helicopter that he's built the afterburner onto the back of, and the jet in the back of Firestorm is actually out of a Northrop F5 fighter jet. Which, if you've ever seen the Top Gun movie, the MiGs you see in them are actually F5s painted up to look like MiGs. Which is something that Roger pointed out to me yesterday.
So, bodies lowered over both cars, like you said, Tom. All the final checks will soon be complete.
And the smell of kerosene fills the air.
I thought that was my aftershave. Oh no, it's Collins. He's just moved out.
To be fair, if you could bottle that and make that a scent, that'd be quite popular, I think.
That'd be horrible. It really would be horrible. You smell like a diesel fitter or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's not a great look, mate.
What about nitro? That'd be a good one.
That's a good one. So it's comparatively calm at the moment. Obviously, most people saw the jet car earlier, so they have an idea what's coming. But 2 of them together is a lot of fun.
Here we go then, turning up the jets. It's about to get a whole lot louder.
puts the Firestorm on the line with Roger in place. Rizzi puts Martin on the other side.
Well, Martin actually went into deep stage then.
Just to make sure. 5.11 at 239 miles an hour to 1,000 foot for Martin Hill, and a 5.05 at 244 for Roger. Do you know what? They ran 5.05 or 5.04 every run together yesterday. Every single
It's a
one.
shame you can't dial that quickly in Super Pro.
Would be good. I think turnaround times might be an issue, or closing speed as well. But there we go. Give them a huge cheer, please, folks. We're just going to have a quick sweep of the racetrack, and we'll be on with some more sportsman qualifying for your viewing pleasure. Just to rest our vocal cords for a couple of moments. We really hope you enjoyed all of that, folks. That really was a fantastic qualifying session. That is kind of how it's supposed to happen, let's put it that way. Nitro FM, please, if you wouldn't mind, for hopefully a short period of time, and we will be right back to racing.
Nitro Funny Car, qualified number 3.
Look at that for Kevin Ked, all the way to the finish line.
Oh,
4:28.
Nigh on record pace, 4:28 at 271. I think he actually lifted slightly before 1,000 foot. Just want to grab a quick word with the man himself. Well done, fellas. And ladies, obviously. Shelley. No, that's cool. It's all good. So, down here with both Nicky and John Smith. So, first of all, Nicky, is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, pretty happy with that.
It looked really, really strong all the way down. He might have clicked it a little bit early, too.
That's instructions. Yeah, instructions so he doesn't drive it to 1,530 feet.
Well, Kevin enjoys driving the car a little bit too much, doesn't he?
He does. He never wants to get off of it. But yeah.
When it's going, it's so much fun. You've driven funny cars for years as well. What's that feeling like in it?
It's awesome. You're driving through the middle, it's just accelerating. And, you know, the main thing is these guys over here, when they raced at Easter, they did a really good job with the race car, and it ran some good numbers. And right now we're shooting for some record numbers this weekend, and these guys do all the work, man. All the credit goes to the crew and everybody that has anything to do with West 10 Motorsports, Southern RVs. All these guys put a little foot forward, and we're just trying to make it go fast.
Thank you both very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the West End team. Thank you very much. They will be going down to get their driver. Also to the Gladiator crew, not quite what they were looking for, but they'll get there.
Yeah. Drifted slightly right on the launch there. Kev got out of that very quickly indeed. And saves it for later on.
That looked like quite a strong 60 foot, although he was actually rolling before the light ran.
Well, they're both wide awake off the line, but they are two highly experienced racers. Dan goes 9.73. Spencer goes 11.14. They stay put.
Look at that for Kev Jenkins. 118 to 60 foot. Powering through the finish line goes 7.52, 184. Matt Davidson goes 10.52, 141. That's not where he was.
There we go. After the briefest of breaks, we are back to racing. Well, I say racing, it's qualifying for eliminations tomorrow here at the 2023 version of the main event. Next class round going to be Super Gas. No, Super Gas, because I saw a Super Gas car. Super Comp, I do apologise. There have been 13 cars put in passes in Super Comp. So Richard Tunstall and Leah Kellett. Leah Kellett in the Slick Tricks lane with the Dolly Daydream Dragster. Taking on Richard Tunstall. I can only presume whoever it was with the phone had been reunited with it, because it's not back up here. It's Leah being out on the track that reminded me of that, because she very kindly brought it up here and handed it in. So Richard Tunstall at the moment, 8.95 is his closest run on the right side of the number. Leah is currently number 2 with an 8.91. 890 is the name of the game. That's the number you see on the finish line. So, first pair, Supercom. Very nice 012 light for Richard. And out the back door, the 903 and an 8.90 with an 8 for Leah. Still only number 2 though, Pete. Sorry, mate. Only number 2. Sorry. Still going to be tough to beat with a number like that, though. Okay, Andy Clifford with the Snake Eyes injected big block Ford in the Snake Eyes car. Beautiful, beautiful machine in the Kestrel lane. Been oh so close to running his first ever 8-second run in Super Comp anyway this weekend. His quickest was 9.05 over 140 odd miles an hour. Taking on Martin Kirbysley. So cool to see Martin back.
Ah, so Martin's in the Dragster.
He is. He's.
Right.
I had a long chat with Martin. Real nice guy, and he lives all the way down in Penzance now. So, excuse me, all in the West Country. And he said to me that the cost of dragging his car here compared to renting Paul's car, you know, it's not as bad as you might think. To rent Paul's car for the weekend. Andy Clifford goes 889, 142. He broke out, but he's not going to care. Well done, gang. That was terrific. Yeah, well done. 934 at 156 for Martin Kirbysley. Strangely, that's about where Martin Kirbysley has been all weekend. I don't think he's been close. Either been way too quick or a few tenths off.
All right, here we go then. Steve Hudson, Steve Field. Okay, so Steve Hudson, Steve Field. Steve Hudson is your number 1 qualifier. Leah almost nicked it off him, but not quite. Steve Field at the moment on an 898. So looking to find those 800s. But good to see a strong entry in Supercom this weekend. 13 cars. Well, phenomenal reaction times for both of them. Bit of a wiggle there for Steve. That's in Steve Field. 6th lane goes 878, but Steve Hudson 8.905. That just moves the goalpost just a little bit further away from everybody. It was an 8.908 before, now an 8.905. That's 2 runs. He's had 8.90. Simon Fulton with the Falcon and Stu Doyley with the Roadster. Simon on an 892 at the moment with the Falcon in the Kestrel lane. And Stu, 894. .11 reaction time both lanes, but it's more important about the ETs. How close to 890? 975, 989. Interesting. Looking at Super Gas numbers there, not Super Comp. Clement Dubois and Marcus Ochner. So you got the Dodge Ram the Slick Tricks lane, and of course Clement in this beautiful little slingshot dragster. So Clement currently number 3, 891. Marcus, 894. Number 7. Literally side by side all the way up the racetrack, and it's an 889 breakout for Clement. Oh, so close. 895 for Marcus. No improvement there, so they stay put. Clement 3, Marcus 7. Oh yes, it's Lucas Oil's junior dragster coming round the corner now, and this, after all the qualifying this weekend, is their last qualifier. Qualifying session number 9, unbelievable. As next time you see these tomorrow will be 9:30 in the morning, and they'll be the first class to take to the track when they start their elimination. So this is the last qualifier. Still important to get a good number or get a good reaction time, as these do count what we call the little points. And it is each place you are higher up the qualified order is worth 10 points. So bearing in mind 32 cars here, number 1 qualifier can bag 320 points, which bizarrely is about 3 round wins. You get 100 points for a round win. So being highly qualified or higher up in the order makes a huge difference. So these two looking to move on up. Max Taylor currently number 29, Tom Peters currently 23. And that will move Max Taylor up a little bit. No help for Tom Peters. He's going to stay put at 23. Let's see where Max ends up. Yeah, he moves up to number 24 with that one, a 5-place gain. Well done. Chev Checkit, currently number 12 on an 0-1-2. Going alongside Teddy Howe, currently number 31. And look how close these two are to the centre line. You've got Teddy literally about 3 feet away from the apron, maybe even a bit less than that. Chev, she lines up in the Kestrel lane. They couldn't get any closer at the start line if they tried. First thing they want is a green light, but as close to all the zeros as possible. You need a 0024 or better to take the number 1 spot. Both moved well. 0-1-2 for Chev. And that is identical to what she did earlier. So she's going to stay put in number 12, but nevertheless very consistent indeed. Teddy, no improvement him. He's going to stay number 31. Damien Redshaw, currently number 29. Freddie Taylor, currently number 6. He's got a 007 light at the moment. Eliminations is going to be so tight when these juniors come around tomorrow morning. But then they're on dial-ins, not on reaction times by then. So every run counts. Helps the teams gather all the data that they need so they know what to dial the cars in for tomorrow. So Damien from up north in Darlington, Freddie Taylor down south in Hillingdon. And a 008 for Freddie Taylor. Unbelievably doesn't move him at all. He stays put in number 6. And no help for Mr. Redshaw either. He stays put at 0.10. All right, Daniel Weir taking on Harry Peters. The Raptor dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. Currently number 28. Daniel, currently number 15 with the Flow X dragster. So you've got one junior modified advance. Means the driver's age is older than Harry Peters in the Slick Tricks lane. Tree counts them down. 2 green lights. And no help for either. Daniel goes 06. Harry goes 0.2. So they'll stay put. Daniel 15. Harry 28. Young Mr. Taylor in the Slick Tricks lane. That's Jack going alongside Ellie Mae Brown with the Mystic Dragster. Ellie currently number 11, Jack 27. Green lights a pair once again. 0-3 there for Ellie, but she's going to stay put. Jack Taylor, an 07. That could move him up a couple of spots. Oh no, he stays put with an 07 at number 27. Neve Deavy and Jake Cooper, your next pair. Neve currently number 21. Jake number 8. Now Jake taking the other route actually. He's gone right over to the right hand side of his lane. Could actually park probably another 3 or 4 juniors on the start line next to him if he wanted to. Right, 0.1's a pair. So more important for them now is the run data, which they'll take back. So 9:38 and 8:98. That's going to help them when they come to dial the cars in when they come round tomorrow. Lola Bell Kent and Eva Davis. The most simple colour scheme on Eva's car, but yet evokes so many memories of the Havoc altered, of course, the same family. And Lola Bell Kent in the West End Motorsport car. Mum Shelley, Grandad Tony down there. Family's such an important part of all of our racing these days. And seeing the youngsters make their way up like this, it's all very, very key indeed. 0-2-5 for Lola Bell. And I think she's going to stay number 17 with that one. Eva Davis goes 0-8-9. Going to stay at number 18. Ted Sullivan and Kai Cooper, your next pair. So the Lucas Oils Dragster in Lucas Oils Dragster supported class, of course, junior dragster. And that is Kai, say currently number 25. And Ted with the Bulldog Dragster knows how to win races, currently number 30. But everybody is qualified, that's the main thing. Oh, goes a little bit deep. Again, green lights a pair, 0-1-2. Now that's going to certainly move Kai up. It should put in number 12 from 25, I think. Indeed, it does, yep. Kai moves up to number 12. And no help the other side. All right, Finley Fagg, number 2 qualifier, going alongside Marie Camilleri. So Chris Redshaw helping out with the team. Oh, unfortunately, a red light there for Finley, but she's already had a double O. So really had to try and chop the tree down. And Marie stays at number 20 with a .17. Right, this is a repeat, actually, of the final from the Festival of Power. This is Ada Cassisi and Liam McDonald. At the moment, Liam doing very well indeed. We've heard about his European exploits earlier on, but he's currently number 3 here. And Ada Cassisi, number 15 at the moment. She's on 017. So it's a 004, plays an 017. 13 thousandths of a second between 3rd and 15th. That could be won or lost on the tree. Oh, 002, that red. Oh, so close to perfect light. Ada goes 07, so no help for either of those. I don't know if Graham can hear that. 002 red, that one. Oh, so close. Next up, Mackenzie Love, Daniel Todd. Both of these two already have 00 lights. That's why they're so high up in the order. Mackenzie, currently number 7. He is in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and Daniel Todd 2 places ahead with the Dragon Slayer. He's currently number 5. Lights go green both sides of the racetrack. Both of them have 0 lights, but they're not double zeros this time. So Mackenzie will stay 7 and Daniel stays number 5. Right, after this it will be Pro ET. But still plenty of juniors to come. Harry Redshaw, currently number 4. And it's Emmy Crundwell with the Violet Hayes Dragster, looking to move on up the order. But to get onto the front page, you need an 021. Then when you have had 9 goes at qualifying, it really is going to bunch the field up. Just inching their way forward into pre-stage. And now into stage, or the start of the measured race distance. And for the juniors, we know is 1/8 of a mile. Whoa, 0013. Harry Redshaw, number 1. Takes that number 1 spot in the final round of qualifying. There's still a few more juniors to come, but Harry Redshaw moves up from number 4 to number 1 with that one.
Look at that first page.
It's insanely good.
Very, very, very good indeed. Okay, Jacqueline Bartlett, just seen Mum go through at 320 mile an hour.
Yeah, quickest car on the property this weekend.
No, she won't be doing that. Yeah, Jacqueline won't be doing that.
Sorry, fastest.
Fastest.
Oh, and quickest.
Yeah. No. It's both, yeah.
Yeah, it is both.
Also, I'm sure Jacqueline will be going, Mum.
Dad.
And Dad, yeah, there we go. So Jacqueline's in the Kestrel Lane, taking on sister Lara. Lara might be tugging on Dad's coattails too. Yeah. In the Slick Tricks Lane, numbers 21 and 17 currently. That was very early for Jacqueline. She was rolling, actually, way before the light came on, so no help for either.
We talk about qualifying points and the little points.
Yep.
And I was sort of looking at earlier on, 10 points between each position on the qualified order.
That's a lot.
So if you've got 32 cars, it's 320 points.
3 rounds of
it's
more
just 3 rounds.
than 3 rounds of racing.
It's
so yeah,
huge amount of points.
you can. I'm sure it's been done, but I think it's been done where somebody's probably won a championship by not winning as many rounds, but not winning as many rounds, but qualifying better all the time.
And not winning a single event. Because that can happen.
Pretty sure that's happened too, yeah.
So, Luke Mugridge and Harley Corsell, your next pair. Well, they're 10th and 9th. And Harley is 009 and he's 9th. And I gave it a good go again, 04 and 03, but no help.
Yeah, that's because it was so damn good before.
Yeah. We're looking at the ETs to help tune up for tomorrow. 796, 796. Identical. If that was a race, Luke would have got there first by 004.
Wow. Yeah, if it was a head...
If it was a dial-in race on 796.
So, Ellie Fagg, number 26. There's a bit of wriggle room, but not a lot, let's face it. And up against Molly Openshaw. I'm sure Tommy's happy about that.
Yeah.
That was good. That was probably a tune-up for race day, I'm guessing.
Well, if you didn't know, Harley just called Luke Mugridge out. So that was a heads-up race.
Oh, it was a race?
Yeah. I sent Colin a message. I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, no, I didn't. But it was a 004 win margin.
Yeah. That was for a pizza.
Okay.
Kind of thing you want a race for. 0.221. We work for food, you know that. 0.18 for Molly. Again, no help for either of them. Yeah, as heads-up races go, that was pretty special.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, was it 765 and a 764? Or 7965, 7964, yeah.
That's right, yeah, they're both a thousandth away from each other, both left within hundreds of each other.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's good. Hey, look, pizza, whatever motivates you, pizza, trophies, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. So Richard Wilcox sitting on a junior drag bike already. This is him in second chance on the... Oh, actually, this is last chance, isn't it, for the junior dragster? He's still in at the number 2 spot. Grace Smith currently number 14 with the Boost Monkey dragster. That still means she got an 01 light. Richard goes 04 red.
So that's the field set for junior dragster. Number 1 was Mr. Redshaw at the end of that. He just nicked the number 1 spot, went 001.
Right, Chris Abram, one of our track crew staff, messaged me and said, we give Ollie Wellesby a shout out today. Happy birthday. So for our track crew and all of our support people, no problem.
Go on, Steve, race him. Go on, Steve. He's going to pass the speaker. Yeah. Go on, Steve, race him. See if you can beat a dragster to the other end. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Pro ET, Last Chance Saloon for John Turner, Matthew Dowdy, and I can't remember who else.
Roy
Walker. Okay. So John Dalrymple, number 5, he's very safe. Unless something mad happens.
Yeah, Liz Malcolm also safe in the field, number 12.
Was that a perfect? No, it wasn't. It just took a while to come up.
Yeah.
My goodness, yeah. Nobody thinks about it. 998. 1084 again on a 1084. But no help whatsoever in the qualified order. But I don't think they care. That's really good and consistent, which is always the main thing.
1034 dial-in for Laura Bainton. And Kirsty Tram having a great time in Pro ET 1189. Kirsty, 3 weeks' time, she's doing the street weekend in that car.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Excellent.
As are 70 others. Well, they both know how to cut a line. Laura breaks out by 100th again.
She's
not
done
the
that.
first time she's done that.
Many times.
Well, Laura actually isn't safe at the minute. She's only in at the number 28 spot, so she can quite easily be bumped out.
Depends on who improves.
Yeah. So Kirsty Tram 12 with all the zeros.
Almost reminiscent of who's that bloke? What's that bloke's name? Dave Fulton. That's it.
Yeah.
No, back at Easter. No, the original Easter when he was 1,000th away in both classes.
Yes.
He was running in, wasn't it?
So Bob Molden with White Noise Peugeot, dials 942. He's currently in at the number 21 spot. I think he's safe. That's
fuel.
a lot of fuel coming out the back of Mijuli.
Yeah.
It's instantly evaporated. It also hasn't affected his run because he's still going to go through with a 908 on a 902 dial-in. No improvement for him, unfortunately.
Bob Molden, though, 943 on a 42. Moves up from 21 to 14. Yeah, that's... I used to have them on my car, actually, quite a lot. I've got a vented fuel cap on the Camaro. The fuel tank, the nozzle is behind the rear number plate. And you have a vented fuel cap, but there was a slight vent in my pipe. Every time I accelerated, the fuel sloshed in the tank and fell out of the fuel tank. Yeah. All right, Thomas Bublitz. The track to himself. Dialing in 10.16.
Thomas, number 15.
Oh, not anymore.
Wow.
Up to number 9.
That's another. That makes the top 10 all 0. Bang on.
Yeah, what's the top 16, Colin?
Let's have a look.
I'm very intrigued because it's got to be about 100.
Top 10, as you say. Oh, no, hang on. Whoa. Top 13 are 00. And then all the way down to 19 is 01 off dial. That's tough.
So what do you have to run to get into the field at number 32? So that's 700ths off,
Yeah,
but just
yeah.
4 or 5 places above that. Number 26, that's still only 200ths off.
All right, next up there's Ronnie Mercer. Nitrous assisted, of course, now. 906 of the dial-in. Just running one lane just for a moment.
That's got to be the slowest dial-in he's done with the nitrous turned on, 906, especially for a long old while. Ever since he dipped into the 8s with the nitrous, he's not really been back out of them again. But the issue some of these guys are having is the track is actually that good at the minute. It's dragging some of these lower horsepower cars down, so they can't get off the line as fast. Well, that is a lovely run for Ronnie Mercer. Goes 902 on his 906, breaks out.
Yeah, so he stays number 23 with that one. Breakout basically means goes quicker than their dial-in. So they go too quick. The idea being you get as close to it as possible without going under your dial-in. Mark Huxley with a Can-Do 2 Reborn Toyota Corolla, 981 his dial-in. Tom Kay with a Black Belt Racing Dragster, 1006.
Yeah, Tom Kay's not safe either. He's in at the number 29 spot. I don't think anyone who's not in the field at the minute has ran. I know we've got Roy Walker behind the tower. He's one of them drivers.
Yeah, I think he will be safe, actually. Huxley goes 982 on 81, but 1006 with a 7 on a 1006 dial. Tom Kay is another one of the 00 club, but let's have a quick look, see where he ended up. It was
11th.
Yeah, 11th. Yeah, he's 007 off his dial-in. That means now the top 14 have hit their dial-in to within 3 decimal places.
Top 20 are all within 100th.
Yeah. Warren Watts and Roy Walker.
The thing is, we talk about hundredths quite a lot, but it's hard to actually fathom how small of a time that is. If anyone out there can try and like start and stop a stopwatch in 100th of a second, they are the Flash. You physically can't do it.
Twist of fate, Roy Walker doesn't improve when he's qualifying, but he'll be happy with an 04 light and a 932 on the ET. 902 for Warren Watts. So they both stay put.
Yeah, so Matthew Dowdy currently on the outside looking in, number 34. I don't think he will make it into the field, unfortunately. As you said before, having issues with the torque converter stall.
It's not an issue, it's just that it's not the right one.
Yes,
That's what the car had, and they're in the process of turning it into a race car. This was a street car. And one of the things they haven't got around to changing yet is the torque converter, and that will be changed. And the car will go way quicker. So it'll be around about 12.2 for Matthew. Dan looking for 10.17, gets a 10.13, he stays number 8. And Matthew has predicted a 12.29, but valuable track time for him. Right, Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra, number 2 qualifier. And Sean Law with the Wicked Lady, holding up the field at the moment. On the button spot. No, he wants an 8.90. .958.62 breakout there for Dave. Sean Law goes 9.08, no help for him, so he stays number 32. Neil Watkins up next with the little Purple Express pickup truck, going alongside John Bean with the Shotgun Mustang. John Bean's another one of the guys who's going to be doing Street Weekend, but he's got a different Mustang he's going to be doing it in.
But it's no slower.
No, it's not. It's not slow at all. Yeah, this one's a mid 9-second car, the other one's a high 9 car.
Both are just as good looking as each other. Neil Watkins with a little Purple Express, looking for an 11.28.
Right, as they head towards the stripe, let's look at John. 9.72, Neil, 11.30. They stay put. 25 for John, Neil's number 7. Right. Marie Mills, currently number 23. Dave Fulton, 20 places ahead in number 3. He was number 1 qualifier off the trailer.
Yeah, I've noticed as well. He's taken his sign off the back of the window as well.
Yeah. Bizarrely, this is what he ran when he shouldn't have done last weekend, the door slammers. Not reminding you, Dave, at all, but there we go. 10.46 plays 9.40. Marie Mills 9.39 with a 3 breakout by less than 100th of a second there. So they'll stay put, 23 and 3. Amy Watkins and Tom Watkins, brother and sister. Amy dialing in a 9.49, Tom 8.98. Well, we saw Neil go through earlier as Shane brings Tom up to the line. Mr. Kelly gets down on his knees and starts filming the back of the Firebird of Amy Watkins. 901 plays 949. Amy Watkins moves up from 17 to 15. She hits her number, but moves up 2 spots.
So that means I think she is on the bump now of everyone who's gone bang on their number at number 19, number 20.
Yes, you're right. Nearly half the
15,
field
yeah,
are 00.
Now this is the sort of qualifying ladder you see in the big bracket races you see in the States, where you've got about 300 entries. The top 16 will be down bang on their number, not half the field.
Yeah. All right, Stevie Gates, Simon Innes, 20 and 26 respectively.
Stevie Gates, another one that was only just missing his dial pretty much all day Friday.
He moves up 1 spot. And how about Simon Innes? Oh, moves up 9 spots there. That's another one.
There you go
have
then.
Now got half the field on 00.
Top 16.
Top 16.
That's
00.
Outstanding.
Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb, breaking out by a couple of hundreds each time he goes out there, wants to get one the right side. Alongside Lee Morris, agreeing with Emmy Jagger E-Type, he's one of the 00 members.
Now Jason Pickett's changed his dial in to a 73, which probably means he'll run a 72 after yesterday. 74.
He's moved up to number 17 though, and if he'd have picked a 74, he would have been number 1.
No,
But
don't say would have been. It's always would have been in bracket.
Would have been, yeah. Brett Featherstone and Dave Cherritt. It's the Dark Revenger and Nova Scotia. Brett 944. Dave 979.
Well, right numbers, wrong way round for Brett Featherstone. 4-0 with a 4, breaks out. No help in the other lane, 984 and a 77. This is pretty cool. Race of the junior comp dragsters. Now they ain't going to have a heads-up race of pizza, are they? Sure. Could be. You never know.
If I was Nick Mowage, I don't think I'd take that race.
If I was either of them, I don't think I'd take that race, really.
Well, I like the way the junior comp stage, because of the way the clutches work, they go in like mini top methanol cars.
Bring the revs up. Well, Will Clark nudges ahead too. 978 and 999 breakout for Nick Mugridge. Will Clark, though, moves up 2 very important spots from 22 to 20th, which means, do you know what? That's cracking, that is. It's like, yay, on the number 4 qualifier. Oh, that means I've got Will Clark in round 1.
Right, the thrill ride.
So that means that Jason Pickett was 100th off, just 100th off his dial-in. He gets the number 1 qualifier.
Oh. But then 100th back and lost.
Oh, yeah. But it's just a great example of how mind-numbingly close Pro ET is. We're fast closing our next approaching our next pro session, ladies and gentlemen. We have a rider in the 2-seater, which is who, Colin?
Ross Cruikshank on this one. He's from Corby, fellow Northamptonshire resident, 40th birthday. What a way to celebrate that, riding the 2-seater dragster. We've still got Street Eliminator to come around the corner. They are there.
I think maybe track prep and then Street Eliminator.
Yeah. just checking on the passenger, making sure they're all prepped and ready, because for most passengers in the back of this car, it is their first experience of the launch off the start line. This car will hit 135 miles an hour, thereabouts, in 5 seconds. Just gives you an indication of how quick this car is.
Hey, there we go. That's the Paul Brown reaction time of a 001.
172, 173, what we got? 173
Whoa,
miles an hour.
776.
Light passenger, apparently. That's what that is, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the two-seater go that quickly.
It's been a little bit quicker.
It's been like that all weekend long, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's dipped into the 7.6s before, but that's still very good indeed. So we've got a little bit of track grooming to do, and we have our last qualifying session for Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Street legal race cars, or race legal street cars, whichever you prefer.
Good, yeah, I like that.
Well, it's one of the two or both, really. But anyway, they are street cars that you can race legally out here on the drag strip. The way that it works for them as well is they come out and make a number of qualifying runs, like every other class, to qualify from 1 to however many cars are in the class. And then once they have finished qualifying, which will be in a moment, they go out on a 25-mile cruise around the local area. So they actually stop in a local petrol station, scare the living daylights out of anyone else who pulls in, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And take on fuel.
They take on fuel, required amount. I can't remember how much it was. I think it was 10 litres.
Well, it's enough to empty some of the fuel stations that I know in the past.
And then they park up in Wellingborough.
That's right.
And they do what's called a hot start. So they switch off the engine, and then they have 2 minutes to restart it. And assuming all that all goes well, they then need to get back to Santapod. And the last car through the gates needs to be back within 5 minutes of the first car back.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't make it within that 5-minute window, then that's it, they failed the cruise. So it's not a race back to the track. It's
Good.
just the first car back then sets the clock running.
Starts the clock
for the others to make it back. Now, bear in mind, it's only a 26-mile cruise, and they'll have done plenty of stops en route, so to speak, i.e. the hot start and the fuel stop. But when they come back to the track, they need to be within 5 minutes of the first car. The only people that are allowed to work on the car are the passengers, i.e. the driver and the passenger. No other support. So you normally take your crew chief. Now, a lot of the Street Eliminator guys have been a bit brave this year, because they're a charitable bunch, and they've taken passengers through charity auctions or stuff like that. And I don't know if it's written into the rule book yet, and it should be, but if you do take a charity passenger ride, a member of your crew can ride in another vehicle. So I don't know if that's written into the rules, but that's sometimes what happens.
That's really... So have you done it? Well, the way you're talking, it very much sounds like you have.
I've been on the cruise years ago, and it's what cost me an absolute fortune.
Well done.
Because it was Mark Todd that took me out in the GTO, and it was... yeah.
As we were talking
it wasn't
about...
long after that I got the Camaro, but there we go.
Speaking of Mark Todd, he shot me with a bow and arrow yesterday.
Good.
Did it work?
He obviously shot you in the wrong place because you're still here.
Yeah, there was a load of fun and games going on in the junior pits.
Yeah.
And he got hold of a bow and arrow somehow.
Talking of like shots and things like that, there's an axe throwing stall around the corner. We got to have a go on that.
Yeah, you stand at the other end and I'll do it.
Oh, sorry, we take it in turns. Can I go first? But no, of all the entertainment here, I walked past that this morning, axe throwing. I thought, I like that. That's going to be quite cool. And it is a shout out to all of our traders, of course. We've got plenty of them here this weekend. They are here supporting the facility. Please support them. Please go and visit them. Buy their stuff that they've got. And it goes without saying, please visit the pod shop. If you haven't been in there for a while, it constantly evolves with new stuff in there all the time, and it really is a good shopping experience in there now. The work that the Santapod people have done with making it look absolutely spot on, I'll take my hat off.
A shopping experience for gearheads, I think.
Yes, it is. And every time I go in there, I see something new each time. It really good.
You know when you go into like clothing stores and you look through all of the clothes that they've got, and you're like, oh, there's got to be something like nice car related here.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's in the Santa Pod shop.
Yeah. It's the Slick Tricks range, of course. Slick Tricks becoming a very big part, always has been a big part, but now they've got the brand. And with all the Slick Tricks merchandise, of course, they are lane sponsors here. You know, it is a brand very, very well respected. And I don't, you know, Simon Groves of Eurotrace just like approached me with chocolate muffins, as if I'm going to eat one of them. Dear, those of me know I'm on a bit of a weight loss at the moment,
yes,
so I'm going to have to pass on that. And also, actually, whilst we've got a bit of downtime, off you go with those. I just want to say thank you to everybody that supported me on my weight loss at the moment. So thanks to everybody. Appreciate all the comments and everything. It's going well. And possibly by September, I might need to wear a name badge so people actually recognise me. So there we go. But no, please go and visit our traders. The pod shop, you've got the main one in the pit area at half track, you've got the secondary unit, the pop-up shop if you like, in the catering area, and the third one past the live action arena near the medical centre. I'm just having a look into the food court area at the moment. Very, very busy down there indeed.
Very longingly.
Yeah. I've had my packed lunch, I've had my pasta, so I've been a good boy.
Yeah, I do highly recommend the burritos, the Hola Guacamole stand. Oh, the burritos from there are lovely.
But no, all of the our food vendors and everything are doing very well indeed. Very, very busy down there. But as I say, please support the traders. Also, Blackett Photography. If you want a special deal today, how about a photograph of the Jets? £10 each. So, yeah, very special offer. And, of course, you can go and select any car that you've seen on the racetrack this weekend. £15 for a small print, £20 for a large. And, of course, the normal racer packages apply as well. Any race teams want photographs, please pop down and see them. The Blackett Photography Studio is next to the pairing lanes, just by the crossroads. Goes without saying about the main event race programme, £5, a collectible, if you like. Beautiful job once again, 40 colour pages. It really is a good memento of the event as such. It gives you a site plan, it gives you a timetable, absolutely everything you need to know. Okay, we are back then with racing and with qualifying, and this is Street Eliminator, and it is the last qualifying session for them. In a couple of hours' time, they will go out on the cruise and around the Northamptonshire countryside, and let's hope they all make it back. But first of all, let's get some numbers on the board. We already know that 2 of them are in the 7-second zone. The next 4 are in the 8s. And we've got 10 cars that qualify. First up then, Nick Hale with the Mercedes, and it is Mark Sheridan with the Cuda. 8:03 at the moment for Mark, Nick 10:57. I've got to say a big shout out to Joe Stevens. Real unfortunate incident with the car sort of fell over onto its side. Did end up on its wheels, but Joe unfortunately out for the weekend. Also unfortunately out for the weekend is Ash Cooper with the transit van, so won't be seeing Ash anymore this weekend. He'll get it sorted and be back at the next event, but not here this weekend.
But can we see another representative pass from Mark Sheridan? It certainly looks like it. He's absolutely tramming on down the track, goes 8:42 at 192 miles an hour for a street car.
Yeah, if only they could get the numbers for the short track sorted, 160 to 60 foot. But it's got the power without a shadow of a doubt. 10:62, 127 there for Nick Hale.
So there's a little bit of debris on the track. It's just blown across. So they're just stopping the cars underneath the tower while that is collected. I'm not sure if it's something that's blown off of Nick Hale's car.
Right, Al Williamson. Currently in the number 4 spot, Rob Slater. Currently number 5. What a weekend Rob's having. He PB'd. He went into the 8s for the first time. And then on his next run, followed it up with 167 mile an hour for a personal speed record. And not only that, he drove it here. He's not trailered this car, he's driven it here. And do you know where he lives? Stoke-on-Trent. It's not a case he lives in like Wellingborough or Northampton.
Yeah.
Stoke-on-Trent. He's driven it here.
Could you imagine passing that thing on the motorway? Well, I doubt you'd pass it on the motorway, but...
Well, he's sometimes tows the caravan as well, so, yeah, he'll be limited to 60. Right, Al Williamson and Rob Slater, 2 8-second vehicles. Let's see what they got for us then.
Well, Al
Final
Williamson's-
qualifier.
Yeah, Al Williamson's shooting for a 7-second pass. He's been oh so close before. Rob unfortunately double stepped on the line, so his time's not going to be anywhere near what the actual time will be. But Al Williamson goes through 8:39, 161 mile an hour. Yeah, look, 9:89 that wasn't a 9:89.
Yeah. Good speed though, Trudy. 164 miles an hour. Very, very good indeed. But congrats on that first 8-second pass. But yeah, 60 foot, 2.5. Probably lost a second there, so that would have been another 8. Right, next up then, the proper sleeper of the event. We do like this. James Murray knocking on the door of a 9-second pass with the most, what's the word? Unsuspecting car likely ever. I mean, a Cortina estate. And it looks absolutely nothing. He's kept the original wheel arches, the whole lot, and yet he's knocking on the door of a 9-second pass. LS powered, that's a 6-litre V8 with a turbo. Going alongside Andy Bond, Europe's quickest and fastest street car. Very undramatic for Andy Bond. At the 8th, he's 496 at 158. And he goes 742 at 199 miles an hour. James Murray, 1042, 133. So Andy Bond retains that #1 spot, of course. Let's see what happens with the next pair. They are numbers 2 and 3 at the moment. Almac with the Volvo Evolvolution. Been in the family almost since it was built. When I say built, i.e. when Volvo built it, not into what it is now. Going alongside Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. Currently #3 qualifier on an 8:22. Blew the tyres off on its previous run. Have they managed to calm it down a bit? But when you've already run an 8:22 and you're gunning for your first 7, then you want to put as much power in you can.
Yeah.
Fine art balancing it.
At the minute, Al McSweeney coming at your #2 qualifier.
Both bumping in together.
Much better launch for Rob Carter. I can hear a little bit of popping and banging, but there doesn't seem to be any issues. A pair. Al McSweeney goes through 781 and an 851 for Rob Carter. Look at the mile an hours. 165 from the Passat and 181 from the Volvo.
Excellent runs indeed. Excellent, excellent stuff. Okay. That is Street Eliminator done for that session. So they'll all head back to the pits now and get themselves ready to go out on the cruise. Right, Dan, the T-shirt man. He's going out. Now, what's happening now, folks? We are so on schedule, actually a little bit ahead. So we basically give the race teams a race schedule to follow. And the idea being they should be ready on time. But if all of the racing goes very, very well, then you get a little bit ahead. And that's exactly where we are at the moment. So it's all going very well. But now then, what Dan wants you all to do is to cheer if you want a T-shirt. So those on the grandstands, wave like mad if you want a T-shirt. Oh, I don't know. What about the banking? Do you want one? Oh, they're not loud enough.
You know what, Dan? Come back. No one wants a T-shirt.
I don't think they're shouting loud enough.
No.
Right, on the grandstands. 3, 2, 1, cheer now. That's better. Try the banking one more time. Who wants the T-shirt going their way? Oh, I think you should fire one either side, and then they realise what's at stake. So here we go then. The first T-shirt going in. Watch the trajectory. Has Dan got the wind shear factor right? Has he got enough power in the gun? Here he goes. Fire the button. It goes, it's low, and a bit of a scramble, and that's retrieved. Well done, that man. Okay, over to the other side. Now, Dan's just going to walk a little bit further up now. So you know the drill. You need to start shouting. Right, over on the banking. 3, 2, 1. Wave now, shout, cheer. They all want it. Here we go. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to go high? Is he going down? Which way is it going? He's going to aim. Wave if you want it. Oh, it's gone deep. Oh, well held. That was retrieved. Okay, Dan is walking a little bit further up now. Start waving on the grandstands. The more you wave, the more chance that you get to get it over to you. You just got to be careful he doesn't go over the back of the grandstand. Right, over on the banking. Start cheering now. It's always looking pretty close. I can hear them.
Oh, I think the grandstand needs that one.
Yeah, grandstand, I think, got that one. Here we go. Cannon armed. Here he goes. He's going to fire it. Oh, that's gone. Oh, it was fumbled and retrieved. Well done. All right. Now then, the banking has really got to cheer like mad if you want it to go your side. Wait for the cue, though. Wait for the cue. Right. Banking. Cheer now. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, what about the
grandstand again? Right. That's right. Stop there, Dan. Right, grandstand. Cheer now. Okay. I think he's going to go to the banking. Yeah, they're all still waving at you. Right, he's going backside. No, sorry, spectator grandstand side. Oh, he's getting a bit close. This could go over the back if you're not careful. Straight into the middle. Right, so everybody's now looking over to the spectator banking with Dan, the T-shirt man, our superhero. Okay, start cheering on the banking. Oh, this could go high. Is he going to drop one in, or is he going to fire one in? Oh, it just made it into the spectator enclosure there. He could be getting a bit low on gas in the canister, which basically means he needs to move a little bit closer to the grandstand. But then if that projectile is fully enclosed, if you like, fully rammed in, it will come out with quite a good force and send it sailing over the back of the grandstand. And how do I know this? Because I used to fire this cannon quite a lot. All right, start waving at the end of the grandstands. All right, Dan's going to drop one into you. Do you know what? He's so far away from me, I didn't even see where that one went.
I think that one was expertly caught by someone in the grandstand then.
Right, so back over to the banking. So Dan is now at 330 foot. That's not above the track. He's on it. He's going to drop one in this time. And yeah, I think the gas canister could have run out, and actually so much so that actually throwing the odd T-shirt in now as well. Now, as we get ready for Martin Hill with Fire Force 5, he's just about to come round the corner and get himself in position. Do us a favour, folks. It's a very, very warm day out there. Just give Dan a big cheer with the T-shirt cannon! And if you ask him very nicely, he may come back out again later on or tomorrow with the T-shirt cannon and fire a load more into the crowd as well. But thanks ever so much indeed, Dan. Also to Darren as well, the reloader and the ammunition man as such. So many thanks indeed to those two. Right, let's have a look behind. We do have Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5 lining up to put in another run for you. And then straight after that, it will be Comp Eliminator, their final qualifying session. And of course, that will take us right into Nitro Funny Car, Top Methanol, Pro Mod, Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car, and all of our bikes. And then to round off the session, it will be Fire Force 3 and Firestorm. How are we doing? All good? Yeah. What is that? We've got one of our media people have come up. Different viewpoint this time. Film it from the tower.
This is work experience.
Oh, cool. Oh, he's got to put a set of cans on then.
This is
we want him
way
on
better
cans.
than mine. What do you want?
Give me that headset.
There we go. Yeah. Well, then put that on. These work way better than Independence, trust me.
Yeah, just mic him up.
There we go. Everyone can hear you now.
Right. Okay. So turn his mic on.
Yeah, it's on. It's on. We're good. Yeah.
Okay. So you got to introduce yourself. What's your name?
Daniel.
And where are you from, Daniel? Birmingham, and you're here on work experience, yeah? Wow. How about that? And part of this is you're going to get a jet car experience as well.
Yeah.
Is that Daryl I can hear tapping? Are you down there, Daryl? I thought I heard something, but... okay. So, work experience, your first time up here?
Yeah.
And what do you... when you say work experience, what have you come to experience?
Photography.
Right, okay, so you're part with media and everything. Did you expect to be coming into the tower at any time at all?
I got told that I could on Thursday.
Right. So this is going to be a real moment. You've seen the jet cars run outside, yeah? Okay, well, this is a totally different viewpoint.
Okay.
We won't actually have you live during the jet run, but we'll chat to you afterwards. So,
Okay.
Thomas, you better switch off his microphone. You can keep that on so you can hear what we're saying. Right. So, for entertainment, here we go then. Martin Hill with Fire Force 5, the jet dragster, Europe's quickest jet dragster. Piloted, of course, by Martin Hill. And I'm not going to say Europe's, but potentially one of the world's most experienced jet car drivers.
Yes, got to be. Because this car is the quickest and fastest jet car in the world, I do believe, speaking to Richard and Martin and the gang. I made the mistake of asking them what records they have, and I believe the records they've got are the first of the 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s, 5s, quickest and fastest jet funny car, and quickest and fastest jet dragster.
Really? Wow.
Yes. So,
but the only thing he's missing is a 4-second pass.
That is very true.
That's the only thing he's missing.
Do you know what I think it is? You know when Richard gives everyone a wave?
They're not waving enough.
They're not waving enough back. That's what it is.
Okay. Well, we had a similar thing last year with Eric Tabul. We really wanted to see a 4-second rocket bike run. We never got one until his final retirement pass.
Yeah.
And he did it. Martin's not allowed to retire, though. That's the difference. So as Martin now starts the jet on the Fire Force number 5. Powered by a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine from a Sikorsky Skycrane helicopter. I'm just going to have a look at our guest with the afterburner pop. He knows what to expect because he's seen it already, so it's not so much of a surprise. So here's Richie out front. Yeah, the tower moves, doesn't it?
I tell you what, if you want a good view, look down the back when he hits the afterburner. You'll see how far out the back the flame goes.
And how warm it is.
Oh, yes.
Now look at Richie down the front there. He's asking Martin to bring that turbine right up. So Martin just blipping that afterburner to bring him into pre-stage. He'll roll that a little bit further forward. Wave to Martin like mad and to Richie. Richie will then give the signal. He'll tell Martin to give it the full thrust and release the brakes. He's got a green.
Bit more, go!
We want to see a very low 5-second pass. What have we got? 5:30 at 287 miles an hour. Right, let's get our work experience lad back on. What do you reckon of that? Without swearing. Without swearing. You are live.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an experience, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, God, that fume's just got me then. But yeah, a little bit of a treat for work experience. And you'll never forget that, will you?
No.
Good stuff. Well, enjoy the rest of your work experience here this weekend. Have fun. And yeah, write that into your report when you get back.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Thank you. Okay, so that sets us up beautifully as we now go into our final qualifying session. Richie's already gone to the top end to collect Martin. They've disappeared.
I tell you what, it's a good job his work experience is photography, otherwise no one else would have believed him.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
The only problem is you two might be even more famous than usual now.
Yeah, we didn't find out who he was reporting for. Well, who he's doing the work experience for. But he could become like the world's best reporter, and he started his reporting days at Santa Pod Raceway.
Yeah, so could we, but we're just rubbish.
So, Darryl, you're down. Where are you now?
I'm right down at the last turn-off. So when you see right at the top end, I can almost touch the windmill, but it seems like it anyway, right at the top end. And just as the cars come round the end, that's why I am parked as well. But what I've done is, thanks to the fantastic Julian, AMP and Nitro FM, there's actually monitors and microphones at both exits other than the first one. So if someone stops a bit too soon or a bit quick, then I can get down to the other one and still talk to people. So no one is safe if you make a full run today, let's put it that way.
Right, well, first up, it is Nitro Funny Car. And the reason for this is they don't want the full-blown track prep, as we mentioned earlier on. And then there will be a little bit of track prep as we then go into Comp Eliminator, Top Methanol, Pro Modified, and then Top Fuel, etc., the rest of the show. So it will be the Thermareg Nitro Mustang Funny Car of Kev Chapman to go first.
Yeah, he had quite a good launch on the last pass. The car moved quite heavily over to the right and he backed down, backed off the throttle even.
Well, he got out of it quickly before anything got out of shape badly, because these things are notoriously they're animals, aren't they? You know, sometimes they don't know which way they want to go. You try and control them as much as possible. You have to tame them.
I never forget years and years ago seeing an in-car. If you see in-car videos, if anyone's sitting at home on the internet and they're watching this, Go onto YouTube or just Google Alexis DeJoria in car. She's an American funny car driver, very, very famous lady. It's incredible. Just look at her eyes. Her eyes just get wider and wider and wider and wider as she goes down the track as the acceleration kicks in. It's absolutely amazing. Also, I remember seeing a run made by Whit Bazemore, again from a long time ago, and it went straight down the track, ran a really, really good run, but in the car, his hands were going left, right, over, all over the place, just to keep the car in a straight line.
Well, they have to drive these things. They can sometimes make you passengers instead of drivers, but you really do have to have your wits about you. But then if you've got north of 10,000 horsepower right in front of you, you've got to get it right. You really, really do.
Plane coming your way, Colin.
Aha, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and that will be the Hurricane today. Just banking left as it's gone down the raceway, coming around, and it will fly behind the spectator banking. So if you have a chance to look up.
Yeah, yesterday
coming over the track, straight over.
Oh, look at that! Yesterday, when the flight came over, Rikard Gustafsson just launched. So somewhere, one of the photographers must have got it. A picture of a Top Fuel bike on its rear wheel on full chat with a plane flying over the track.
Well, those of you that are tuned into the live feed, you're getting pictures of this, because sometimes if the track is live and we're running, we don't get to see this. But I'll tell you what, we'll be quiet just for a moment so you can hear this plane go over. And a nice waggle of the wings there to say, cheers folks, we're off. And nice to get that flyover from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, of course, the Hurricane today. And do you know what? Bang on. Here we go then. Kev Chapman fires up the Thermareg funny car. So Kev Chapman then currently on a 753. But it's so good to have Kev back with us. Obviously the incident, the rebuild that followed, all made it good now.
Yeah, Kevin completes the quartet of the British funny cars. It didn't feel quite the same without him.
So the body comes up. The most important part of this is the race pack, timers, everything. It's where a lot easier for the top fuel cars. They can just work around the engine for the funny car guys. The body has to come up, of course, it all adds to the drama. And then again, pushing the car up to the line, the important line. Don't forget, those orange markers are at 1,000 foot. That's the race distance for Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car. And somewhere in the region of 4.2 would be rather nice. That would be record-setting pace. Kev Chapman. Let's see what he's got then. Just inching that car forward. And it blazes. The tyre just stood up on those rear tyres and didn't have any forward motion at all. The car literally just came straight up and went into like a secondary burnout. Almost.
Yeah, well, the car moved about 3 feet forwards before it went into spin, but yeah, it was definitely turned up on one. You could hear the engine note drop as he turned it onto the high side. But 11.99 at 62 mile an hour is not what he was wanting on that one, I'm sure.
Well, he's going to just coast. Oh, he's actually made it, I think, to the first exit. But the track crew may have a little bit of work to do. Just pushing Kev's car through that first exit. So, but the track crew just having a very, very good look in the Kestrel beer lane. So, show your appreciation to the team. They've been working flat out getting this car back here this weekend as they go and collect Kev from the top end. And, of course, pop round and see the teams in the pits as well. And the good point, actually, I don't think I've mentioned it. I'm sure it's been mentioned over the weekend. But you lovely spectators, you're not restricted to the banking. You can come round the back of the start line and go into the pits and have a look at all the race machinery. Talk to the crews, talk to the drivers.
Yeah, yeah.
And they'll all spend as much time as they can having a chat with you. A lot of them have got their own team T-shirts and gear that they sell from their trailers, which helps fund this immense sport of drag racing. A lot of the teams have no sponsorship problems whatsoever because they don't have any sponsors. So any support that they can get by buying their team T-shirts, and sometimes they have autographed conrods and engine bits and stuff like that. Every little bit helps and keeps them coming back. Please support our teams. Right, okay, we do look like we have a bit of oil, but possibly this could be dealt with just a good sled, actually. So we are going to be down just for a couple of moments. But Thomas, what a weekend.
Oh, it's been incredible. Some of the classes are running at the best that I've ever seen them.
Yeah.
Like Pro Modified, more than the top half of the field, all into the fives.
Yeah.
Most of them are in the 5.8.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? Absolutely nuts.
Supergas as well. That is incredible. Pro ET is incredible. Finishing off qualifying and over half the field went bang on their number.
Yeah, it's a crazy world. The art of drag racing. You'll never understand it. You'll never be a master at it. But my goodness me, the teams here this weekend are doing an exceptional job. Also doing an exceptional job is our timing crew, keeping us up to date with all the pairings and everything. So got to say a big shout out to our timing crew. Right, we're just having a little bit of a clean up in the Kestrel lane. Looking into the pairing lanes, we can see Jackie and Mark Hawkins with the Hawk Racing Gladiator car that is driven by Jason Phelps. And also in the lanes, of course, Kevin Kent with the West Ham Motorsport GSI insurance car. And, of course, Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker. So all four Nitro Funny cars have made it down for this final session. Tucked in next to them, it is Comp Eliminator. And I'd imagine that all of the cars that are in that class are down for this final qualifier. Will anybody get past Nick Williams, who is your #1 qualifier with the Copo Camaro? Following that, it will be FIA Top Methanol. 4 cars in the class this weekend, 2 dragsters, 2 funny cars. Who is going to come out on top of that? Sandro leading the way at the moment, but the other 3 really...
Yeah, Sandro's only just leading the class, though. Johnny Lag is right on his tail.
Yeah. Well, I think when you take the difference, it's about 0.03 difference between the two of them, so very, very tight indeed. And then, of course, the bun fight that is Pro Modified. Half the field in the 5s.
Yes.
And there will be a bump spot as well, because we've got more cars. Only 1 more car, but there are more cars than places available in eliminations. So we've still got that to come. And then, of course... Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, just remember, this is their last chance. If anyone who isn't in needs to get in now. If they don't get in now, they don't race tomorrow.
Yeah. Then it'll be Top Fuel, the final qualifying session. And will we see yet another storming 3-second pass? We had that immense run. 320 miles an hour from Suzanne in the Slick Tricks Racing top fuel car. Outstanding pass, that really, really was.
Well, Ida in the other lane was matching Suzanne number for number. I think Suzanne was probably a little bit ahead with the increments, but even so, we were so close to having a side-by-side 3.8 second run.
Yeah. Well, the goal's got to be 3.7, which is Ida Zetterström's European record in the 3.7s. We'd like to see everybody try and gun for that if they can. But this is the first round of the European Championship this weekend. So although a few of the cars have had runs this year, certainly Dennis Nilsson is his first meeting of the year. And we haven't seen Stig for a long time, so it's really good to welcome Stig Niergaard back to the track as well. But it looks like they've abandoned Jason down there. He's just sat comfortably in the car. Once you're in your zone. And there's like, if you get a little bit of track delay like we have at the moment, there is absolutely no point in getting unstrapped and everything. It takes a while to get in and out of these cars. Although they do have to be able to get out of the cars very quickly should anything happen, but there is no point. Just leave them strapped in there, leave them with their thoughts. It is the best place to leave them. And he's in the shade, so yeah, he's not getting too hot in there, thank goodness. Compliminator guys, no, they got doors, they can just climb in and out, so they'll just chill out and relax. And the methanol cars behind them, I would imagine, oh no, having seen that, Johnny Lester's walking around the corner. But yeah, the methanol guys, they won't be in their cars just yet, but they won't be far away from it. So the shoe is just doing the last bit. I think the tractor, I thought was going to go back on station then, but just doing a little bit more work there. But yeah, there was a bit of oil there from Kev Chapman's Nitro Funny car, but when it left the line, it really did just stand up on those tyres. So a little bit too much, I think, there, and the car broke traction. I don't think he got too much of a headache because it went into a burnout. It wasn't. Like,
yeah, there was no shake.
No shake. It was just too much too soon.
Well, you can actually see. Well, they've sledded the track now, so you couldn't really see it. You can't really see it now, but you could see how them tyres work. Obviously, it's happened over about 0.1 of a second, rather than the whole length of the track. But they really do have a properly soft sidewall, which means when they launch the cars, the tyres sit down, get very wide, so the contact patch is increased, and as soon as the RPM of the tyre increases, they then grow and get narrower.
I tell you what, I've got an opportunity here. I've just realised I've got full grandstands. We've got full banking. We've got track time. We've got a little bit of downtime. Do you know what it's time to do?
Is it wave at some people?
It is.
By the chance?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right, let's get set. I've got to get the stopwatch ready. In tradition, it is now time to do the Santa Pod Mexican wave. Hands up those that have done it before.
Yeah,
you know the score.
There we go.
Oh, if you're on the banking, looks like they haven't, but if you're on the grandstand, haven't, but the banking know what's coming up. Okay, folks, what we do with the Mexican wave, we start at the top of the banking, and you work your way down, all the way down to the banking through VIP on Bankside, through the tower. Don't think they're listening, and then we go up the grandstand and we try and set a time. Okay. The first one's normally a little bit slow.
Yes.
But they do get quicker.
Well, you can't be at a drag strip where everything's designed to be quick.
Yeah.
And do a slow Mexican wave. That's not...
Yeah. Well, let's see how the first run goes without instruction.
Okay.
So, everybody ready? At the top end of the banking, when I give you the countdown, start the Mexican wave, and it will come down the banking. Everybody to join in. See, Paul Morton came out for that. Well done, Paul.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so at the top of the banking, in 3, 2, 1, go. Let's see a Mexican wave make its way down. They can't hear me. They haven't done it.
There we go. Through the tower, around onto the grandstand.
Make your way up. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
All the way down
right
to
the end of the end. Come on, all the way down. Right, stop the clocks. 22 seconds.
Yeah, I can't believe. I cheered,
just,
but that was poor.
No, it's not good enough. Right, let's try that again. You've got to do it faster. Okay.
Okay. Question: can we just give them a time that is realistic?
No.
No, we're just going to keep.
No, we're going to do
away.
it until we get close. When we get a little bit closer, I'll tell you what the track record is.
Okay.
and you won't believe it, but some of the people that have done it before will get it. So at the top end of the banking, and more people involved, and you've got to do it quicker. 3, 2, 1, go! That's more like it. That's
there
more
we go.
like
Through
it.
the tower, onto the grandstand, back down the track to the end of the grandstands. Here we
Come
go.
on, faster, 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 faster. Stop the clocks. See, you knocked off 10 seconds then. 12.47. The banking is really quick. It's the grandstand. Got to go faster. Right, I think 2 more runs, and then we'll tell him what the record is.
Okay, yeah, go
right.
Yeah.
So, little bit of a tip, instruction, right? Don't wait for the person next to you. Do it like 5 people away from you, and it is a quick up and down. Right, Paul, show them. That's it.
Yeah,
right,
there
okay.
we go.
Are you ready at the top end? 3, 2, 1, go!
Look at that.
That's
Rapid
better.
through the tower, onto the grandstand. That's much
Make
better.
it go, 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 go. Stop the clocks. 7.96. You're getting there. Give yourselves a round of applause. Paul knows it's not good enough. A lot of people on the banking know it's not good enough. I tell you what, one more run and we'll tell him what the record is.
Okay, go on
All
then.
right, okay. At the top end, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Rapidly through the tower.
Through.
Look at that.
That's much better. 6.10. Right, I think it's time we told you what the record is. It's under 2 seconds. Seriously, it's under 2 seconds. I'm not going to give you the exact figure, but it is under 2 seconds.
Okay, so for this next target, let's see if we can get them faster than a top fuel dragster.
Yeah,
A dragster can go from here to the finish line in 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, but don't forget we're going the other side.
Yeah, but we've got much more people.
Yeah. Right, okay. Your record today so far, 6.10. Are you ready at the top end? This one's really got to whip down the banking. 3, 2, 1, go!
Yes, look at that.
That's more like it. Stop the
up.
clocks. Wow, they did it. They did it. 3.92 seconds. 3.92. There is more to come. Come on. Let's get it into the 2 second zone. See, it can be done. We consider your first pass was 22 seconds. Top end, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Wow, look at that. Straight around the grandstand to the end.
Whoa! 2.85.
Yay!
You're getting there. Right, I'll tell you what, we're going to do 2 more. We'll do 2 more. Do you think you can get it into the 1 second zone? That's what we want. And after this next run, I'm going to give you the record. Okay? So reset the clocks. At the top end, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. Right, ladies and gentlemen, 2.05. This next run, I'm going to give you 2 more now because I want to get a 1 second run in, and then we'll give you the record and go for the record. Okay, 1 more run, and then we'll give you the track record. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, you're in the 1 second zone now. 1.76. Well done. Right, the record is 1.32.
Ooh.
Right, okay, so 1.32 is the record to beat. Let's see if you can do it.
And can I just say, if we beat the record on this one, I want to hear the loudest round of applause, cheer, go wild if we can beat this.
Because then you all become track record holders. Are you ready? This is the record attempt, folks. Can we beat 1.32? At the top end, in 3, 2... Oh, sorry. I started the stopwatch then. My bad. My bad. Right, here we go then. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, no. No. No, it didn't. No. The stopwatch worked fine. It was absolutely fine. But it was a 1.56. Do you want one more go? Do you want one more go? Right, this is it. Come on. Let's do this. 1.56 today. Let's get that 1.32 beaten. In 3, 2, 1, go!
I don't believe
I can't
it!
believe that. Ladies and gentlemen, the record, 1.32, you just did 1.33. Oh, missed it by a 100th. Do you want one more? And I'm not lying either. I can show
No,
everybody
yeah.
my stopwatch. 1.33. Okay, let's do this. Right. Let's get this record.
Let's
get this record. For the last time. 3, 2, 1, go! You smashed it!
Ladies and
128!
gentlemen!
Yes! Give yourselves a huge cheer. 128, new track record here at Santa Pod Raceway. Fantastic job. Very, very well done. Considering your first pass was 22 seconds to end up with a 128. Absolutely fantastic job. Very, very well done indeed. I tell you what, I need to rest my vocal cords after that. Shall we just have one tune?
I think we
Do you
should,
think
yes.
we can play one tune from Nitro FM? And it'd be really cool if you had We Are the Champions. No, we can't have that because that's not right. I'll tell you what, let's have one tune from Nitro FM and then we'll take it back in the tower. Nitro FM, just for a short moment, the airwaves are yours. Whoa, phenomenal reaction times for both of them. Bit of a wiggle there for Steve. That's in Steve Field. Sixth lane goes 8.78, but Steve Hudson 8.11 reaction time both lanes. But it's more important about the ETs. How close to 890? 975, 989. Interesting. 94, number 7. Literally side by side all the way up the racetrack, and it's an 8.89 breakout for Clement. Oh, so close. 8.95 for Marcus.
Was that a perfect? No, it wasn't. It just took a while to come up. My
Yeah.
goodness, yeah. Nobody thinks about it. 998. 1084 again.
Well, they both know how to cut a line. Laura breaks out by 100.
I think
that's
that's
fuel.
a lot of fuel coming out the back of Mijuli.
Yeah.
It's instantly evaporated. It also hasn't affected his run because he's still going to go through with a 908 on a 902. Dial in. No improvement.
Thomas, number 15.
Oh, not anymore.
Wow.
Up to number 9.
That's another.
Well, that is a lovely run for Ronnie Mercer. Goes 902 on his 906. Breaks out.
Mark Huxley goes 982 on 81, but 1006 with a 7 on a 1006 dial. Tom Kay is another one.
The Flash. You physically can't do it.
With a twist of fate, Roy Walker doesn't improve when he's qualifying, but he'll be happy, and that will be changed. And the car will go way quicker. So it'll be around about 12.2 for Matthew. Dan looking for 10.17, gets a 10.13, he stays number 8. And Matthew Oates predicted a 12.29, but value. 10.46 plays 9.40. Firebird of Amy Watkins. .901 plays 9.49. Amy Watkins moves up.
Stevie Gates, another one that was only just missing his dial pretty much all day Friday. Now, Jason Biggett's changed his dial in to a 73, which probably means a run of 72 after yesterday. 74. Bring the revs up. Well, Will Clark nudges ahead to 978, the 999 breakout for Nick Mugridge. Will Clark.
Indication of how quick this car is.
Hey, there we go. That's a Paul Brown reaction time of a 001.
172, 173. What we got? 173
Whoa,
miles an hour.
776.
Light passenger, apparently. That's what that is, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the two-seater go that quickly.
It's been a little bit.
Not here this weekend.
But can we see another representative pass from Mark Sheridan? It certainly looks like it. He's absolutely tramming on down the track. Goes 8.42 at 192. Rob unfortunately double stepped on the line, so his time's not going to be anywhere near what the actual time will be. But Al Williamson goes through 8.39, 161 mile an hour.
They have different attire, if you like, for different classes. So when the sportsman cars are running, they don't have balaclavas on, but when the nitro and the pro classes run, they need extra protection.
Yes.
So hence that's why our start line crew they're very hot. Get very, very warm in those black suits down there. Show appreciation for our 2 track crew guys down there, folks. We can't race without them down there. And they are the first to think, oh, thank goodness racing is over. We can start getting all this fire gear off. But all of our track crew are absolute stars. But our fire marshals, they really do work tirelessly all day long. They do take breathers, believe it or not. They do have bottles of water. But sometimes, especially in days like today when it's very, very hot, the sun's on them all day long, it does get a bit warm for them. Right, let me spin round and see that 2 Nitro Funny cars are getting themselves ready to go. It is going to be the Western Motorsport car of Kevin Kent going alongside Hawk Racing Gladiator Nitro Funny car driven by Jason Phelps. I haven't said my customary hello to Jackie Hawkins yet. I'm going to do that now, but she probably can't hear me. She's just better put earplugs in, which means you should all too as well as we get ready to start up the Gladiator Funny car of Jason Phelps and the Western Motorsport Mustang of Kevin Kent.
Daryl, mate, are you still up there?
He's there somewhere.
I don't know if you can hear us or not, but hopefully we'll be sending 2 Nitro Funny cars your way very quickly.
Well, let's see what Kevin Kent can do. He's number 1 qualifier with a 4:28. Cracking run from him earlier on. Jason is also in the 4-second zone, 4:92 at the moment. So track crew already, and you'll see some of the team members around about 250 feet out there. That's where they anticipate the burnouts to stop, and sometimes the revs are just a little bit too high, so they're out there just to bring the revs down and then guide the cars back to the start line, because obviously you cannot see anything apart from what's in front of you. So here we go then, Nitro Funny car, the last qualifying session for them. So Kevin, earlier on today then, 4:28 with a 1, 271 miles an hour. $10,000 horsepower plus in front of these drivers. In effect, 2 cars side by side here, combined 20,000 horsepower. That's more than potentially the whole grid in a Formula 1 race.
I think that's actually twice the F1 grid.
Yeah, it's quite staggering. We can't measure 0 to 60 on these cars. We go 0 to 100, and it's about 0.8, 0.9 of a second.
Yeah, there's a little device you can buy called a draggy.
Yeah.
Clay Millican in the States put one in his Top Fuel Dragster, and he holds the overall record by about 2 seconds.
Oh, on the draggy, yeah. Yeah, it's quite incredible. So the burnouts are done. It's time to bring the cars back down to the start line, and body shells come up. They do the final adjustments, set the race pack, or whatever they've got on board in there, the timers for the clutch. I mean, about, what, 1.4 seconds into the run, the clutch is locked up. The plates are welded together. You've got 6 or 7 disc clutches in these cars. There's no gearbox, it's all on the clutch. And they have what's called a clutch pack. If you want to know more, pop around and see the teams. They are always working on them. So Jason Phelps and Kevin Kent, the Gladiator car and the Western Motorsport machine. The crew stand behind their relevant cars.
2 lovely launches.
Oh, blower belt comes off for Jason Phelps there. But he went 0.92. In actual fact, they both went 0.92 to 60 foot. Kevin's going to get there first with a 6:15 at 120. Jason coasting to an 8.60. But we saw the blower belt exit the Gladiator car at around about 200 feet out. And unfortunately, 2 runs that didn't go entirely to plan, but they certainly hit the loud pedal hard. Jason stopped just by the first exit. Maybe Kevin has made it to the second one. But we'll find out very shortly indeed. But so no change in qualifying for those 2. Let's see how the Undertaker car gets on then with Steve Ashdown. He will be the next to run. He's just getting himself lined up.
Well, both of those two, I was hoping to have a chat with both of them, and they both gone off at exit 1, which is about half a mile away from where I am at the moment. So
yeah, that's the other thing, Dale. People don't really appreciate how long the
it's a long
shutdown
way
area
down,
is.
yeah.
I mean, you are almost in another county, aren't you? I don't know where the county line is.
Do you know what? That's not as much of a joke as it sounds, really, because I'm pretty sure that the main gate is in Northamptonshire, but the facility is in Bedfordshire.
Yeah.
I think that is how it works, yeah. So anyway, but past the finish line, there's at least half a mile of shutdown or braking area, and I'm right up the other end of that. If you look towards right down the shutdown area, you can see where the windmill is and where there's a big pile of hay bales as well, just round the corner from there.
Yeah.
So I'm just hanging out with the top end crew up here at the moment, hoping for some drivers to make it this far.
Well, Kevin's car is about... I can't quite exactly tell you. Probably have a better viewpoint than I do, but he's near the second exit, and Jason is by the first exit. So yeah, both out of their cars. As the body shell just coming up on Jason's car.
And both stopped. And what you said about Colin, about what you said about how far away it is, the camping field is full all the way to pretty much where I'm standing at the moment.
Wow.
It's rammed all the way down. The thing is, a lot of people don't realise is that you remember those events in the 70s and 80s that were very, very full. The actual area that could be populated didn't really go past the scrutineering bay, like where the workshops are and everything up there. Now it's much, much bigger, and hopefully just as popular.
Well, I think our spectators that are joining us here would agree with it being popular, and we really do immensely thank everybody for coming this weekend. And you're getting the best show with the best track, with the best weather and the best people. It's the best all the way through. Simple as that. So yeah, 2 marooned cars at the moment in the shutdown area. So I think it's going to take a couple of moments to get both cars retrieved. So you've got 2 different sets of crew on the track crew attending to the vehicles at the moment, and neither of them have moved yet. So yes, I think there's going to be a pause just for a moment, and then we can get the track cleared. But the racetrack still looks tip-top. Just looking at those runs, you could see big tyre shake. Actually, just having a chance to study these now, big tyre shake for Jason Phelps, and that was past the 60 foot as well. So he was being rattled around in there. I think that's when the supercharger blower belt detached from the car, and it eventually came out of the car around about 300 feet, and obviously that lost all power. And Kevin was also a dead stick by then as well.
Just looking at Kevin's tyre tracks, you can see it just starts to drift over towards the left and then kicks a little bit harder to the left. I think that's why he probably backed out of it.
Whoever thought driving a funny car was easy? Yeah, got another thought there. Okay, well, good news is that Jason's car's just been pushed through exit number 1, and the tow support vehicle for Kevin Kent's car is just hooking up to Kevin's car to get his car pulled through. So let's have a quick look behind us then to see the Undertaker car of Steve Ashdown, resplendent in its new livery, I believe from Pete Walters, is that right?
Yes.
But not only that, it's not half a job, it's the full job, because they got new crew shirts, and I believe they got those available in the pits as well. So pop down and see the Undertaker team. The car looks fantastic. It's a new body for them. It's a Dodge. Obviously, due to the fire, the incident, everything that had for Steve Ashdown at the tail end of last season, it was a big repair bill. It was a lot of work. But they persevered, they got everything done, and obviously with the new body we thought, new design, keep it simple but we want it sharp, and as per usual Pete Walters follows the remit to the letter, and they've come up with another stunning colour scheme. Yeah, how can you make 3 colours look so good? Gold, black and white.
Yeah.
And it just works. It just works absolutely superbly. So well done, Pete, and of course, well done to the Undertaker's team, Steve, and everybody down there. So they're just waiting for the signal to fire up their They're keen, eager, and ready to get on with it. The West 10 team just preparing to remove the Nitro Funny Car from the top end. After fuel funny car, it will be comp eliminator. Spencer Tramp is head of the lanes, and he's got Brendan Clancy right behind him. And I think then that is the VP Racing support truck. So that will be Nick Williams with the Copo Camaro in the 8-1s now. Car is really going well. And he is your number one qualifier. That's one with a target on his back is Nick. And then Dan Williams now driving Nick's car because Dan's car has broken. But luckily, Nick's car was in the trailer where Dan brings his own car up on the on a separate trailer. So they were fortunate enough that they could swap around. But yes, the Copo's first time out this year. Well, for 2 years actually.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen it.
Big changes on the car. Nick tries to keep up with the development of the American cars because they're running insanely quick now.
Oh yeah.
And of course, Nick's is the only Copo in the UK. Very good afternoon to Tyler on the crew. How you doing, buddy? You all right? How's your dad? Is he ready? Yeah, I bet. I bet he is. He's eager to get down that racetrack. They've been working very, very hard this weekend. And I did catch up with some of the Fuel Funny Car teams last night. Obviously, I wasn't here officially.
Yes.
Obviously, with my weekend so far. But I had a good walk round and caught up with the Fuel Funny Car teams. They all stood outside. You know, they're like having a can and chilling out. And I said, "Well, you're right, guys? Yeah, we're ready for tomorrow. Yeah, we're all chilling out." And I said, "Well, hopefully, same time tomorrow, you'll be doing exactly the same thing." And if they get a good run in here, I think the two teams that have just gone down got a little bit of work to do. But I think they'll be back out tomorrow.
Well, hopefully not too much. I think Jason's definitely got a little bit of work to do with the blower belt, because the issue that you have when a blower belt comes off is what it takes out on its way out. That obviously came out of the bottom of the car. You've got fuel lines, wiring, all sorts of stuff that thing can just clatter itself around before it exits the vehicle. Hopefully there wasn't that much wrong with Kevin's car. Hopefully he did just lift.
It goes to show how two runs can be so different, doesn't it? These previous run, 428, 271 mile an hour, straight back to the pits, turn the car around, get it ready for this run. I think they've got a little bit more work to do before we do that. I just spotted a few other people. That's right. I need to make sure, because although Darryl keeps saying I've got bionic eyes, I do have to make sure. Yes, it is. Mr. John Spoffard is in the house. Very good afternoon to you, John. I hope you're keeping well. And of course, John raced funny cars for many, many years here under the Showtime banner. And when a funny car is running here, he's never far away. You'll always find him around. And the stories from Spuff over the years of what he's achieved. And I believe he's still the quarter-mile funny car record holder here. So, yeah, I don't think that will ever disappear, because obviously the race distance changed to 1,000 foot. Do you know what, I'm loath to do it, but I think I may just give Nitro FM one track. And the moment I do that, they will clear the top end and the cars will fire up. Do I gamble or not? Or shall we just play here? I'll tell you what, let's play a gamble. I hope you got a short record. So just one track from Nitro FM. We'll take it back very shortly indeed. Yes. I knew that would happen. I just knew that would happen. You throw back to the radio station, they start a track going, and all of a sudden Kevin's car disappears around the corner, and the Undertaker team are told to fire up.
Just play it off. You did it on purpose.
So the starter is attached, the fuel bottle is in hand.
They'll spin the car over, clear the cylinders, and they put a load of fuel in, keep it alive before they reach down and switch it to the nitro. Issues getting the body down. I'm sure they can sort it. It's almost like it's catching on something behind. No, they're not happy with it. There's something going on. The body seems to be catching on something. So they're just lifting the body back up. They've got to see, make sure it's all clear. Thing is, you've got to be very careful when lowering the body because the throttle linkage is very close to the bodywork. There's a lot of work going on under the car, moving things out of the way. They're going to try again, lower the body down.
No, it's not going down. He's going to have to shut it off. Well, very, very bizarre indeed. The amount of times that they've had this up and down. At the time that it wanted to latch, it didn't.
It almost seems like it's not hooked on at the back properly, is what it seems like to me, because you can see it pivoting from the back of the car forwards. But you've got to be oh so careful when lowering the body down on these cars, because as I said before, the throttle linkage is so close to the bodywork. It happens very rarely, but it does happen where the guy who's lowering the body down catches the throttle linkage and essentially runs himself over with the car. It sounds silly, but it is a real risk, and it is really dangerous when it happens.
Well, we know Steve's desperate to get a run in. Absolutely desperate. He put a huge amount of time, effort and finance into getting this done. And he desperately wants to get that running. But also, would have used up a fair bit of fuel there, actually.
Yes. Yeah, you can see it. They're trying it out now behind the tower. As soon as they get to pretty much where the injection hat is, the body almost is twisting to one side. It's like it's catching it. Yeah, look, there you go. Obviously, they can do it a lot more aggressively now the engine's not running.
Very unusual. But it is a new body.
Yes, of course.
And
in fact, they were actually all clambering all over the car trying to figure out what it's catching on, moving bits and bobs out of the way. Just to clear room to let the body down.
Yeah.
So another attempt to lower the body. Those of you on the live stream, you can see it very well what's going on behind the tower. And if you can't see it on the bank on the grandstands, tune in to the live stream, because you can see things you can't see from where you're sat.
Yeah. Okay, so I think they may head back to the pits and try and suss that, because that's not a quick fix down there.
No.
So we're going to move on then with Comp Eliminator, their final qualifying session.
Yes, so Comp Eliminator works on your combination and your power to weight ratio to make a time, and you've got to try and beat that time by as much as you can. And as Colin correctly said a couple of weeks ago, it works on a success-based handicap, a bit like touring car. So, but rather than where they win a race, they've got to add more weight. If you win a race by too much in this class, they take a little bit of your time away.
Yeah.
So your advantage is decreased.
So this is Spencer Tram and Brendan Clancy, your first pair in this session. And these will be going all the way down to the far end. And no need to, no, just wave it down.
Lovely burnout by Brendan Clancy. So, his combination, he's got a big old engine in that thing, 632 cubic inches with nitrous, so that makes him an 8 nitrous altered, taking on the stock super stocker of Spencer Tram. His index is an 11.68.
Yeah, Spencer currently number 3, 11.08. You can go as far as you like under it. Brendan on his return though, 7.82.
And that's with no nitrous.
So I think Comp Eliminator, an extremely clever class now, where you have the NHRA stock legal cars,
yep,
and super stock legal cars,
yep,
come in, and we now have indexes for front-wheel drive cars, so they can join in, which they have done. There's also indexes, believe it or not, for flat fours.
Yes.
So they can come in and play, and of course the sumo cars, the super modified cars, they're in. And there's a great mix of vehicles, and if everybody had parts, if everybody had the spares, you would have the Orthodoxus here.
Yes.
You would have Jordan Payne here, because obviously I think he's waiting for Pistons at the moment.
Yeah.
So
you can even have little dragsters like Robin Sattler from
his
Germany.
car is phenomenal.
Yes, he's really good at the class. It is technically a heads-up class. First to the finish line in a race would win.
Yeah.
Obviously, it would work on a staggered start. This is just qualifying, so you qualify on how far under the number you see on the boards at the top, how much faster than that you go. Lots of black smoke out of Brendan Clancy's car, but it seems to be tramming on well. Going over the line to a 720,
Wow.
190 mile an hour.
Well, Brendan did say he was trying to get further towards the sixes, and that's nearly there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the black smoke fellas was more than likely they're running a very, very safe nitrous tune-up. It's really fat, just to make sure they don't melt anything. And here he comes around the corner, as you can possibly hear.
Yeah, he's moved up to number 8 with that one.
Okay, I'll go grab a word with him in a minute, guys.
So your current number 1 qualifier, Nick Williams with the Copo Camaro. He is running about a second under his index, which is practically unheard of in Comp Eliminator. It's very, very difficult to do that.
Well, he's got to be a careful boy tomorrow.
Yes.
Definitely. Very, very careful.
Yeah, so as I said before, it is a success-based handicap. So if he goes faster than I think it's just a little bit over half a second under his index will drop, so the advantage he gets on the line will decrease. He's taken on Dave Swift with the AM Express, another A nitrous altered, so he's got the same index as Brendan Clancy. I think currently they're number 7 and they qualify him and Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan 7, sorry, 8. Wow, Nick carried those front wheels in 08 light. And Nick's going to get to the stripe first. What's he got for this time? 8.13. He finds another 500. Just moves that gap further and further each time. Well done to the VP team.
Sorry, I missed that. What did Nick run that time?
8.13, 168.
My goodness me. Will he be coming around the corner in just a minute? I'll try and have a word with him as well.
And we currently have Luke Stevenson. So this is your first pair of the front-wheel drive cars. Both of these cars are turbocharged 4-cylinder front-wheel drive. So they have the index of 9.20. Oh, it's Luke Nitrous. Is that what you're saying? Ah, okay. So Luke Stevenson's car is not a turbo. It's nitrous assisted.
All right.
Same index though. Both 9.20s. Issues for Matt Davidson in the Slitrix lane, so it will be a solo for Luke.
Well, he cut a good light there. 0-3. Nicely done, Luke. And what's he got for us this time then? 12.35, 110. I think there's a bit of wheel spin as well, actually. Although he did cut a light, I thought I heard the revs go up quite high. Well done to the VP team going up to collect Nick Williams from the top end.
Okay, fellas, very, very quickly with Brendan Clancy down here. 7.2 at 190 plus. Was that where you were kind of wanting to be?
Yes, we're the tune-up, we're just slowly creeping up on hopefully a 6-second pass. And with a bit of luck, we'll go back, we'll check the data, and maybe we'll just go a little bit further.
It's really great to have you back in comp this weekend, so good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll do good.
Thank you very much.
So next up we have Kev Jenkins with the Escort, the fraudster.
And going up against Dan Williams in his brother's Camaro. His index is a 10.25. He's currently run, was that a 9.69? Kev Jenkins with his new ECU system. Chris Todd is getting a real good handle of that. Of course, Chris Todd tunes for Kev Jenkins. Unfortunately, we haven't seen Chris back out since the first qualifier. But this car has been down into the 7.1s. It's only a Vauxhall engine in it. It's got a quite big turbo on the side of it.
005 off the line for Dan. Oh, and that's a big plume of smoke there. And do you know what? Dan saw that as well, and he sort of drifted a little bit to the right. Didn't know if any fluid was going to come onto his side of the racetrack. So a 948 at 86 mile an hour, and I think a lot of work there for Kev. And Dan lifted to a 13.17.
Yeah, shout out to Kieran Jenkins down there. He's got a really good YouTube channel, Mark 1 Kieran, so he's been filming all sorts this weekend.
Well, I'm up the top end with Nick Williams, who's very happy to find out that he went deep into the 8.1s with an 8.13, Nick. Number one qualifier was never really in doubt, but that's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, we're really pleased. Thank you. It's 18 months of not driving it and just done some upgrades, so we're still working on it, but it's good.
It's very weird to look at from here because I've never seen this car before this close, obviously. But it's... There goes Dan. It's very weird to look at because other than the cage, it's pretty much a normal Camaro interior with all of the, all the trim, everything else.
Yes, we've got full interior, electric windows, and all as it would be out the factory.
Yeah. Ever tempted to wind them down on a run?
Not yet.
Not just yet. And also, but the setup in there, that's a supercharger on top as well?
350 supercharged. The popcorn noise you can hear is the intercooler. So.
Yeah, well, it's very strange standing up here listening to the car tick itself cool, but yeah, it's an amazing machine, and it looks like you've got a lot on the field this weekend.
Yeah, we'll just keep going. You never know what can happen on race day, as we found out at the last event, so we'll just see and do what we can do.
Good man. Thank you, Rashid. Number one qualifier in comp. Was it ever in doubt? Nick Williams and the Copo. Back to you guys.
Thanks ever so much indeed. Right, well, slight pause. Now then, obviously when Kev went through there, we don't know if it was just like a burst pipe and it's dumped fluid, i.e. water, or we don't know if the engine's let go. But then, having said that,
well, I can tell you from up this end, Colin.
Go on.
He's not here, is the first thing. But I can tell you from up this end, apparently they sound a fair bit of aluminium hanging about out there on the racetrack. So it's definitely got to be swept up no matter what it is.
Right.
Anyway, so yeah, we may be down for a few moments. I've actually run out of people to interview again. Sorry about that.
That's all right. No problem at all. But yeah, our track crew are out there doing some sweeping, but they're not, as you say, they're not clearing up loads of fluid. But yeah, maybe it's just a sweep to clear up broken parts. So that is a real shame for Kev. He needs a lucky break this season. It's been a bit of a trial for him, to say the least. That team will be working very hard indeed. And guess who's back out there? You requested him, and he is there. Dan, the T-shirt man. If anyone can, Dan can, with a cannon.
Do you know why? Because Dan's the man.
Dan's the man with a cannon. So you know what to do, folks. You've got good voices. You need to cheer. And whoever cheers the loudest, be it grandstand or spectator banking, will get the T-shirts fired into them. So here's a test shot. See how much gas canister pressure he's got.
Ooh, he doesn't know which side
he's not
needs it.
sure. Ah, right, okay. Starting with the grandstand. Cheer loudly now. Not bad. Okay, let's see what the banking can do. Cheer loudly now if you want the T-shirts. Not too bad.
No, I think we need to go back to the grandstand again. Right. Grandstands. Cheer now.
No, they look at. He's got to fire it into the grandstand.
Yeah.
Oh, he could fire it over the grandstand. Let's see. Let's see what his aim is like. Oh, that's fumble and retrieved, I think that one was. I'm very disappointed that he hasn't fired one over the grandstand yet, because that always gets the biggest cheer. Right then, over to our spectators on the banking. You got to start cheering if you want it coming your way. Here it comes. Dan's teasing him, look. Here he comes, the T-shirt. We don't know what size it is. Watch out for the youngsters. Bit of a scramble. Out of sight. Can't see that one. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, on the banking. Be aware, though, a lot of young kids run around trying to catch these. And also, some of the adults try and get them as well. You could end up falling on top of a kid. So just be a little bit careful. Well, they are waving like mad. They do want the T-shirts.
They're actually booing now when they turn around.
Oh, that was well caught. Yes, well done. Very, very happy indeed. Right, so Dan the man's going a little bit further up now. He's going to fire one into the bank side. Here we go. It's the build-up. I love it. There it goes. Oh, that's gone high. And retrieved straight away there. Right, who wants this one? Come on, you really got to cheer like mad. They definitely want it on the grandstand. And they want it on bankside as well. It's a tough choice for Dan the man with the cannon. Here he goes. He's going into the grandstands. Go on, aim up a bit. Up, up, up. I want to see one go over the back. Oh, straight into the middle. I want to see one. I want to see one loop in, as in like drop down vertically.
Over. Yeah.
Oh, he's run out. Oh, he'll be back. Dan the man will be back later on.
Give him a huge round of applause.
Give him a cheer. He's part of the of race control up here, but when he gets a bit of downtime, he takes on this role of Dan the man, the T-shirt man, because he can. He's the man. Yeah, Paul's getting a bit carried away himself now. He's an impersonator of Dan the man. Well done. Right, I don't think we are that far away once again, actually, as the track vehicles have exited.
Yeah, the track's clear. The track crew are coming back out onto the start line. And the cars are being called forwards. So, we will resume racing any second now. It will be Ahmed Jamshed with the big man Ting. It's Honda Civic. He is currently your number 2 qualifier. He's run an 8:56. His index is 9.20. And Matt Davison with the Mr. Boost. A Honda Civic of a different vintage, sponsored by Competition Clutch. He's currently number 6 qualifier. He's only been down into the 9.31s, which is a new personal best for him. And I tell you what, the only reason why Armored Jamshed hasn't gone any faster than 8.5 is because his chassis won't allow him to. They have safety tags, which basically vet the chassis to say how safe they are. And Armored Jamshed's chassis tag is only an 8.50, so he can't go any faster than that in competition.
Yeah,
Quicker
but
than that, sorry.
the idea was to try and win door slammers who give him the finances to have the 7.5
Yeah.
second cage done. I think he was going to get it done anyway. Otherwise, he's always going to be penned back. A
1.51 60 foot for Armored Jamshed. That's the fastest we've seen so far this weekend. A little bit of smoke at the top end, but it goes 8.56
judged.
again. 175 mile an hour. Issues for Matt Davison with the Civic coasting across the line. Yeah, he had a 2.0 60 foot, but he's been way off it since then. I don't actually think he even made it that far.
So where does that leave Ahmed in qualifying?
Number 2.
Oh, that's pretty much where he started the weekend as well. I'm sure he'd be pretty happy with that. I don't know if you know I think you do know what the problem is, Carl.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
He's running into his chassis tag. That's the thing. So he may be able to go a little bit quicker.
Well, he can only go 600s quicker. So I think he's playing it safe.
Well, he's still got a great car to go round tomorrow. That's the most important thing, because he's still like more than 0.6 under his index, which means he's got every chance tomorrow against everyone. And he's obviously number 2 qualifier.
Yeah, and he avoids Nick Williams until the final if they both go through.
If. It's quite funny standing up the top end as well. I said... Spence came around and got out of the car because he said it was a bit hot, just wanted to let it cool down before he drove back. And he said, Dan's not allowed to run quicker than a certain number, because if he does, he's not allowed to come around the corner. He's got to keep going, because it means he's jumped around him in qualifying. And he doesn't want that to happen.
Yeah,
so.
Not that Dan isn't helping Spencer these days. I mean, they are the same team.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought so. Let's put it that way from that. But it's always interesting to, like, the racer's mind is never stops working, does it? They're always working out who's got what, who's qualified where, and everything else as well. So I'm guessing that's done with comp. We should be about to move on to
Top Methanol. Yeah. They're lined up behind it. It's Lynn, just been given the signal to fire up the Mustang funny car, Lynn Foyzik, and Silvio with the Dragster. That is a lovely colour scheme on that car. Really does look sharp. Very angular with the lines. You do like that a lot. Actually, it's one of the few pit areas that I haven't been around yet. Yet it's closest to where I am is the Top Methanol.
Yes, yeah.
So I'll be paying them a visit later on.
So Lynn Foyzik currently sits in the number 3 spot with a 5.52. Silvio has gone 5.54, but because of the way the handicap works, because the way the handicap works, he's currently only sits at the number 4 spot. The funny cars do get a 0.22 second head start, which also means that the dragsters need to run 0.22 quicker than them in qualifying to outpace them on paper. Both these cars running screw-blown Hemis with clutches and Lenko transmissions. Lynn Foyzvik's had quite a lot of help from Johnny Lindberg. She's got a JLM Motorsport engine in that thing. And if anyone out there knows anything about Top Methanol racing, they know that Johnny Lindberg is pretty much he's pretty much the best there is.
He certainly was over here. He still holds the track record in a Top Methanol funny car.
Yeah.
5.43. Many have tried. That was 10 years ago as well. That was
I'm pretty sure he went over to the States and I can't remember if he got the record over there, but he certainly
He took ET and speed record, and I mean, not only a bit, he absolutely obliterated it. Everybody was nudging towards the 5.3s, and he went, I think it was 5.36 or 5.37, and everyone's jaws just hit the floor.
So Silvio Strauch being told to go into the line.
Yeah, it's going to be a solo. Just leaning out the engine, Lynn.
Well, not such a great day at all for Lynn. She did really well yesterday.
Oh, straight off the line, and the tyres grew, the shake hit, and Silvio electing not to drive through that, and just coasting up to the line.
So that's another one that's not going to make it as far as me.
No, he's not. I'd be surprised if he actually reaches the first exit with that one. 47 miles an hour at the stripe.
He might just make the first exit.
Yes, he is actually, because he's now just swinging left.
Okay, so they're all still. I mean, they've all still run really well. It was just their last chance to improve, wasn't it? So, what was the issue for Lynn?
I didn't actually see it.
No, I don't know.
They were told to shut it off.
There's no cleanup or anything.
No,
could be an oil pressure thing.
Shoe
You
is
never
just
know.
coming out.
Ah,
But then next up is the other two, Johnny Lag and Sandro Bellio.
So for Johnny Lag to take the #1 qualifying spot, he needs to run at 5.28 or quicker. Sandro Bellio has already done a 5.500. So the way that obviously the handicap works means that Johnny Lag has to run that number.
Yeah, so that's presuming Sandro doesn't step up from a 550. I'm sure they're going to be giving it some kind of go on this front. Anyway, conditions still absolutely perfect. Tailwind too. When I spoke to Christy Johansson earlier, they were very, very happy indeed with the way the car ran in the first qualifying session. And he also just grinned and pointed to a man standing underneath the tower who helped him. I can only presume that was the one and only Dave Wilson, who is here in attendance this week and trying to stay out the way, trying to stay incognito, but it just doesn't work because you can't miss him.
Well, slight pause at the moment. When Silvio left the line, there is just a little bit of attention required in the Kestrel beer lane. And bizarrely, it's off, not on the track, or sorry, the tram lines, if you like, of where Silvio ran. It's to the right-hand side of it. So whether that was hurting and spitting out fluid as he was doing his run, not quite sure. But yeah, the shoe is doing a bit of a clean-up out there. So yeah, it could be on pause just for a second.
Well,
go on. I do have news though, Daryl. This is really, really good news.
Go on then.
Steve Ashdown, they are working on the car to get the body issue fixed. Now, because we're not in FIA competition with Nitro Funny Car, basically the permission has to be given by the other drivers. So basically Jason and Kevin were asked if they would allow Steve to have a run at the end of the session, and without hesitation they said how much.
Yeah.
But yeah, the end result is that they are going to allow Steve to run at the end of the FIA session to try and get a number on the board so he is qualified. Otherwise, we just got the other two. So that's the plan. And Steve Ashton will get a chance. They think they can fix the issue. Obviously, the car has run with the body down already. So whatever is causing the issue, they're fixing it now. And but we need to get the rest of the FIA classes through first. And then Steve Ashdown will get that opportunity. Otherwise, he would not be qualified.
Yes.
So he's desperate to get this run in. He needs it to get into the show. So good news for you Nitro fans out there, that you will get a chance to see the Undertaker Fuel Funny Car come back out again to try and put the run in. Lynn Foysick just been towed back to the pits, so commiserations to them. But they are qualified. We will see them in eliminations tomorrow. But unfortunately didn't get the opportunity to try and improve on her run this time around.
Well, as it stands, she's got Johnny Lag tomorrow.
Wow, that's going to be one hell of a race. Well, actually, they're all going to be fantastic races, aren't they, chaps? Just very quickly, which lane are they cleaning up in?
They are cleaning the Kestrel beer lane.
Which is, who was in that lane? Sorry,
Silvio.
I can't see from down here.
Silvio.
Okay, no problem at all. Well, yeah, it's all right. I've got a radio in my other ear, And yeah, it does look like there's a bit of clean-up to be done. You can probably see better than me anyway, where you're stood.
Well, it's only to about 200 feet, so you've got the tractor and the shoe out there at the moment. And yeah, they're getting it done, but going to be a few minutes before they are ready to go. Top Fuel teams are having a good look around the start line area as well, so they're not that far away. Of course, you've got Top Methanol running at the moment. You've got one pair left there. Then it is into Pro Modified. 17 cars going for a 16-car field. And then it'll be Top Fuel, and then Nostalgia Funny Car.
Yeah, the bump session for Pro Modified, it will set the bump. How many cars are we going to cram into that 5-second zone? I think there's 9 already, you said, Colin.
Yep.
There's at least another 2 or 3 that either can or have been there previously, just not so far this weekend. And the biggest surprise of those is the man who just destroyed everybody last weekend at the Door Slammers, Jan Eriksson.
I think we're pretty safe to get a whole tune in this time round because the tractor is working away. We've fired T-shirts out, we've had a chat. I'll tell you what, Nitro FM, a tune from you, and hopefully by the end of that, we'll be very close to running once again. The airwaves then, just for the moment, Nitro FM. For 9:30, Laura looking for a 10:32. Mustang Pro ET qualifying number 8. Wow.
Oh, 66 for Laura.
Nice. But Mulder darling in 9:38. Puts a cherry on the tree, that doesn't matter. And Mason Griffiths 03. He's getting great lights. Now then, it's all about cheese. And it's a 9:42 for Bob Stays 20. 9:10, little bit off there.
It looks like they have a competitive race car.
Nice lap. Phone it and we can answer it.
Jason Pickett, Mark Huxley. Mark Huxley went in the 9.6s on Friday. 9.81 this time. Look at the 9.88 He's not in at the moment. 9.13, 148. Kirsty goes left screen. We reunite you with it.
John Bean and John Dalrymple there. 9.59 race 9.82. 78 for John, 72 for the other John. Basically no improvements. They stay low. Right, okay.
008 light for Warren Watts.
Very nice.
26, just 400s off stage. Number 7, he's already hit his number bang on, Mark.
So Simon Innes number 25, Stevie Gates number 18. Stevie Gates, another one of those guys that had a maddeningly close to dial-in back on Friday. 10's off.
Beautiful wheelie there for Tom, especially as it has got wheelie bars on that car. Carried them way past 60 foot. Go 898.
.61. Yeah, Brett Stace put 100 off. And a 51. Everybody a little bit off this morning, maybe. Daniel Fulton and Will Clark. Firebird against Dragster. And Lee Morris with Jag. .10.06, 10.14.
Dialing in quicker than that. As I say, it's torque converter. It's got a street converter in that road, so it's stalling at about 2.5. And that's why he's not getting off the line.
Marie Mills with the ultra. Oh, 10.52 with the 6. And a 12.36 for Matthew. Problem for Matthew, though.
He said,
if you need a car for the wedding, I can guarantee to get you there early.
Great.
That's very kind of him.
But then he was number 1 off the trailer, so pretty good. 9.63, bit off pace there.
No, he backed off. He was having a wiggle at the top end. On a solo, you can really hear. You keep your eyes closed, it's a bike.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bike engine anyway. 10.04, 132. Wedding present for Gemma.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
That's my mum in the back.
That's your mum in it. That's more like it. 7.84, 171 miles an hour.
Okay, we are back, and it is the final pair in the final session of FIA Top Methanol. Danny Ballio with the funny car, and of course, it is the dragster of Johnny Lag.
Yeah, Sandro Bellio made an absolutely stonking 5.500 in the last round.
Well, it's about 200 feet with the bird out there for Danny.
He's rolled past the 8th mile.
He's gone way out. Well, everybody getting a chance to get a good photograph at half track of Danny's funny car there. But he is making his way back.
So assuming that Sandro Bellio doesn't improve, Johnny Lag has got to run faster than quicker than a 5.28 second run just to take the number 1 spot.
But then Danny hasn't come here to go slower than 5.50.
No.
It's the levelling factor. And of course, what does make it interesting is that you have 2 funny cars and 2 dragsters.
Yes. And you also got the 2 different configurations as well. Injected nitro over the screw-blown setups. In fact, the A-fuel combination has got to be one of the quickest and fastest naturally aspirated vehicles in the world.
Yes, actually, you're right. And I always asked years ago, why don't you have an A-fuel funny car?
They do now.
But they do. Julie Tours does.
And Team Steel have got a an A-fuel. It was only recently allowed in the rules in the US.
Right, well, let's see what they can do then. They're both into pre-stage. We'll hear the revs build, but only on one car.
Issues for Johnny Lag.
Big shake for Johnny, but Sandro sailing to number 1 with a 5.52 with a puff of smoke.
And it blew the safety catch off the top.
It did. From up here, I heard a big whistle through the top end, and I'm presuming that wasn't Sandro singing along to a tune. That was the burst relief panel, wasn't it, on the front?
Yeah.
Did the panel sail through the air, or do you think it's still on the car?
No, the safety hatch off the top of the funny car body is actually currently sat in no man's land past the finish line.
Ah, okay, that's what I was on about. It'll be coming around the corner in just a couple of moments anyway. Oh, yeah, he is, and the injectors are actually stuck open as well from where it went pop.
Well, it was a 5.52 at 240 miles an hour.
That must have gone pop really just moments before the finish line. Big shame for Johnny Lag. Sandro will start race day as number 1 qualifier. Number 2 will be Johnny Lag, that's right.
Yeah, give them all a huge round of applause as they go back to pick up their driver. They've probably got a little bit of work to do tonight to get it back round ready for you guys in the morning.
More than they'd like.
Yes.
Definitely that.
So what we do have tomorrow is 2 funny car versus dragster matchups.
Yes.
So you could have 2 funny cars in the final, you could have 2 dragsters in the final, or 1 of each. We're just going to see how it pans out.
As we welcome Dick Costa into the tower, how are you?
I'm very good. I'm warm.
He's back.
Yeah, so obviously if you're in the tower, that means we've got Pro Modified up next.
Yes, I think so.
Have you got any pit notes or anything from the last round?
The good news is Anders Arnover is finished. They have it warmed up, and he's in the lineup. And, well, further no big drama.
Oh, that's good.
Everyone seems to be here.
So
David
17 cars in the lanes then.
Yeah.
For the bump session, if you like.
Yeah. 6 cars in the 5.8s.
So far.
Okay.
Yeah,
there's at least a couple more that can do it as well.
And 3 in a 5.9.
Yeah, Wayne Nicholson currently sits number 9 qualifier with a 5.98. And just behind him, you've got Fast Freddy with a 6.01. So,
yeah, and Jan Eriksson is number 14 at the moment. So, well, he really needs to step up a little.
Well, said tongue in cheek. Dick,
he's
obviously.
devastating on race day, so we just got to watch out. So let's give you the order at the moment. Dave Vector is your number 1 qualifier at the moment, 5.82. Mats Eriksson, 5.83. Bruno, 5.85. Michel Turin, 5.87. Mickey G on 5.88, as is Mark Hartfeld, 5.90. For Andre Oliver, Bobby Wallace on a 5.91, and Wayne Nicholson, number 9, on a 5.98. Knocking on the door of his first 5 here at Santapod is Freddie Fagerstrom, 6.01. He has run a 5 elsewhere, but not here yet. Andy Robinson on a 6.27. He's currently number 11. Dave Smith, what a weekend for him, setting a new PB on speed and ET. He's 6.50. Wally Strobel, 6.78. And then Jan Eriksson, 7.01. John Webster, 7.43. And Marcus Hilt, 8.55. The guy that's not qualified at the moment, but can run in the 6s, is Norbert Kuno. So he's going to be gunning for that 8.55, but way quicker.
Well, just very quickly and quietly, so Sandra and the team can't hear me. That wasn't the burst panel.
Oh.
It was this whole supercharger.
No.
Wow. Yeah, because they just had to move it out of the way to get the body up.
Yeah, I did think it was a bit too much or too big of a bang to just be the burst panel, because usually that just goes and you don't really notice it. Loss of performance and a bit of a woo.
Well, the body's in one piece.
That's
completely. Good. Sandro's in one piece, obviously. Slightly more miffed than he was about 5 minutes ago. But yeah, they've got the body up. They can check it out. Let's hope it's nothing massively serious that can't be fixed all in one go. Yeah, it did actually sneeze the supercharger, so that's normally something in the valve train that's gone.
Yeah.
To allow the heat from the combustion chamber.
Yeah, there's a bit of cleanup at the top end. And just quickly before Dan, the T-shirt man, comes out, I just want to say something to Dick. I know, basically, I'm going to say this because someone in the grandstands right now is a huge fan of yours, Mark Cassell. Yeah, he really loves everything you do because obviously everything you do with the brace pack, you crew on so many of these cars.
Okay.
So
Has Mark checked himself in for evaluation?
What?
Recently?
Thanks.
Pleasure.
That's Mark Corsell fishing for a discount. There we go.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Another T-shirt. Talking of T-shirts, Dan, the T-shirt man is out there once again. You know what you got to do. You got to cheer if you want Dan to aim that cannon in your direction. Not at you, but in your direction.
Can I compete?
I think the glass would stop this from T-shirt from coming through. So, he's going a long way up as well.
Yeah, where's he going?
Yeah, well, that's right, because when we do the T-shirts, we start at the start line, and then if you run out of time, you don't get that far. So, a good idea is to go to, I don't know, 3:30, maybe a little bit further, and work your way back down to the start line. It's been equal opportunities for our spectators to get a T-shirt. Now, we don't know what T-shirts they are in there. They're a bit random, a bit like Dan, really, with his shots. But here he goes. You've got to start cheering now. So on the, where are we going to go? Grandstand first. Start cheering if you want the T-shirts. And, of course, watch what Dan does. When he's aiming your way, that's when you really got to start shouting. Oh, it looks like he's going to go bankside first of all. He's aiming high. Has he changed the gas canister? Let's have a look.
Oh, no, the T-shirt came unfolded.
It unfurled as it came out of the cannon. So someone is going to be brave and try and reach that one in a moment. Unless it's already been fished through the fencing.
Yeah, I think it's already been retrieved.
So Dan makes his way over to the grandstand. Here he goes. Going to fire one in. Oh! Yeah, went over the back. Low flying T-shirts coming into probably flipping pancakes or whoever's behind the grandstand there. He's going to try another one. He's stepping further back this time, so it doesn't go over the grandstand. Right. T-shirt cannon 2.0.
Nice.
God, he's so far away, I can't see the T-shirts where he's firing them, but I did see that one go over. A legendary shot. In case you're wondering what the pause is, folks, a little bit of a clean-up in the shutdown area with our track vehicles. So, yeah, the supercharger being exiting from the top of the engine area in Sandro's car just obviously created a little bit of a clean-up in the shutdown area. But here goes another T-shirt into the crowd. Which direction? He's so far away I can't see.
So is he going to the bank or the grandstand? You can hear the grandstand cheering. Ooh, I don't think Dan knows yet. What about the bank?
He's undecided. Now he's not so sure.
There we go. The
He's
bank's
going
got
banking.
it.
About a 45-degree trajectory on this one. Oh, he's lowered it a bit. That's gone in.
Well, hey, lovely shot to the middle of the bank. Right, come on, grandstands. If you want a T-shirt, you've got to shout louder than that. Oh, he missed!
He missed the that grandstand is huge, and he went right. He didn't take the wind into consideration there. It blew it off course.
Here we go. He's going to try again.
He's going to try again.
He's taking a few steps to the left.
Let's see where this one goes then. Down the man with the T-shirts. Do you know what? He did well to get it 3 seats from the end of the grandstand that time. It was a good effort. Very, very good effort indeed. Okay, he's going on a sponsored walk, look. He's heading to half track now.
Oh no, the basket's empty.
Is this the last T-shirt? It's the last one for this session.
Right, if you want the last T-shirt, you're going to have to shout very loudly. Let's start with the grandstand. Grandstands, do you want it?
They do.
Ooh, but what about the banks? Do you want it more?
He's going bankside. I'm sure he's going to go bankside. He is. He's making his way over. Locked and loaded. He's taking aim. Oh, watch out for the glue bird. That's it. Get back on the track now, Danny. Get stuck there, then you'll have to get more ammunition. Here he goes. That's going in. I think that was caught straight away. Oh, no. It was fumbled and now retrieved. Well done. Give Dan the man, the T-shirt man, that can, a round of applause. Well done, Dan. Thanks ever so much indeed, mate. So a little bit of a clean-up at the top end, but the glue bird is out there putting some extra traction down, and it is going to be Pro Modified, the next class coming around the corner. I'll tell you what, a couple of messages from Nitro FM 96.2, and we'll take it back in commentary when Pro Modified come round the corner.
He's not in at the moment. 9:13, 148. Goes to left screen. We reunite you with it.
John Bean and John Dalrymple there, 9:59 race 9:82. 78 for John, the 72 for the other John. Basically no improvements. They stay low. Right, okay.
008 light for Warren Watts.
Very nice.
Just 400s off stage. Number 7, he's already hit his number bang on.
So Simon Innes number 25, Stevie Gates number 18. Stevie Gates, another one of those guys that had a maddeningly close to dialing back on Friday. 10's off.
Beautiful wheelie there for Tom, especially as it has got wheelie bars on that car. Carried them way past 60 foot. 898.
.44.61. Yeah, Brett States put hundreds off. .51. Everybody a little bit off this morning, maybe. Daniel Fulton and Will Clark. Firebird against Dragster. And Lee Morris with Jag. .10.06, 10.14. right up the top end. I've just seen first-hand what they've done. I'll tell you what, how Angie manages to drive that sweeper so well and get it all cleaned up in that amount of time, and all the rest of them as well, is fantastic.
Was it oil or was it...
I think it was oil, actually,
Oh.
yeah. What was really strange was when Sandro came around the corner, there was no oil coming out of it because he left it all on the racetrack, pretty much. So, yeah, it finished just before he turned around the corner.
Right, so the last chance saloon then for Norbert Kuno. He's the one that's not in the show at the moment. Forget about the 10-second pass that he ran earlier. He needs to get into the 6s to get comfortable. Although we got 2 cars on 7s and 1 on the 8s, he needs to be in the 6s.
Yeah.
Who's just in front of him, Colin?
It's Marcus Hilt, then John Webster, then Jan Eriksson.
Okay. And Jan, God blimey.
Yeah.
Sorry.
7-0.
He's going to be out like in the second or third pair, isn't he, Jan
Yeah,
Eriksson?
I think he's the next pair.
Oh, wow. Not comfortable for the defending European champ.
No.
He's also, as of the last 12 months, he's also been to the start line 16 times and he's been undefeated.
Yeah, I think he won them all.
He did. He's undefeated in 4 straight big events here in Frankfurt. 4 16-car fields, no one's beaten. So he's probably just doing this to try and he's probably doing his best Mickey Gilchrist impression. He's giving everybody a bit of hope. I think he's going to nail it in the last session.
Here he comes then. Norbert Kuno, Germany, with the Lucas Oil Avenger.
He's steering it to the left again.
Well, the crew have done all they can. It's all down to Norbert now. He's got to stick with it. He's got to stick with it.
That was a huge wheel stand off the line. It's going to go through under power. 725, 188 mile an hour. That's not what they were looking for at all.
It's in the show for now.
But he's in for now. He's just bumped out Marcus Hilt.
It was pointed to the left, and again he didn't leave on the 2-step.
Yeah, that was a big old wheel stand.
Yeah, yeah. He was lucky. He could have rattled them immediately.
Okay, so nervous times then for Norbert. He's in the show though, so pressure now shifts to Marcus Hilt. It's also dropped John Webster down to the bump spot now. So the bump is 743, and Marcus Hilt with his 855 is on the outside.
And now we have Jan Eriksson. I think on the solo run.
Well, Marcus Hilt is there, but
shouldn't that be Anders Arnover? Maybe.
Well, Andre Arnover didn't make the session earlier today. He made 1 run, I think, this weekend.
Yeah. But he fired it up after a rebuild.
Yeah. Maybe they're just checking it out. I'm sure they wouldn't miss a qualifying session unless they absolutely had to.
well, we know he's got absolutely everything to get this car to run quick. We've seen it so many times.
Yeah.
He just needs to do it now because it's qualifying points as well.
Yeah.
And he's gunning for another European Championship. It starts here.
Yep. But there are a few others who want that now.
Oh, yeah, there's quite a few others. And it's also been... Dave Vector is desperate for a championship.
Yeah.
Been runner-up. He's number one qualifier at the moment.
It wouldn't be so much of a shock, like we said earlier, chaps, if he hadn't run so well last weekend and just annihilated everybody again last weekend at the Door Slammers. He was in the 5.7s on a number of runs. Any 5.7 run that he had last weekend now would take the number 1 spot.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, Yanni's right on the right-hand side of the groove. He's staged well over to the wall, well, from what you can do in these cars.
So Jan Eriksson then, the Chevy Camaro. He needs to get higher up into the show. Will he get into the fives? Will he match what he's running?
Yes, beautiful launch. Click second gear.
Well, that's
and
in the
third.
fives, but how deep? It's a
Oh my God.
576, 250 mile an hour. He is now your number one qualifier.
He's going to come around the corner and Mickey Gallquist is going to get out of the car, isn't he? You know what I mean? He's just an imposter. What was that, 576 at what?
250.
My goodness me. Down the top end with Norbert Kuno. Norbert, you are actually in the show. That was a 7-2. It's been a long road back for you, hasn't it?
Yes, we struggle a little bit with the new car. We had like everywhere little gremlins inside, and we figured a lot out today and yesterday. I think we can go forward. That's okay.
You're in the show. That's the most important thing.
Yes, of course. That's the most important thing.
I'll be around to race. Good luck tomorrow, sir.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
No problem. Back to you guys.
Dave Smith coming round with the Stranger Thing alongside Marcus Hilt. So no sign of John Webster down there at all.
That looked weird. Very little amount of smoke from the tires of Marcus.
Well, so Marcus needs to get in. John Webster now owns the bump at 7:43, but we can't see him in the lanes. Dave Smith, I would say, is safety qualified with that 6.50. Oh, problems for Marcus Hill. Can't get reverse. Or he's shut down, one or the other.
He's trying to push it in gear.
There we go, there's reverse.
Thank goodness for
I'll
that.
tell you what, that shows the experience of the Salopod track crew.
Absolutely.
Rocking the car
Absolutely.
just so we can get it, the momentum in it to click into reverse.
Marcus having kept standing over for a number of times, but still didn't make a real good pass the last few events.
So Dave Smith then with the Chevy Bel Air. The Stranger Thing machine. He's freshly licensed. He's running 6.5s now.
Easy Marcus, easy Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus Hill already in pre-stage. He's going to have to sit there, wait for Dave Smith to come forwards.
Well, Dave Smith lining up in Jan Eriksson's tyre tracks from the previous run is almost an
Smart idea.
spot.
Yeah.
So to get into the show, Marcus Hill to go further up the ladder, Dave Smith.
Lovely looking run from Dave Smith. Problems for Marcus Hill, but he goes through to a 6:48 new personal best.
Again. And Marcus didn't make it.
No,
it left really good.
45.
What a shame for Marcus. A new personal best, was that for Dave Smith again, yeah?
Yeah,
Yes.
only
Okay.
203 mile an hour the strike. We
Yeah,
heard the
it
revs
seems to
going
be-
up and down, but 6:48,
Yeah.
well
we
done.
have to have that. So, yeah, just up the top end with Jan. A very relieved Jan Eriksson. Well, after all those great runs last weekend, what was going on this weekend?
I don't really know. We've been struggling so hard. I just lost it. I couldn't find my way back, and then I did a totally, what can I say, a total reset of the car and put it up as a standard setup that I knew the car likes. And yeah, what can I say? I'm really happy. I'm really released.
You look more relieved than happy.
That I can say I am.
Well, 576 at 250. Do you think anybody can get around that for the number one spot?
Yeah, Vector, David Vector, Goldquist, it's a lot, Mats Eriksson. It's lots of good cars. It's a lot of good guys, a lot of good, quick, fast cars here. So you never know. They can run fast.
Well, good luck tomorrow. Try and keep that unbeaten streak going.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No problem. Back to you guys in the town.
Okay, so one very happy man. Let's see if we can get some more. Andy Robinson with the anger management 2.0 Camaro going alongside another 69 Camaro, this time Wally Strobel.
Yeah, you can't actually get more different Pro Mod Camaros than these two. And of course, by Camaros, I mean 69 Camaros. You've got the long, very aerodynamic, Hemi-powered Camaro of Andy Robinson in the Slitrix lane, going up against the shorter wheelbase, more stocky style of Wally Strobel. And of course, he's still got a Chevy engine in that thing.
Yeah. He's the only one. The only blowing alcohol with a Chevy engine.
Yeah, of course, the nitrous combinations do quite like a Chevy style head. So,
yeah.
I still find it quite staggering sometimes when you look at the body styles available of these door cars, and there's a lot of them. I mean, yes, in America it's different, but a lot of European cars go for the much older style car. Although, yeah, we're talking Andy's car very aerodynamic, which is based on a 69 Camaro, a car that's 54 years old.
Yeah.
It just...
Well, if you look at Bobby Walsh's car, it's also stunning.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So thank goodness there is choice and difference out there.
Well, if you had these two in Jenny Eriksson's car, that's 3 different ways of doing the 69 Camaros.
So Wally Strobel there, currently number 14. Andy Robinson currently number 12. They are 678 and 627 respectively. Andy can run in the 5s. He did it last weekend. Can he get another one here?
Struggling with his transmission.
0.97, 60 foot for Andy Robinson. He's getting very close to the centre line. Goes 587, 247 mile an hour. And a 670 at 208 for Wally Strobel. That's going to be one of his fastest passes.
Well, that's what happens when you leave in first gear, folks, I guess. But I'm sure the crew are absolutely delighted down there. Yeah. I'm up the top end with a very, very happy Dave Smith. In fact, he's more scared of me than he is of driving a car. Well, microphone's actually probably not me. But Dave, is it fun? Is it as much fun? Is it as much fun as it looks?
It's more than you could ever imagine. I'm absolutely loving it at the moment.
You did say the workload's increased a little bit as well.
But it makes the good bits even better.
It does. That was a 648, but you said you had a little issue on the run even then.
Yeah, I had no second gear, so I had to hold it a bit in first, went for third, thought I'd fluff the run, but we're doing another PB.
I was going to say, PB with all those issues, so it's going to go even quicker, but most importantly, you're qualified to race tomorrow.
Yeah, stuff with that.
Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Oh, Freddie has an issue. The engine's running, but it's not going in gear.
Well, Andy Robinson, just to give you that 587, 247 miles an hour, he matched pretty much what he ran at Door Slammer speed-wise, and he's just a smidge off his personal best.
No, Freddie's not getting it in gear.
Yeah, they're trying to push the car. No, he's been told to click it off, unfortunately.
To be in gear, but
well, the problem with these Lenco transmissions is the reverser and drive is literally just one little section in the back of the transmission, and it's the most simple part. But what that means is it's also very easy to go wrong.
Yeah, they don't have a clutch anymore in this car, so it has a converter with a converter drive. That's the actual clutch. So you can go forward and reverse. And that's a very difficult piece, also with clutch plates in it. And they do wear, especially when you treat it like this.
So it will be Mickey Gilchrist on a solo. He's currently in at the number 7 spot with a 588. I never thought I'd ever say that before. A 588 only gets you number 7.
Yeah.
Of course, one of these drivers who can dip his toes into the 5.7s. He's not done it yet, but the car is very capable of it. Let's see what he can do now. Lovely run, arrow straight. Goes through 588 again.
And with a 2.
Yeah, so he doesn't move up a spot.
Exactly the same time.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's 2 clean runs down the racetrack. Up the top end with a very happy. And once again, there's a lot of relieved drivers today. This is tough these days in Pro Mod, Andy.
Yeah, it's been interesting today. We've had a lot of issues, but yeah, everyone's been on tenterhooks really.
Well, there's a whole bunch of cars. I think there's sort of 7 or 8 cars in the 580s alone or quicker. Mickey just went another 588. You went 87. But your crew, I mean, you guys never stop working.
Well, that's the only way to keep in front. Well, we're not in front yet, but it's the only way we can keep up with everybody. Everyone works really hard. My crew are great, and everyone else's crew, they work hard as well.
Well, you're doing it for the Brits, so congratulations, and into round 1 tomorrow, most importantly.
Thank you.
No problem. Andy Robinson, and back to you guys.
Wayne Nicholson for Yorkshire, for the UK.
And Michel Bourne has some difficulty firing up the car, but he's here.
And I don't know if you can hear me, please give Fast Freddy a huge round of applause as you come past. He would 100% want to put on a show for you guys. Yeah, so I don't know if you heard me before, but please give Fast Freddy a huge round of applause as he comes past. That's him hanging off the back of the tow vehicle with his helmet on. He can hear you.
So Michel Turenne then 5.87. He's getting quicker. Set his new PB yesterday. He matched it earlier on today.
Very consistent.
And of course, Wayne Nicholson in the 580s as well. I think he's gone 588. He did that at Door Slammers. He's been 598 this weekend.
Yeah, no, Wayne was a spectator at Door Slammers. He,
oh no,
it wasn't part of his remit this year. But he came down to support everybody because he was watching the live streams and this looked so much good.
Yeah, he went
so
over.
he came down and supported everybody.
And he was so polite to drop me off at the airport.
That's right, he did. Yeah.
After the event.
So your number 5 qualifier at the moment there, Michel Turenne. Number 11, Wayne Nicholson. Side-by-side 5s potentially here in Pro Modify. All over the place.
Michel.
It's like, whoa, easy, Tiger,
Not
easy.
needed anymore.
779, 114, and Wayne blazes the tyres. Look at the tyre tracks in Wayne's lane.
Instant shake for Wayne. And you can see he was a little bit left of the groove from Jonny Eriksson.
Yeah.
So, well, that is the right place to be, it seems.
Good point. Very good point, because you'd have said Wayne was plumb in the middle of the groove there. But Yanni and then obviously Dave Smith, they went slightly right of that. Still in the groove, but to the right-hand side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think even Andy Robinson went over towards the right-hand side of the groove.
Yeah. That's the crew chief's decision to set him on the right place.
Well, everybody was trying to step up in that session and on that run. Before the next pair come round, just very quickly trying to grab a word with Mickey Gilchrist. Mickey, another 588. Were you looking for a little more than that time?
Yeah, I was hoping for more, but we tried to do a lot more last run, and it didn't take it, so we needed to back off about a bit where we were yesterday, and we'll try to figure out something.
Well, yeah, racing is normally where you shine, and there's so many cars in the 580s now. I think you're like number 7 qualifier with a 588.
Yeah, yeah. Things have changed, for sure.
Things have definitely changed.
Changed too.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow, sir. Always good to have them back.
Right, a little bit of a clean-up in the lane that Wayne Nicholson had just ran in. They've just gone out with a shoe there, but our track spotters are out there en masse, actually. And
yeah, all the crew have gone away from here as well, which is always that kind of sign. So I'll grab a word as well then, if it's okay.
Yeah, please do.
With Michel Turenne. Very good to see you again, sir. Obviously not the run you were looking for that time, but in the 580s pretty much the whole time. That must be great.
Yeah, it's an awesome weekend so far. Making steps trying to be every round, but before this round we damaged inlet valve spring, so we have to change it. So we're short on time so it's leaking a little bit fuel, so I shut it off after the start.
Well, you've got time tonight to fix everything and go through it. But we were just saying, how many cars are in the 580s, fellas? How many cars are there now? I think there's 8 cars, 5.8 or quicker.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, it's good to see that in Europe cars picking up speed, so awesome to see.
And all three Dutch cars in the 580s as well is good.
Yeah, that's beautiful also, yes.
Well, good luck tomorrow, and it's so much fun for us to watch. Is it good for your heart?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
That's Michel Turenne, everybody. Very happy with life. There we go. Back to you.
Okay, you've got 11 cars of the 16 qualified with a 5-second run. Number 12 is on a 6:01. That's how good Pro Modified is now.
Yeah, unbelievable.
But yeah, we do have a clean-up in the Slick Tricks lane at the moment, so going to be a bit of a pause on that one. We don't know how far they've got to go, but looking at the spotters, they are doing a little bit of what I call matting, if you like, in the shutdown area. Maybe some Berryman's going down as well. But the track crew having a good look at everything. But whatever is up there, they're just going up there with a shoe, which is our affectionate name for the blue road sweeper. Oh, something's just been dropped by the shoe. But something behind it.
It had a tire shake.
Very bizarre. Okay, so yeah, it will be a pause whilst we get this one sorted out, and that's fact the tractor has gone out there as well. We're going to take a pause and commentary just for a moment, give the airwaves back to Nitro FM 96.2. Do not go anywhere, because we've still got the rest of Pro Modified to come. We've still got some very quick cars to come. Straight after that, it is the final qualifying session of FIA Top Fuel Dragster. Be followed by Nostalgia Funny Car, and then all of our bike classes, and then of course the jet cars, Fire Force 3 and Firestorm. I know you're not going to go anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We, like you, are race fans, and we can't wait for it. Nitro then going to take the airways, but we will be back very, very soon.
Lovely run to pair. Johnny Lager's long got out front, goes 5.33.
At 2.71 for Johnny Lag. That was straight, strong, all the way through. Just a second, Krista, sorry if that's okay while you process that one. 5.33, 271 miles an hour. That's really good.
From yesterday, it was improvement, for sure.
You had a rough day yesterday, but I guess that was always in the car. Yeah.
Yes, we struggled with it, but we got some help from one.
Somebody, yeah. Thank you very much indeed. That's Chrissy Hansen. Absolutely on the ball, that was.
Yes, Silvio all the way through on this one, looking at a great pass. Yes, indeed, 5.54.
That's the one they were looking for, 260 miles an hour. And they look absolutely delighted as well. They should be after all the issues. Lynn with a pretty good launch. I'm not sure what happened, actually. Did she shake out there?
Yes, a little bit.
Just a little bit of tyre shake. So she's not going to prove back off and save it for the last run of the weekend.
Lovely run to pair. Dave Smith is out front.
Oh, puff of smoke at the stripe. Wow. Still goes 6.50.
But look at Wally.
Yeah, 6.78, 207. Wally Strobel with his quickest run. Both of those two, side by side, their quickest runs
Whoa. Dick's got goosebumps there. He said he's not going to run a 6 on that. No, not that combination. No, definitely not.
Not a 5. I said a 5.
Lovely run from Freddie. Under power the whole way down the track. Go 6:01.
Oh, so close. 230 miles an hour. And problems for Marcus with an 8:55 tyre shake sent him towards.
Oh, John Webster sashaying a little bit going up the racetrack there. Problems for Norbert. John goes 7:43, 171. Norbert coasting at the stripe there, 10:44.
Yeah, there's definitely something funky going on with that Lucas Oil Avenger because it just went straight up.
Trick train. Jan Eriksson undefeated here. Goodness knows how long.
No issues at all for David Vector. Shake for Yanni Eriksson, but David Vector goes through 5:82, 247 mile an hour.
Your new #1 qualifier.
Sorry.
Oh, it's all right. You're allowed to be completely impartial, or not, as the case may be.
Michel Turin weaving over his lane.
Whoa.
Still goes
quicker. 5:87 at 2:47. Andy,
my God.
It looked like exactly the same thing again. 6:31 at 240 miles an hour. That car has an awful lot in it. Oh, who am I being pointed to? Who am I being pointed? Anyone but you, I guess, yeah. Well, another personal best, another 580 run at 247.
Yeah, perfect.
Are you trying to step it up, or is it just a case of trying to make it consistent now?
No, we're really trying, but yeah, it depends on a lot of things, the weather, the track and everything, so we're doing our best.
The driver's doing a terrific job too.
He's really crazy because I was going off the throttle right away, so...
There we go. Thank you very much indeed, and it's so good to see you guys doing real well.
Bruno Barder getting very close to centre line, reels it back perfectly, goes 5:85, 242 mile an hour.
His quickest run ever. Well, that is absolutely fantastic. 242 miles an hour. I'm going to try and very quickly talk to them.
René.
Anybody? If you wouldn't mind. You've had a tough couple of weeks, but 585 is brilliant.
Yeah, I think that's a great run. He figure everything out, and we go in the direction what he have in his mind, and I think that's coming maybe a little bit better.
What, even better than a 585?
I think so.
Yeah. That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem at all. It's always nice to see Bruno.
Here we go there, Mark Hardfeld, the Voodoo Heavy team.
Nick Gilgis moving over to the left, following the cars in his previously run in that lane, but Mark Hardfeld goes through the finish line, shoots out early, still goes 5:94, 240 mile an hour.
Well, they still look pretty happy with that. It did look. The only thing is, Thomas, it's a bit of a. How can I put it? I've asked drivers about that before, and it looks like they pulled the chutes early.
Mm-hmm. But it's good enough to get him down to 591, PB of 588.
0.99.
Oh, that sounds very good.
Little bit of shake. He shifted just in time. Goes 593.
Good.
At 241. As the saying goes, not bad, not better.
Brings him on the number 8 spot.
Yeah, he was already there though. I think that that was
Yeah.
the 591 from yesterday, actually.
And that just
obliterated
blaze
it.
the tyres.
Oh, that's such a shame because they had a good tune-up yesterday when they went 392, even though she did click the corner and the run didn't count. But everybody needs to know it's just so hard. Every single team member, and especially the driver, gives it 110%. Everybody wants to bring their A game to the track to please all your fans, but we're all after personal best and hopefully a win as well once in a while. So hats off to them. Please bear with it, it's not for want of trying. There's a million adjustments to make on these cars, and the longer I've been in it, the more
They would both on 3-second passes here. Over 300 at the
high side now. You'll see it go a little bit quieter.
Lovely looking run up. And Duncan makes an absolute stonking launch. He lifts at 3/3 foot as well.
Wow.
Yeah, Duncan got bowled.
Yeah, it must have
didn't
timed
move
out,
forward.
but I saw the stage light on.
There we go!
Okay, it is, of course, Bobby Wallace and Bruno Barda, your next pair. Bobby will be coming round into the Slick Tricks lane. Bruno into the Kestrel Beer lane. They're both in the 5s. Can they find just that little bit more? 11 cars of the 16 qualified are in the 5-second zone.
But it's so hard to go faster than in the 580s.
Yeah.
So difficult.
Well, Bobby Wallace has been there before, not currently done it this weekend as of yet. He's been oh so close with a 591.
Does a tailwind make that much difference for cars like these?
No.
I was going to say, I didn't think it
No,
would.
you would prefer headwind, so there's much more air coming in the engine.
Right,
To
okay.
the injector head, or in his
Yeah.
case, Bobby's case, a scoop on the hood. No, they don't being blown forward by the
Right.
wind.
Yeah, they want the air forced in to give more
Exactly.
power
Yep.
to drive through it.
Yeah.
Understood.
And at least the best would be as cold as possible.
Well, a little bit of cloud cover now.
Yeah, that's good.
Better conditions.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Absolutely.
you say that nodding and smiling at the same time. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
right response.
Evening night runs are the best.
Yeah.
So that was a big old purge from Bobby Wallace. Obviously, he's been sat around the corner a long time, so the pressure in the bottle has obviously increased quite a bit.
Funny you should say that, because the first thing Andy Robinson said when he got out was it was very warm sitting down there waiting for a while.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. One good way to read how good the air is how big the nitrous purge is from the nitrous cars. The taller the nitrous purge goes, the better the air usually is.
Ah, I learn something new every day.
Well, it might not be true.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but Thomas sounded like he knew it was
Yeah, no,
talking about that.
it's all right. We
He's
all
good
do.
at
We
that.
all do, mate. We all know how much we don't know.
Exactly, anything with confidence.
Oh, you get away with everything. Yeah.
Here we go. Both in stage.
No, that was
synchronized.
Synchronized drifting.
Well, Bobby got there first, 6:24.239, and Bruno 9:63 at just 80 miles an hour. But they were both hanging on the wheelie bars and yeah, drifting from
Left to
both
right.
of them.
Yeah, at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I presume Bobby's had a pedal in it if it was a 6.2.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, big pedal. When we say pedal, they're moving. Their feet are dancing on the throttle pedal.
Yeah, just to on and off the throttle to make sure they the car keeps traction.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here's Andrew Zanova.
Oh, he made
Yeah,
it. I did
so
see the
cool.
post that he done it. What? Honestly, what a guy! Seriously,
Whoa,
seriously,
they did a
seriously.
hell of a job on
Yeah, the
rebuilding
Reds,
that engine.
Yeah, the Reds Mustang that's coming round now. Just go and say hi to them in the pits and shake their hand, because what an effort! Not just to get ready for this, but to come all the way from Estonia to race as well.
And the very best part, I think, is that this engine has now parts from various
Well, they've been so busy fixing it.
Yeah.
I wonder if they time enough to change the tune-up. I'm sure they have done.
Sounded
Yeah.
quite high on the revs.
Yeah,
actually.
it
You
did.
did actually have to sort of pedal it back a
Very.
bit on the burnout.
Yeah.
And interestingly, Matt Eriksson has done his burnout outside of the groove. He's obviously seen what everyone else has been doing. They don't want to mess up the really nice surface they've got in the middle. So they'll do the burnout over to the left-hand side or the right-hand side in Andrew Zanova's case. Be interesting to see where they stage, if they do stage in the middle of the groove or off to one side.
Well, Andre's definitely going to the right of the groove once again, unless the crew chief pulls him over.
Yeah, whereas
no,
Matt
he's not. He's keeping it dead straight. So he is in the Jan Eriksson groove.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Jan Eriksson lane.
Yeah.
Definitely that.
So, two different power adders once again. You've got the Roots supercharger of Matt Eriksson and the two huge turbos on Andrew Zarnover's Mustang.
There's 7 hundredths of a second between them. That's 6 places on the qualified order between them. Wow. You've got Mats Eriksson, currently number 3, 583, 590 for the Fast Ford team.
Well, about time Andre ran a 580.
Well, he's done it twice, just not in competition. However, that is a lovely looking run. He's moving over towards the centre line, gathers it up nicely, goes 587, 249 mile an hour.
What a comeback.
Oh, honestly,
stunning.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to talking to him when he comes out. Did he actually get the shoots out as well?
Yes. Yeah.
That's always a bonus.
Yeah.
After all
needed,
that
but-
work, seriously. Like I said earlier, folks, that red Mustang that just ran that number, go and shake his hand if you see him in the pits. That was just a work of art. Here he comes around the corner.
Yeah, issues for Mats Eriksson. Almost instantly went into tyre shake. He tried to drive through it, but the car made a bit of a turn just past 60 foot, so he backed out wisely.
8 of the 16 cars now on 5.8.
Goodness me.
I think we never had that before.
No. Well, here's one that doesn't want to be in the 5.8s anymore. He wants to go in the 5.7s. This is Dave Vector, and he'll be going alongside Mark Hartwell. So this should be the last pair.
Yep, it is. Yep.
So the questions that are about to be answered. Can Dave Vector go quicker than 5.769?
Well, he can, but...
And can he do it
He has.
now? Can he take #1 qualifying spot?
That would be something. To beat the 67. 76.
Yeah. The Voodoo Hemi team, just new parts on the car, new supercharger, new way of working with that, that combination. They got their head round it fairly quickly, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's they also needed the door slammers to get some.
They did, yeah.
Very valuable information.
So Dave Vector, #2, Mark Hartfeld, #9. There's only 600s between these two in qualifying, but look at the amount of positions between them. Hold on tight, your last pair.
And lovely runs. They are side by side, locked together the whole way down the track.
Disappointed with a 583.
583, 596, side by side, 5-second pro modified cars. So Dave Vector ends up at #2, Mark Hartwell #9, #1 qualifier is Jan Eriksson.
So who meets who tomorrow?
Okay, just before you get there, sorry chaps, 1 second. Up the top end with Andre Arnover. Andre, you just said you slept 3 hours in the last 24.
Yeah, it was quite hard, but we get it done. It was all rebuilt. The block was broken and everything. We welded back up, so I was lucky.
And to come back with your best run of the weekend as well.
Yeah, it's awesome. I can't complain. I take it.
I'm sure you were looking for a little bit more, but missing those 2 runs probably meant that you couldn't run a little bit quicker.
Oh yeah, it was just safe run to see everything works A to B. I didn't put a lot of power. Just be safe. Now I know it's good, so we can push more tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow's going to be so much fun. We were just saying the top 8, 580 something or quicker.
Oh, that's awesome. I like that.
That's what you come for. But thank you for coming all that way to see us, sir, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
No problem. That's Andre Arnover, everybody. Back to you guys with the qualified order. Sorry, chaps.
Okay, so we now know that #1 qualifier going into another championship year is Jan Eriksson. Dave Vector is #2, and Mats Eriksson, despite the busted run, was #3. Half of them are on 5.8 seconds. That was outstanding.
That'll be
Absolutely
something
outstanding.
special tomorrow.
So it could be won and lost on the tree, as we always know.
Yeah.
And tomorrow's racing will just be first class, top class, the best. I can't wait.
Does that mean we have a 1-2 a first matchup of 5.88 or 5.8.
Sorry, say it again.
So do we have a first matchup of 5.8?
It could be, yeah. 8 and 9. Yes,
number
you're
8
right.
and 9, yeah. Right, see you tomorrow.
Oh, we're back, and we have got a very excited Smack Smith that's joined us in the tower.
Right.
Once again, hold on tight, not just for Top Fuel, but hold on tight.
Okay,
for
welcome,
Smacks.
race fans.
What have you done to make him
Top
excited? He's
fuel
normally
time,
quiet.
and I haven't even had a drink at all. No, I'm just so happy to be up here watching India racing Duncan all the way from Malta. India's from Switzerland there. It's very interesting to watch Aaron Brooks and Tony Shortall spending quite a bit of time on the start line after that last oil down. I mean, they're looking for track temperature as well as, you know, how sticky it is, etc., etc. You see Aaron shuffling his foot around there.
Right, so this is it then. This is the final qualifying session. Your number one is that incredible 384 at new European speed, 320 miles an hour.
Absolutely amazing.
So this is number 6, India Erbacher, against number 5, Duncan Mikulev. They are both, unbelievably, with 11-second passes. They can go quicker. Now is the time to do it. Both in stage.
Here we go, side by side,
flash.
Top Fuel, flash of flames, but India Erbacher 3.91 at only 382 miles an hour.
382,
Yeah, she's
that's
off
good.
it. Yeah.
Knock 100 off that, and it'd be about right.
282, sorry.
That's amazing. Just imagining how fast these cars are actually going. I mean, we're just wondering what I'm doing here. Well, it was 20 years ago to this weekend when I actually won this event, and I was the third person to break 300 mile an hour on the quarter mile. And we just watched Suzanne do 320 miles an hour to 300 feet, to 1,000 feet,
Yeah.
which is actually stunning. So congratulations once again to Suzanne, the Slicktrix team, and of course Runa.
So what did they actually run, fellas?
Right,
I didn't catch
okay,
any of
right,
that.
well, I'll give you the numbers now.
Yeah,
then.
go on then.
391 at 282 for India.
Yeah.
Duncan, 407 at 221.
Okay.
They were both 0.84 to 60 foot. Duncan was the quicker to the 8th, 308 at 253. But his run was starting to come apart then. India, 311 at 274 at the 8th mile.
Well, Duncan's car's come round the corner with the blower belt off, but very relieved looking, well, everybody up here. Just very quickly, quick chat with Dave Vector. Dave, not quite the 570s from last weekend, but Pro Mod is so tough these days.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, we thought we could repeat the run in the first day of qualifying. We just couldn't. We lost the setup there. So we changed the setup all around, and we're back on track going towards the 570s.
That's good to see, mate. And tomorrow is going to be so much fun. It's going to be so much fun when it comes to eliminations for us to watch, but probably not for you driving.
Oh, it's nerve-wracking. The first run tomorrow is going to be absolutely nerve-wracking, but it will be fun, absolutely.
Well, good luck from all of us, mate.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Where are we at with the track, folks? Because I'm sure I can have a chat with a couple of people as well.
Well, the track seems to be clearing. There was a big flash of flame about 8th mile out of Duncan's car, but the track crews cleared the track. Ambulance is back on station. The fire truck's going back onto the pad as well. I'm not sure how long we're going to be. I don't think it'll be that long at all.
Oh, good stuff. Well, Duncan came around the corner, like I said, with the with no blower belt on the front. India Erbacher, they went 391, was that right?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, 391 India. You take that?
I take that, definitely. I mean, what else do you want for the first race of the season? So we know we have a fucking badass car. I'm sorry for swearing. But it's just emotions getting done with me, so I'm super excited.
This is why you don't tell people their elapsed times live, but that's cool. That's really cool. But yeah, your team as well. It's so much effort for you to come here. So good to see you doing well.
It's so good to be the whole crowd on the grandstand. I mean, you guys are amazing. We're doing this for us and for all the fans, and it's just amazing to see all those faces.
Well, you're number 2 qualifier at the moment. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys. I'm going to go and hide.
Yes. Okay then, so our next pair are below us. Stig Neergaard.
Nice to see an independent.
And of course, Ida Zetterström.
Yeah, so Ida will be after that speed record now. She already holds the ET record for 1,000 feet at 3:79. So they'll hop that car up, probably take it out the back door.
I've just got to tell you folks, India is doing the most fantastic dance around the field.
Fantastic.
Well, that's how it works, and it's Max. When it all goes to plan, it's just a great
it's all
feeling.
going to plan. Well,
Apart from the interviews, it's perfect.
Yeah, but a few more interesting facts on these cars. Probably a lot of people don't know, but to get more traction, they put more air in the tyre. It's the opposite of every other car in the drag racing, so that's kind of a strange thing to do. So I was watching Aaron earlier, picking the track temperature, so they pick the tyre pressures to 1/10 of a pound. Well, that's pretty interesting stuff. But right now, Stig's hoping for some big numbers. All these cars are all capable of running in the 370 zone. They've all got the parts on board. Let's see what they can apply to the track.
Okay, your penultimate pair then. Ida Zetterström, she's currently number 6. Stig Neergaard, number 5. They're in the 5-second zone. Want to get into the 4s, definitely want to get into the 3s. Stig's car. Unbelievable pass from Ida. 384, 304, and a 561, 119 there for Stig. Ida moves up to number 2.
Did she get the ET?
No. Yeah, 304 at 384.
I was going to say ET from Suzanne's last run, I was about to say. But
yeah, it was close.
Yeah.
It was close.
Yeah, 3,000ths of a second between.
That's Suzanne's.
Yeah, 3,000ths
So
of a
that was
second.
384 for
three.
number 2.
Yes.
Yeah?
Wow.
Unbelievable. What was the speed, chaps? 300?
30. Well, I've lost it now.
4.
Where's it gone? Yeah,
Do you know
304.
What? Do you know what? I have the best job in the world. I'm hanging about with a bunch of seriously hyped up ladies up the top end here.
Oh, look at you.
Well, that's why you were teammate with Suzanne as well, wasn't it, Max? But there we go.
Absolutely. Yes, my old teammate. Yeah,
Yeah,
congratulations to her.
What did Stig run, by the way? Sorry.
561 at 119.
Okay.
Yeah, he was matching Ida pretty much number for number down the track. He was a couple of tenths down at 330 foot, but at the 8th mile, hazed the tyres, had to back out of it. I think he tried and pedalled it a little bit, but just aborted the run.
Yeah. Sensible thing to do. Save it for tomorrow.
Save it for tomorrow.
Right, last pair. And it is Suzanne Kalin in the Slick Tricks Racing Top Fuel car. And Dennis Nilsson. Skipped the last session. But just seeing what's gone on before him. And interestingly, it's, as we know, it's 3 girls and 3 guys. The top 3 are the girls. The bottom 3 are the guys.
Yeah.
So can make life a little bit interesting.
That's why I've still got long hair.
Is that right? Okay, just before we get to that, just a very quick word with Ida Zetterström. Well, after the last few runs, you've had so many problems. That must have been lovely.
Oh, that felt amazing. That's exactly what we've been wanting to do for a good while now.
And only 2nd spot, but just by that much.
Yeah, we don't have a blower belt on right now, so I heard our speed was down a little bit, so it snapped just before the finish line, so that does a little bit to the speed, and yeah, a little bit to the ET, but not as much as you would think.
It'll be so much fun tomorrow. Good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Go, Dennis.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Blower belt off before the finish line.
Yeah.
So they were expecting more speed from that, and they were still over 300 mile an hour.
Well, to be fair, the car was absolutely hauling at the top end.
Oh.
And, yeah, no blow about it at the end of the run. Okay, so you are guaranteed number 1 qualifier is is on the track now, because it is either going to be Suzanne Kalin or will Dennis run his first ever 3-second pass.
All the power to him is what we keep coming back for is his personal best incrementals.
Dennis openly admits he hasn't got the arsenal of spares and the weaponry to enable him to keep up with these guys and girls. But you know this, anything can happen. You may get the sweet spot and have the perfect run, and it can happen.
Absolutely. But it's kind of hard when you're turning the cars around. Every run we almost need to put cylinder heads on and everything every run, so you do need an arsenal of spares. But only took me like 50 years to get that bit together.
So the slick tricks for Sanderford Raceway, Draper Tools, it is Suzanne Kalin. She is your current #1 qualifier.
Will the track hold a 370?
Well, we'll soon find out.
I think it will. Can she do it though? Let's see. Both into pre-stage, your last pair in top fuel.
And side by
beautiful,
side,
beautiful.
Dennis Nielsen goes through.
Oh, do you know what? It was going to be faster.
I thought so
420
too, yeah.
at 270 for Dennis. 467, only 164 Suzanne. But looking at the 8th, you can see the run was dropping away there. 191 compared to 246 on the speed. But what a top fuel session that was.
That was more like it, wasn't it, fellas? The great thing is for me, they all made it down here. So what was that for Dennis? 420?
420, 270.
Wow. So we got matchups for tomorrow. I'm guessing. So #1 qualifier Suzanne. I'm guessing the last qualifier is Stig. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Then we got #2, which is Ida, going to be going against probably either Duncan. No, not Duncan. It'll probably be Dennis actually. And then
Suzanne will get. Oh no, hang on.
Suzanne gets #5, whoever #5 is, which I think is probably Dennis. And then it's going to be 3 and 4, which will be the other two. It'll be Duncan Mikulev against India Urbacher. They're all going to be tough. I'm just going to try and pedal down to the other exit and have a word with Dennis. So you carry on, guys.
Okay, well, coming up next is Nitro Funny Car. And so good that the Undertaker team have sorted the problem with the body. It would not go over the supercharger. It would not come down. Ah, right. It was getting caught. So that's fixed. And then because we're not in FIA competition, because we're in like the Funny Car Cup, it was a case of just asking the other teams, would you allow it? They said yes, of course. So Steve Ashdown gets his shot because he's not qualified yet. He hasn't put a run in. So he needs to get down the track. I'd spent a lot of time, a huge amount of money to come back to this point.
It's always the small stuff as well, so they're just playing with that now.
You thought your day was done up here.
I thought I was done, and now they got me back. But yeah, I mean, Dave Bryant and Steve Ashdown, they work as hard as anybody else, so it's fantastic to see them. They've fixed that problem, and they're going to give it the last shot to get in the field. Currently, they're actually not qualified because their body was hanging up on the throttle, and Steve had to drive it out the other end after the burnout. So technically, he's not in the program yet. So all the other teams have allowed them to have this time so they can have this last shot. So love these guys. They're all awesome. So let's hope that they finally do it.
Straight down. No issue.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen the crew start clapping after the body goes down.
Not again, no.
No, it's much better. He's going to get the car stopped.
Yeah, I mean, they're desperate to get, like, just some incremental. They need to get some flow. They've got a new fuel pump on there, so they need some fuel flow readings. So don't be disappointed if they shut it off early, because they're kind of going in flyback now.
It sounded like the revs were too high. He couldn't bring them down enough.
Yeah. Which always means that if your revs are too high, you're probably not going to get it in reverse at all.
Yeah, that's right. The trouble is that keeps the rev, like Max just said, doesn't it? It keeps the revs too high, so the clutch won't disengage, being the problem.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, loads of things we try and do is like you go on the high side, it drops it down, but it's only a couple of hundred RPM. I could hear it from here; it was pretty high. So
it can do. It's a real shame for
no
Steve.
tell. It's had a really, really frustrating weekend. And like I said, love those guys. They just work as hard as anybody else. It's just not been their weekend, but they've been doing it a long time. They'll take it back, sort all the bits and pieces out. I mean, this is all remnants from last year when they actually burnt the car to the ground. So they've had to change the body, fix everything on the car, and then change a whole bunch of things. And lots of new upgrades as well. So
yeah, he's just rolled round the corner up here. I'll try and get a word with him in a minute. But in the meantime, #1 qualifier in Top Fuel up here. Wasn't quite the run you're looking for that time, but Suze, just tell us what a 320-mile-an-hour run's like in a Top Fuel car.
Oh, it sure felt like something. I never felt like that before. It just didn't stop.
Just didn't stop going. It looked like you went past the finish line too. We won't mention that. But yeah, you did, yeah. But is that your first #1 qualifier as well?
You know what? I think you're right.
Well, also, you're also undefeated for the last 2 FIA events. That's correct, yeah, because you won Hockenheim, you won the finals, and you're in #1 spot this weekend.
Yeah, we're all very happy, and we just want to keep going.
Well, you've been doing this for a while, and you've been back for a while as well, obviously, and you're still in your 30s.
I am for a little while longer.
Yeah. Well, good luck tomorrow, and it's been great to watch you all weekend.
Thank you.
No problem. Back to you guys up there. I'll see if I can get a word with Steve.
Okay, we are back, and we are back with Nostalgia Funny Car. Okay, so it is the Chi-Town Hustler of Paul Harris.
Taking on the Apache.
Wow, high revving burnout there for Paul Harris. Now then, something I didn't know, and the crew came up to advise, that on Paul Harris's run yesterday, it blew the windscreen out.
Oh!
Yeah, exactly. So they've had a new screen fitted, and fingers crossed, the same thing is not going to happen again.
Okay, that makes sense why they missed the run this morning.
Yeah, had to make a new windscreen,
Yeah.
get it all riveted on and everything. It's not a case of just holding it on with gaffer tape, it had to be riveted. Nevertheless, he went 665, and he went through the tracks without the windscreen then, so he had everything in it coming at him. Tim Garlick though, 6 flat. Can he nudge it into the 5s?
Yeah, Mr. Consistency this weekend. He's done nothing but run 6 zeros.
So Paul Harris, the Chi-Town Hustler, the Dodge Omni, 665. Timmy Garlick, the 1977 Firebird.
Paul almost double stepped off the line, but they're side by side the whole way up the track. Tim Garlick goes 6:01 and an outstanding 6:43 by Paul Harris.
Yeah, Paul Harris, 643, only 205 miles an hour, but 601. He's got a bracket car there, 230 from Tim Garlick.
Well, he's dialed in perfectly for Super Pro. That's the quickest you can run. You can't run Nitro in Super Pro, though.
Yes, you can.
You can?
Yeah, I think the rule got changed very recently.
Just in case any funny cars fancied having a go,
I think it was for Robin Reed, actually.
Yeah, it could well have been, actually. You may well be right. Way back when, Robin's car wasn't allowed in Super Pro, but now it is. Anyway, I'm back down at the last turn-off because Suzanne came off a little bit early. Paul Harris has just rolled round the corner.
Right, well, firing up now is Tony Betts with Venom. The car is actually running. It's quite a long way round the corner. Just putting the stuff back in.
Yeah, I really hope Wendy Baker's back there as well, because if not, she hasn't made a pass at all this weekend.
Yeah, I pedalled past this morning and there was no engine in the chassis still. Whatever the problem they're having is it's proving very hard to fix, unfortunately.
They'd sent the engine off. It was actually with Grumpy getting some machine work done to it recently, so they were trying their best to get the car out this weekend, but no, unfortunately I can't see any Wendy Baker, so I don't think she would have made it out.
Right, well, the issue earlier on for Tony, of course. He did his burnout and they were just getting ready to do the run, and they pulled the parachute safety release out, and the chute popped. Well, the chute didn't pop, but the pin came out, and they were trying to just make sure that the chute didn't come out, push it back in and get the pin located. They did, but they ran out of time, and Tim Garlick was getting a bit warm on the line, so they had to send Tim on his own. So fingers crossed, no issues this time. Can I please have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So issues getting the car into reverse. Bob's
Once again,
there,
trying to rock it to get the car to come back. Oh, tell him to go forward instead. So
that's an angry, flat out. If I'm going down the track, I'm going down the track.
Yeah, I think that's the electromotor. Oh, the chute still popped at the end there.
So what did Tony run that time?
Didn't. Away.
Away, okay, well, after the burnout, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry, right. Well, I'm down here with a smiling Paul Harris. Paul, it's good to see you up this end of the racetrack. Another 6-4 as well.
Yeah, pretty pleased with that. After well, we managed to keep the windscreen this time. So after yesterday was a bit of a muck up here and there. We managed to mock up a screen thanks to Rob Elsom. Yeah, really pleased, really pleased.
Well, you are qualified. You will be racing tomorrow, and I think it's the number 2 or 3 qualifier. So it may well be that man who just ran Tony Betts is in the other lane.
Oh, really looking forward to that.
It'll be a battle of the haircuts, mate. I tell you.
What can I say to that?
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
No problem at all, Paul. Well, actually, you're really evenly matched, actually. He's 6'3", you're 6'4", so there's not a lot in it. Right, back to you, chaps, before I get flattened.
Yeah, and apologise to everybody in the pits, actually. I just put a call out for one of our sportsman classes, and it was a slight glitch in the system. It was an old message that appeared on that. So cancel that call out, please, into the lanes. Ignore it completely, please. Whoops. Sorry. Yeah, it was just a technical glitch, but we're back on the song now. Okay. Getting bikes ready to go out.
Yeah, I can see around the corner we've got Pro Stock Bike ready to come back round. And in fact, I think there's a couple underneath the tower at the minute. Only 2 of them, though. I can't see any more. Well, if that's of course if there is 2. I usually have a quick look at the live stream to see what's beneath the tower because we can't. Well, there's no glass floors in this thing, so I can't see directly below us. Ah, thank you everyone in the live stream. No, there's actually no one below us. I could have sworn I saw a couple of Pro Stock bikes around the back of the corner. Oh, I can see him. He's just been blocked out by all of his crew. Yeah, that's Maurice Bertrand. Around there, he will be the only Pro Stock bike in this session. They're having a little bit of a sweep up.
Right, so as Thomas was saying there, Pro Stock Bike, followed by Super Twins, Top Fuel, Super Street Bike and Junior Bikes. And then, of course, we have Jet Cars with Fire Force 3 and Firestorm. And then we got some sportsman racing to come. And I will announce them in a moment. Those of you that just went, oh, hang on a minute, we've just been called. No, you haven't. That is not a call for Super Comp into the lanes at all. It was just one of the earlier messages that just got through. Right, now then, in the sportsman pits, this is a genuine call out this time. Can we please have Super Gas, please? Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please. And, or should I say 9.90 to 9.93 bracket?
Yeah.
I don't know. Going to be interesting to see what happens in the final session of Super Gas, but can we have you into the lanes, please?
So we do have Pro Stock Bike rolling down underneath the tower. There's only one of them for the final session. We do have 4 entered.
Well, worryingly, we haven't actually seen Martin Newbury today, unless down there.
It's not, no.
It's not, no. We had all today, 2 great 7-1s, or 7-1 and 7-2 yesterday. Yeah, we haven't seen him all day today, unfortunately.
Well, he did put in a really good pass in yesterday, so maybe he's just thought, I'll leave it alone for now.
No, you don't get enough chances to run them. It's never a case of leaving it alone. You try and make every run you possibly can. So you've got one Pro Stock bike, then we've got the Super Twins as well. Yeah. And then Top Fuel bike again.
Yep, indeed. Yes, so this will be Bertrand Maurice on a solo pass. The only Pro Stock bike running this session. He is currently your number 2 qualifier. If he can gain a little over a tenth, he might be able to take the number 1 spot. He has run a 7.26. Number 1 is currently at a 7.14. I'm not sure what his PB currently is. I'm sure there'll be a piece of paper around somewhere that tells me all the personal bests. There you go, he gets the tap on the back, told to roll forward. This bike is naturally aspirated. They have to be to run a Pro Stock bike, so let's see what he can do. Ooh, stalled it instantly.
Back to the problem we had last year, and the first qualifying run as well this weekend, unfortunately.
Oh dear. Okay. I'll tell you what, just looking at this, I think there could be some interested spectators on the banking, and that's the Cordell family. Brett and Charles are there, and I'm sort of thinking, obviously, with them sort of chilling out on the banking instead of watching the racing for a change, as they put it. Obviously, Jasmine Cordell has got the X-Pro stock bike now. I know they changed quite a lot on it, but they go, well, might have a pop at a Pro Stock bike, but there we go. Right, so it's on to the Super Twins then.
So in Super Twin, obviously only allowed 2 cylinders. You can either have a big inch nitro injected or the smaller engine but supercharged. And I can see he's down there, so you will be seeing that bike in the session. Yeah, he missed the first qualifier today, but he's back out for the second. Up first, we do have Martin de Haas. He's currently your number 3 qualifier, and Chris Van Nimmen, your current number 4 qualifier with a 7.16. Martin de Haas currently running 6.63. I'm sure that bike's capable of way more than that.
The thing is, though, it is going to be Martin on his own. Although Chris's name is flashed up on the screen, he's not come forward. So, Martin de Haas then. 6.
Arrow straight down the track. The front wheel plonks itself down about 400 feet out, but he rolls off the throttle. He was moving a little bit towards the wall. Still goes 8.07, 117 miles an hour.
But look at the time mark he's left all the way up to 3:30. And you can tell it's his because it's just one track and it's wide. But yeah, Martin de Haas is going to end up number 3.
Well, Martin de Haas, that means if he's number 3, he's going to end up with a first round date with one of these 2.
Exactly that.
If they stay in the order they're in, it will be Vesa Lipponen. If Vesa Lipponen moves up, it's going to be Marcus Christensen. Both Marcus and Martin, who's just come around the top end here, both the previous European Super Twin champs.
Yeah, I can see Chris Van Nimmen round the back of the tower. He's still back there. Obviously had issues getting the bike fired. However, up next we do have a pair for you. Marcus Christensen with the Pro Stock style Super Twin Top Fuel bike.
Stunning looking machine. But actually, both of these are outrageously cool.
Yeah, as I said before, I remember watching Marcus Christensen in the night show, one of the European finals, and because of the way that the exhausts are pointing up and out away from the bike, Marcus went down the track with, well, angel wings of fire as the head of flames bellowed out the back of the bike. Vesa Lipponen, currently the number 2 qualifier, he can go quicker than a 6.47. He's the only bike in the 5s of this vintage.
Oh, your last pair then in the Super Twins.
As he rocks the tower, under power the whole way down that side by side.
Oh wow, 6:29 for Marcus Christensen, but Vesa Lipponen 6:26 to take the #1 spot. Side by side, 6.2s. Outstanding. Wow.
I actually can't believe that. That was
phenomenal.
Now that's what Super Twin racing should be.
Oh, I'm going to have two very happy guys at the end there, but one extremely happy.
Well, Vesa, I just said to Martin de Haas, actually, sitting down here, that he's now got that means he's now got Marcus Christensen in round 1 of eliminations tomorrow, because Marcus is number 2 and Vesa Lipponen is number 1.
Right, it is Top Fuel Bike. We have a bump spot of 7.18. That has appeared on the scoreboards at the top there. And that number belongs to Mickey Ollie. And he is just coming forward now. Love to get into the 6s. Just inching himself forward. He's on his own.
Yeah, so to race tomorrow, he does need to run a 6.99 or faster. He's currently in with a 7.18. I'm sure he'll turn the bike up from that though. Lovely looking launch, 108 to 60 foot. That's quite soft for a funny bike, but it goes through the finish line, goes 692, 201 mile an hour.
That's terrific stuff. Well done. Up the top end with Vesa Lipponen, who is now your number 1 qualifier. 6:26, possibly not quite as quick as you wanted, but still real good.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we tried to run the 5-second run, but we are trying to find a new clutch setup. So we put some new stuff to the clutch during the winter time. So just learning still proper setup.
But that's still, it's your first time here at this racetrack as well?
No, I think I was here in 2013. Yeah, with my old bike.
Well, very good luck for tomorrow, and it's great to see this machine over here.
Thank you.
No problem. Back to you guys. My colleague's just ridden straight back to the pits. He's just gone straight past me. He's just gone straight past me.
Didn't want to see him.
No,
right,
he knows he's going to be talked to. He's gone.
Right, Stu Crane off and running.
Only a 1.15 60 foot, but he's under power the whole way down the track. Goes 661, 211 mile an hour.
He's out-qualified by his teammate Mark Smith.
He is, yeah, but Stu did move up from 7 to 6 with that one, so his best run of the day.
So
and he'll be heading to you.
Sorry, fellas. The bump spot then is in the 6s, I'm guessing now.
6:92.
Yes. Okay, so that's Mike Ollie's time.
Yep.
So it's only our friend from Sweden that isn't in the show at the moment. Well, there's always going to be one non-qualifier.
And here he is, Thomas Pettersson. He's the man on the outside now looking in.
He's well capable of running quicker than that. Well capable.
Number 7 man, Eric Richard. So he's on a 6:66 at the moment.
Yeah, so he's just been bumped down from the number 6 spot by the guy you've just seen, Stu Crane. Yeah, I do apologise about that. So, bringing the bikes into the line, Eric Richard and Thomas Pettersson inching his way forwards. Lovely launch for both of them, actually.
Yeah, they're both flying. Oh, no, just pooping out a little bit. The stripe, 6:79, 7:10 for Thomas. It was his best run of the weekend, but he will still be first alternate. 6:79 on a 6:66 previously, so they both stay put.
So the first alternate does mean that they come in if anyone is broken. But Stu Crane, a 6.6 that time round. Still not as quick as your team bike this weekend.
I know, I'm never going to hear the end of it. You know, I'm just pleased for him. He's no man deserves it no more than him. So Yeah, no, it's all good. We're going to turn it up a little and turn him up a little and go a bit quicker.
Well, thank you for lending us Dale Leaks, by the way, yesterday. You can have him back for the next few bike events.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think he's back Monday, you said, isn't he?
Yeah, he's back. He's back to ride, but good luck to Rob, mate.
Yes, thank you very much.
That's Stu Crane with the Water Speed bike. Back to you guys.
Right, okay, it is Neil. And
well,
it would have been Rene van der Berg, but Rene is taking his gloves off, taking his crash helmet off. It doesn't look like he's going to be making a run here. He's a little bit frustrated, to say the least. So yeah, bike being pushed back. So on his own then will be Neil Midgley, currently number 2 on a 5.79.
But that was a slowing 5.79. He was off it long before the finish line. He had put virtually 0 mile an hour compared to, well, the likes of Rikard Gustafsson, who only went 0.03 of a second quicker than him. He'll be hoping for a lot more on this one.
So the cannon just bringing Neil up to the beams. Wants 300ths of improvement to take that number 1 spot. He wants even more than that to extend.
0.95 to 60 foot. 373 to the 8th mile goes 5.70. 245 mile an hour.
Wow.
Fair to say the team are pumped down there.
Goodness me. Those numbers are epic. That is quite amazing.
Short numbers, 0.95 to 60 at the 8th, 373 at 204, and a 1.97 back half, 570 at 245. Outstanding. I'll tell you what, when Darryl catches him.
I'm going to tell him the number before he talks to me.
Okay.
Right? I'm not getting caught like that again. I've been caught like that previously, but I'm not getting caught like that again.
Right, well, the next ones are fired up already, so you have to hang on to him and don't tell him.
This is, of course, Rikard Gustafsson. He will be going alongside Al Smith. Slightly different start line routines. Al Smith doesn't do a burnout over the line, so Rikard will bring his bike, do his burnout, cross the line, and then Al will start his routine.
Well, Rikard Gustafsson just had a bird's eye view of that 5.70. He's just pinched his number 1 spot. He's going to have to go in the 5.60s to take it back.
Right, Al Smith to the rocket. Already run a 6.04 this weekend. Can we see our 3rd bike into the 5s here? He's been there before. Comfortably so. Bike is an absolute monster.
So Rikard, he's one of the only members of the 250 mile an hour club on a bike.
Yeah, it's a very small and elite club indeed. Got quite a few in the 5 second zone, but 250, that is a limited club at the moment. Here we go then, your last pair, Al Smith.
They are nailed together the whole way down the track. This is going to be incredible.
Yes, 574 for Rikard, but Al Smith, a 598.
260 mile an hour for Rikard Gustafsson.
You've got to be kidding. That's one of the fastest speeds ever recorded on a top fuel bike.
Yeah,
260 miles an hour.
260.55.
Whoa, dearie me. Well, I'm up here with Neil Midgley. Ricard's just come round the corner. I might actually tell him. Have I got time before the next pair, guys?
Yeah, quickly.
Very quickly. Neil Midgley, number 1 qualifier, 5.70.
Yes, very pleased with that. It's slowly getting to use of the bike, but I think we're there now.
Oh, you certainly are, so good luck. Well done for Britain tomorrow.
Thank you.
Right, sorry, breath gone, get it back. Right, it is Super Street Bike last qualifying session. Clemens Walliat with the Kawasaki. He's currently number 10 on a 7:48. The thing is though, Super Street Bike go through so quickly.
That's not what he's going to be wanted at all. Only a 138 to 60-30. He's already rolled off the throttle.
All right, next pair already started up. Just getting ready to do their burnout.
I've just got to say this quickly, fellas. I know they're burning out, sorry. I said to Rickard, you just ran 260. He went, yeah, decent.
Sounds a bit nonplussed with that. But yeah, the quiet man, but he does his talking on the bike without a shadow of a doubt. 260.55.
Well, we were just talking about how he's one of the most exclusive clubs. It was the 250s.
Yeah.
And he's just done 260.
All right, Margot Schmidt, Peter Ostland. Well, Peter number 9 on a 7:27. Both getting close to the centre line. 7:34. Margot goes 7:93. That's her best run of the weekend, actually.
Very quickly. Sorry, just quickly, guys. Rickard Gustafsson, 574, fantastic. 260 miles an hour. I think that's like the second or third fastest in the world.
Yeah, second.
Second?
Yeah.
That's just amazing. And your response was it was decent?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, he is actually happy, fellas. Don't worry. But well done to Rickard. We'll see him tomorrow.
Oh, cool as a cucumber. Totally.
Kai, it's a microphone thing. It's not an excitement thing,
Right.
trust me. But yeah, that's so cool. And now running 5:98 as well.
Right, Steve Mead, currently number 12, 7:76. Mark Hope, 7:07, number 8. The next pair coming at you. Mark Hope in the Slick Tricks lane. Steve Mead, he's in the Kestrel Beer lane. Both launching well, but not galactic numbers, if you like. Mark Hope goes 8:17, and he got there first. 11:38 for Steve Mead.
All right, down the block ends quickly, very quickly with Al Smith. Al back in the 5s again.
Wonderful, wonderful. What a session.
It's great. Top Fuel Bike's just been outstanding this weekend.
What a show. What a show. I mean, the European scene for Top Fuel Bike it makes the Americans look shabby at the moment.
Steady on, but good luck tomorrow.
It does. Thank you very much, Darren.
Thank you very much, Al. Answers on the postcard, please.
Oh dear. Al Smith making friends. Okay, anyway, just to remind everybody, after Super Street Bike, we got the junior bikes, and after that, we have got jet cars again. So don't go anywhere, folks. This is Super Street Bike. This is Christian Yaz with the Team Brother Suzuki. Currently number 11 with a 7:55, and it's Ross Morrison, 7:06, and he's currently number 7.
Yeah, a little bit of a track check in the Kestrel Beer lane.
They've been sent back, actually. Both bikes were getting quite close to the centre line. Whether that's a fluid-related issue.
Well, there did seem to be something hazing off of Steve Mead's bike.
Yeah.
I was wondering if it was wheel spin or whether it was oil. Yeah, the legs have come apart at the top end, so that definitely means there is a trail of oil. Ian's running for the tractor.
And I bet now Daryl's got absolutely nobody down there with him at all, which is sometimes the way it happens. But as I say to our great spectators out there, do not go anywhere. We still got the rest of Super Street Bike. We got the youngsters with the junior bikes, and then Fire Force and Firestorm, the Jet Funny cars. And then we've got our final sportsman qualifying, Super Gas, Super Pro ET and Super Comp. And you can actually see some of the cars on the live stream heading down into the lanes now. That's Simon Barlow with the Fordson making his way down to the lanes. And I can't quite see who's tucked in behind him there, but making their way down.
Have you got a second to talk?
You have, yes. Go for it.
So right, she doesn't know I'm coming. Margot Schmidt from the Netherlands. Margot, that's all right. Well, we have a quiet moment. So, first of all, thank you for coming to Santa Pod all the time. You've been here many times before. I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, enjoying it a lot. Yeah.
Well, the bikes had a lot of upgrades this season. still not quite where you want it to be, but you will get there.
Yeah, definitely. I'm getting much more comfortable with the bike. I did a personal best on 60 foot. The run before this one was 1:23, so that's the fastest I've ever been going. So we'll get there. Yeah, definitely.
You will get there, and you are actually. I think we're running a 16 ladder, so you still will be racing. I think so. Subject to confirmation. Hopefully, we'll still be. Yeah, subject to confirmation.
I'll pray for that. Yeah. Hope so.
Well, there isn't a bump spot on the board, is there, fellas?
No.
No. So there's no bump spot on the board, which normally means that it should be still open.
Okay, that will be excellent, because otherwise I had to do a 7:05 right now, so I was out then. So.
Problem at all. Well, good luck with the bike, and it will happen, and it will be very quick.
I know. I'm sure, convinced I can ride it, and it's going to happen. Don't know when, but it's going to happen.
Good luck for the rest.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Okay, well, we do have a bit of an oil down, actually, and it could be what could be a bit of a sprayer, actually, because it's from the 3:30 up to the finish line.
There's a big puddle running out of the underneath of one of the bikes up here, so yeah, it might have sprayed there. It's definitely puddling up this end.
Yeah. So yeah, our track crew on that. But yeah, we have the shoe, the track crew, the tractor. Everything is out there at the moment. So I think we are going to be down for a few moments or more. So much so that the other Super Street bike riders have taken the crash helmets off and are just having a look at the track. So we'll give you an update on this one when we get an idea how long this one is going to be. So Nitro FM going to take the airways over for the time being. We will come back to you as soon as with a full update. The airwaves then at Nitro FM. How quick this car is.
Hey, there we go. That's a Paul Brown reaction time of a 001.
172, 173. What we got? 173
Whoa,
miles an hour.
776.
Light passenger, apparently. That's what that is, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the two-seater go that quickly.
It's been a little bit.
Not here this weekend.
But can we see another representative pass from Mark Sheridan? It certainly looks like it. He's absolutely tramming on down the track. Goes 8:42 at 192. Rob unfortunately double stepped on the line, so his time's not going to be anywhere near what the actual time will be. But Al Williamson goes through 8:39, 161 mile an hour.
Very undramatic for Andy Bond. At the 8th, he's 496 at 158. And he goes 7:42 at 199 miles an hour. James Murray, 10:42, 133. So Andy Bond, both bumping in together.
Much better launch for Rob Carter. I can hear a little bit of popping and banging, but there doesn't seem to be any issues. A pair. Al McSweeney goes through 7:81 and an 8:51 for Rob Carter. Look at the
blazes. That tyre just stood up on those rear tyres and didn't have any forward motion at all. The car literally just came straight up and went into like a secondary burnout. Almost.
Yeah, well, the car moved about 3 feet forwards before it went into spin, but yeah, it was definitely turned up on one. You could hear the engine note drop as he turned it onto the high side.
Relevant cars.
Two lovely launches.
Oh, blower belt comes off for Jason Phelps there. But he went 0.92. In actual fact, they both went 0.92 to 60 foot. Kevin's going to get there first with a 6:15 at 120.
Lots of black smoke out Brendan Clancy's car, but it seems to be tramming on well. Going over the line to a 7:20, wow. 190 mile an hour.
Well, Brendan did say...
Wow, Nick carried those front wheels in 08 light. And Nick's going to get to the stripe first. What's he got for this time? 8:13. He finds another 500s. Just
Will be a solo for Luke.
Well, he cut a good light there. 0.3. Nicely done, Luke. And what's he got for us this time then? 12.35, 110. I think there's a bit of wheel spin as well, actually. Although
A Vauxhall engine in it. It's got a quite big turbo on the side of it.
0.005 off the line for Dan. Oh, and that's a big plume of smoke there. And do you know what? Dan saw that as well, and he sort of drifted a little bit to the right. Didn't know if any fluid was going to come onto his side of the racetrack. So a 9.48 at 86 mile an hour. And I think
a 1.51 60-foot for Armoured Jam Shed. That's the fastest we've seen so far this weekend. A little bit of smoke at the top end, but it goes 8.56
judged
again.
Valencia did really well yesterday.
Oh, straight off the line, and the tyres grew, the shake hit, and Sylvia Loaching not to drive through that, and just coasting up to the line.
So that's another one that's not going to make it as far as me.
No, he's not. I'd be surprised if he actually reaches the first exit with that one. 47 miles an hour at the stripe.
He might just make the first exit.
Yes, he is actually, because he's now just swinging left.
Issues for Johnny Ladd.
Big shake for Johnny, but Sandro sailing to number one with a 5.52 with a puff of smoke.
And it blew the safety catch off the top.
It did. From up here, I heard a big whistle through the top end, and I'm presuming that wasn't so.
He's got to stick with it. He's got to stick with it.
That was a huge wheel stand off the line. He's going to go through under power. 725, 188 mile an hour. That's not what they were looking for.
He needs to get higher up into the show. Will he get into the fives? Will he match what he's done?
Yes, beautiful launch. Click second gear.
Well, that's in the fives, but how deep? It's a 5.76, 250 mile an hour. He is now your number one qualifier.
He's going to come around the corner, and Mickey Gilchrist is going to get out of the car, isn't he? You know what I mean? He's just an imposter. What was that, 5.76 at what?
250. Further up the ladder, Dave Smith.
Lovely looking run from Dave Smith. Problems for Marcus Hill, but he goes through to a 6.48 new personal best.
Struggling with his transmission.
0.97 60 foot for Andy Robinson. He's getting very close to the centre line. Goes 5.87, 247 mile an hour, and a 6.70 at 208 for Wally Strobel. That's going to be one of his fastest passes.
Well, that's what happens when you leave in first gear, folks, I guess. But I'm sure.
Both in stage.
No, that was
synchronized.
Synchronized drifting.
Well, Bobby got there first, 6.24, 2.39.
However, that is a lovely looking run. He's moving over towards the centre line, gathers it up nicely, goes 5.87, 200. And lovely runs. They are side by side, locked together the whole way down the track.
Well,
disappointed with a 5.83.
5.83, 5.96, side by side.
Here we go, side by side, top fuel, flash of flames, but India Urbacher 3.91 at only 382 miles an hour.
382, that's good.
Yeah.
Knock 100 off that, it'd be about right.
282, sorry.
Stinks, Carly. Unbelievable pass from Ida. 384, 304, and a 561, 119 there for Stig. Ida moves up to number 2.
Did she get the ET?
No. Yeah, 304 at 384.
I was going to say ET from Suzanne's last run, I was about to say. But
yeah, let's see. Both into pre-stage, your last pair in top fuel.
And side by
beautiful,
side, Dennis
beautiful.
Nielsen goes through.
Oh, do you know what? It looked it was going to be faster.
I thought so too,
420
yeah.
at 270 for Dennis. 467, only 164 Suzanne. But looking at the 8th, you can see the run was dropping away there. 191 compared to 246.
Paul almost double stepped off the line, but they're side by side the whole way up
good.
the track. Tim Garlick goes 6:01 and an outstanding 6:43 by Paul Harris.
Yeah, Paul Harris, 643, only 205 miles an hour, but 601. He's got a bracket car there, 230 from Tim Garlick.
What?
6.
Arrow straight down the track. The front wheel plonks itself down about 400 feet out, but he rolls off the throttle. He was moving a little bit towards the wall. Still goes 8:07, 117 miles an hour.
Your last pair then in the Super Twins.
As he rocks the tower, under power the whole way down that side by side.
Oh, wow, 629 for Marcus Christensen, but Vesa Lipponen.
Sure, he'd have turned the bike up from that, though. Lovely looking launch, 108 to 60 foot. That's quite soft for a funny bike, but it goes through the finish line, goes 692, 201 mile an hour.
That's terrific stuff. Well done. Up the top end with Vesa Lipponen. Straight past me and kept getting no.
Right,
he knows he's going to be talked to. He's gone.
Right, Stu Crane off and running.
Only a 1.15 60 foot, but he's under power the whole way down the track, goes 661, 211 mile an hour. Lovely launch for both of them, actually.
Yeah, they're both flying. Oh, no, just pooping out a little bit. The stripe, 679, 710. Extend.
0.95 to 60 foot, 373 to the 8th mile, goes 570, 245 mile an hour.
Your last pair, Al Smith.
They are nailed together the whole way down the track. This is going to be incredible.
Yes,
Ooh.
574 for Rickard, but Al Smith, a 598.
That's not what he's going to be wanted at all.
No,
only a 138 to 60 foot. He's already rolled off the throttle.
All right, next pair already started up. Just getting ready to do their burnout. All right, Margot Schmidt, Peter Ostland. Well, Peter number 9 on a 727. Both getting close to the centre line. 734. Margot goes 790. He's in the Kestrel beer lane. Both launching well, but not galactic numbers, if you like. Mark Hope goes 817, and he got there first. 11:38, Steve Mead.
All right, down the block end, quickly, very quickly.
are looking for a 10:32. Mustang Pro ET qualifying number 8. Wow.
966 for Roy.
But Malden darling in 9:38. Puts a cherry on the tree, that doesn't matter. And Mason Griffiths 03. He's getting great lights. Now then, it's all about LEPs. And it's a 9:42 for Bob Stays 20. 9:10, little bit off there.
And it looks like they have a competitive race car.
Phone it and we can answer it.
Jason Pickett, Mark Huxley. Mark Huxley went in the 9.6s on Friday. 9.81 this time. Look at the 9.88, 9.7. He's not in at the moment. 9.13, 148. Kirsty goes left screen. We reunite you with it.
John Bean and John Dalrymple there. 9.59 race 9.82. 78 for John, 72 for the other John. Basically no improvements. They stay low.
Right, okay.
008 light for Warren Watts.
Very nice.
Just 400s off. Stays number 7. He's already hit his number bang on.
So Simon Innes number 25, Stevie Gates number 18. Stevie Gates, another one of those guys that had a maddeningly close to dialing back on Friday. 10th off.
Beautiful wheelie there for Tom, especially as it hasn't got wheelie bars on that car. Carried them way past 60 foot. 898.
.44.61. Yeah, Brett States put hundreds off. And a 51. Everybody a little bit off this morning, maybe. Daniel Faulkner and Will Clark. Firebird against Dragster. And Lee Morris with Jag. .10.06, 10.14.
Dialing in quicker than that. Okay, we are back then, and this is a continuation of FIM's Super Street Bike. The final qualifying session about to continue. It's going to be Ross Morrison and Christian Yaz.
Yeah, I don't know whether you heard that up here, but Margot Schmidt was delighted to hear it may well be run as a 16 ladder as opposed to a 8.
Well, normally you would get a bump spot up here if it was an 8, but hasn't. So I can only assume it's a 16.
So fingers crossed. So Christian, number 11 at the moment in the mid 7s. 7:06 is the best for Ross Morrison in the slick tricks line.
Lovely launch from Ross Morrison, 124 to 60 foot. He's a long way out in front. He goes 692, 219
Look
mile
at
an
that
hour.
speed! My goodness me. 7:41 for Christian at 175. I just want to say a big thanks to Ross Morrison as well for providing us with ice pops. How cool was that? He also gave me a working tour of his boots and what he has to do with them when he rides the bike, which is excellent to know. So Matthias Bolin against Steve Venables. Steve is only number 7 with a 7-second run. Most unusual.
And it looks like it's going to be a 7-second run he's qualified with. Unless... Oh no, he's pushing back.
No, I think that's it. I don't think Steve would be moving out of the groove like that. I love that. Ian looked round and said, "Where have you gone?" I was just trying to... He's getting out of the way. Well, it is Matthias Bolin, currently number 5 qualifier with a 6.98.
$121 to 60 foot. He's drifting over towards the centre line a little bit.
That's
but he's
looking good.
Still under
And
power
quick.
goes. Ooh. I thought it was quicker than that.
Yeah, the first to second gear shift was slightly delayed then. It didn't shift. So
That's obviously
I think
what
that's
cost him
held
the
it back
time.
a little bit.
Yeah, still goes 211 mile an hour, but...
I have to say as well, that top fuel bike session, probably from up here, was pretty good.
Yeah.
Being down the other end with all of them was amazing. I didn't realise, the last thing Neil Midgley said to me, he goes, "Yeah, I'm number 1 qualifier. I'm the 3rd quickest in the world, but I'm only the 2nd quickest on this bike." And I went, "Oh yeah, good point."
Right, Jake Michelle, Morgan's Lund. Jake on a 688, number 3. Morgan's number 6 on a 701. Would like to get into the 6s here. $122 a pair to the 60 foot, but Jake
long
way out
gone.
in front. 689 stays put, and a 727 Morgan's just dropping off of what he had run previously, so his best remains a 701, and that's where it will stay.
I can't believe how calm we are about a 689, because there was no improvement.
Yeah, 217. The last pair, I think, are going to be Al Morrison Jr., your number 1 qualifier. Daniel Lentz from Hungary, number 2 qualifier. The only person that can pick Al Morrison Jr.'s pocket of that number 1 spot is the guy in the other lane, and he's got to run better than a 6.76. He's done that numerous times
Yes,
before.
he's been a long way faster or quicker than that as well.
Well done. He's
Not on
not
this
gonna
run.
improve.
Al Morrison Jr., though, goes through the finish line, 676, 223 miles an hour.
And he didn't improve. Wow, that was 2 thou slower than before, can you believe? Well done to all of our FIA bike riders in that session.
Saw Rick Stubbins last night, obviously, tunes the Morris bike. There's no way he said, yeah, it's a bad bike. He said, yeah, it's good. We got something for tomorrow, and this was last night, and obviously that was the
result, yeah. So
It was
junior
very good.
drag bike, last qualifying session. Up on the boards is their dial-ins. They run to, full track for them, half track for us, to the 8th mile.
Yeah, Richard Wilcox ended up number 2 qualifier in junior dragster. This is, of course, he's double dutying this weekend. This is him on his junior drag bike. Currently the number 8 qualifier. Holly King currently is at number 4.
Looking for 9.25, Richard, which I think was what he ran earlier, actually. Can you do it this time when it counts? Nope. That was the dial-in earlier, wasn't it? 9 yeah, it was. I thought so. Never mind. Anyway, and a 10.84 for Holly King. No improvement at all. They're really, really close at the top of the order in junior drag bike.
Alia Lester currently in at number 3. She's looking to run a 13.12. And Anouk Bergering looking to run a 13.49. She's currently in at number 7. Oh, neither rider wants to go into stage. They go. Alia goes in. Anouk goes in. Oh, Alia rolls the lights.
She's not going to get a time either. It was actually before the tree ran. Unfortunately.
But Anouk looking for a 13.49. Goes 13.58. Stays in the number 7 spot. Now, when 1320 Video came over a few years ago and they actually came to the main event, one of the things they loved the most was the junior drag bikes, because it's only done here. You don't really see it in Australia or the States at all.
Biker Nation, that's what we are. So, Leah Morrison looking for 11.50. Jackson King, they're numbers 2 and 6 at the moment. I think that's actually the last pair as well. Or maybe not, I can hear someone under me. 11.50 on the money for Leah Morrison, and she's still only number 2. Would you believe? 11.50 with a 7 on 11.50 dial-in, and she doesn't improve.
Yeah, believe it or not, she went 0070 off her dial-in last time, and that was 0071.
Consistent, though.
Oh, yes. Harry Isaacs in the Kestrel beer lane looking for a 13.37. And Brad Morrison, he's currently in the number 5 spot. He's looking for a 14.85. Harry is your current number 1 qualifier, and unless Brad can beat him, he will remain that.
Yeah, Brad's the only one that can depose him at the moment. Everybody else has run.
So Harry's going to get there first. Of course, he's only run to the 8th mile. 13.34 breakout and another breakout. Oh, no. Sorry, dialed a 14.85, went 14.87. Doesn't take the number 1 spot away from Harry, so he will be your number 1 qualifier for the main event.
Number 5 qualifier is 200ths off in junior drag bike. Goodness me.
Wow.
Yeah. Very, very tight stuff. So anyway, folks, we really hope you've enjoyed your day. There's still more to come. We've got jet cars. We have sportsmen qualifying to round out the day. Super Gas, Super Pro, and Super Comp will be your last 3 classes of the day. On what's going to be, what is already a beautiful evening. It's been a fabulous day.
Oh.
I'm not sure what the highlight was, though, to be honest with you. Rickard being the 2nd fastest in the world. Neil Midgley running 5.70. What else have we had? New to European top fuel speed record, 320 miles an hour.
Interesting you say that. Saw a couple of pictures on Facebook a second ago of Suzanne's tyre. It's shredded itself going over the line. Bits like literally chunks of rubber are missing from the tyre. I suppose that's what 320 mile an hour does to a tyre.
It was working very, very hard at the top end.
Yeah.
Without dropping anyone in it. Also, Suzanne may have been on it slightly longer than Masbrook. That probably doesn't help either. But there we go. Gone to the Kevin Kent driving school.
Actually, just looking at the wind turbines, they're rotating at a fair old rate.
It's breezy out there. It is breezy out there, yeah.
And it is still a full-on tailwind. The flags are horizontal. So, yeah. Got some of our sports and races coming up. They'd be very eager to get down the track as quickly as possible. But bizarrely, shame there's no heads-up classes still to come because the conditions.
It would have been good. Well, the conditions obviously were amazing, and I can't say enough about Top Fuel Bike really, because what you just saw there was world class. You don't see that pretty much anywhere else on the planet, especially not consecutive runs as well. Yeah. The fact that I spoke to Al Smith and he said he left after Rickard, and he said he just kept driving away from him. He said he thought he was going really well, but Rickard just disappeared, you know. But he's going to at 260 miles an hour as well. Yeah, just amazing stuff. So the jet cars, one more time today. Both jet funny cars down there. Kestrel Lane, Roger Goring with a Firestorm and Fire Force of Martin Hill.
So interestingly, one of the things that was discussed during my conversation I had with Roger was when Roger runs his jet car on a solo, he usually does it on a pro tree.
Okay.
Now Martin usually does it on a sportsman tree.
Okay.
So to make it more fair when they do these exhibition runs, in the first run of the day, they will do a pro tree.
They do one of each. Is that right?
Yeah. And so now you should see it on a sportsman tree. It's one of the reasons why Roger went red yesterday.
Because he wasn't used to the light sequence,
yes,
shall we say. So they're just getting them plugged in, like you said, numerous pre-flight checks, Tom. I've noticed, do you know, one thing I've noticed today that's really out of place? No one's rung Colin's doorbell.
Right?
Yeah, no one's rung your doorbell today. Are you not having any deliveries at all this weekend? Is that what it is? There's still tomorrow to go, I think, really. But most unusual for no one to be at your front door at some points during commentary over the
Which
weekend.
means that nobody at home has gone to leg it to their front door thinking it was theirs. Because that does happen.
We've got to sort that out. We've got to sort that out. We can't have a whole weekend go by without it. But then you did have 2 days off. So.
Yeah.
It's almost understandable, really.
Yeah, I did have a delivery yesterday when we went there, so...
So here we are then, 2 jet cars for your viewing pleasure. Martin Hill with Fire Force 3 and Roger Goring with Firestorm.
Checking in on the live feed, actually. Just you can see Martin Hill there sitting patiently waiting in Fire Force number 3, the funny car. Richie's out front, and here we go.
Now Martin's car, that's a lot more violent than I've felt it, especially this year.
Well, it's way more violent than Fire Force 5.
Oh yeah.
And as Martin openly states, this is his favourite car of all of his jets that he's ever driven. A car that has done more runs than anything else. So, and has got Roger Goring for company with him. Go side by side. And it's a 5:08 for Rog, 5:07 for Martin. If that was an actual full-blown race, Martin went first, but too much. Put a cherry on. But nevertheless, 200 mile an hour plus from both cars. 5-0s to wrap up their day here. Well done to both of them as they go to collect their drivers from the top end. Martin Hill and Roger Goring. Right, we have 3 sportsman classes to come at you, and next up it is Super Gas. As I say, it is unbelievable qualifying. We had a perfect ET in the last round. Andy Dibley is your number 1 qualifier, 9.90 with a 0 and a 2. There is a little bit of space to get somebody in there, but it is an incredibly small window.
Yeah, you have 2 10,000ths of a second to sneak into
that's
first.
It. That is it. But it has been done. But it's just, I've never seen a field from first to last that tightly packed. I've never seen it.
No, I spoke to Simon Groves earlier about Pro ET, seeing if that was the closest. Well, as a bump spot, it's not.
Yeah.
The bump is, I think, 0.19.
32 cars.
Yes, but you got one spot and it goes from 0.19 to 500ths of a second.
Okay.
I got a couple more spots. I think 24 is only 200ths of a second. But I'd love to know if
I think we've seen
Supergas
an 03 something in Pro ET, and I think Super Pro had that as well over the years.
Yeah, the top is just so tight in every class, isn't it? And that is an amazing screen to look at. That really is. That's kind of a picture for the ages. That one is where the top 16 in Super Gas. Look at that. A 9.92 with a 2 only gets you the number 16 spots. And we haven't had the last qualifying session yet either.
Well, to move up now will be quite remarkable. It really will. Head of the lanes, Chalky White and the Morris boys, and here they come.
Yeah, Stu Morris actually rolled the lights on the last run, didn't get a time. Mark White, however, was doing a lovely job.
Interesting spectator down there, Richard Tunstall. Jasmine is running the car in gas, and then you have got Super Pro. Okay, that'll take a little longer to run, and then he's going to have to get in the car.
Well, Joe's down there to run in Super Pro, but then Leah's got to hop in the car for the car directly afterwards. Yeah,
even
exactly.
shorter.
Well, Leah's already suited, and Joe's at the front. So I can only think they're just going to bring them straight around. So Stu Morris and Mark White, numbers 4 and 9 at the moment. I'm not going to say guess what they ran because it's getting a bit boring now. We've said it about 5 times in a row.
Well, you guessed wrong because Stu has run 9.90.
There we go, see, yes. I can't say they haven't had track time this weekend, my goodness. .76 and a 95 for Mr. Morris. Yeah, I just worked out if they had, even if they don't run in emulations and they're double classing and they run all the qualifying runs, 18 runs. 18, that's a lot of fuel, let alone anything else.
Well, combine that with the 2 first round eliminations. If they lose first round, that's 20 runs this weekend.
Yeah, even if they go at round 1.
Yeah,
exactly.
Alan Grimes messaged me earlier to say that he'd come up with something, that the on-track gap between first and last in Supergas in distance was 6'5" in the way that they crossed the line.
16 cars crammed, or 17 cars crammed into that space. Stu goes 007 red, Andy Harrison goes 01 green. It's all about the numbers, guys. They look pretty happy with the 992 with the 9, even though it doesn't improve. 10.06 for Andy Harrison.
Okay, so Jasmine Tunstall with the Jammy Dodger. Making a guest appearance last time in this car was Jed Guy.
That's right, yes.
He had a bit of a blast in it. going alongside Dave Fulton.
Well,
Field running a 9.92 with 2 zeros would be number 15, but there we go.
So Jasmine is number 11, Dave is 15. Well, don't lift Dave definitely did that time. Say that quickly after
Yeah,
a few.
worryingly so actually. Dropped to
Slows,
90 mile an
yeah.
hour at the stripe, 10.93.
Well, Jasmine went 9.81. Quite a bit too quick, actually. So, Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg even. Ford Falcon down there in the Kestrel lane. And we're just going to have a quick check. One moment.
Oh, Dave's made the turn off okay.
He has. That's right. Fuel. That's what that is. They're just clearing a couple of bits up.
Well, Dan Page put a call out earlier on for a big block water pump. Found one by the looks of things. He's back out running. I said if anybody didn't have a big block Chevy water pump on board as a spare, it would have been quite an unusual one because most people
have big block Chevys.
Big block Chevy.
Even you?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I think most of them run electric water pumps. Mine's mechanical.
Yours is in the garage.
It is. Hasn't been out of the garage for ages. It'll be out next week.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
what's the occasion?
I've got a few days off.
Okay.
And got a bit of time in the budget.
$9.91. Problems though for Dan Page. That was that a 10.54.
There's a lot of smoke coming out the back of the car as well at the top end.
And he's pulling over to the side as well. Yeah, if anyone can hear us up there, looks like Dan Page has moved over to the side in the shutdown area. I'm sure the crews are rolling already. Yep, they are.
Well, Simon Fulton did actually improve there. 9.91 with an 8. He moved up 2 spots from 14 to 12.
But the top end crew off to Dan Page. The smoke has actually died down, but Dan's car is still stuck out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Hopefully that's something very simple, like maybe a hose coming off. Very unusual to anyone in Supergas to have an issue.
Yeah, well, actually hooking the quad up to him and going to tow him back. Yeah, just a pause whilst Dan is hooked up.
Is that your stomach rumbling, Colin?
No. Bizarrely not.
Bizarrely not, no? Yeah, I think, well, the good news is that the fire crews aren't rolling or anything like that. It is just a case, hopefully, of retrieving Dan. So, with just a couple of classes today, highlight of the day, Cole? It's difficult to pick one, isn't it? It's really difficult to pick one.
Been back after missing the first 2 days.
I'll tell Jimmy.
Bizarrely, no, actually quite bizarrely, arriving here yesterday afternoon and having a chat to catch up with the racers whilst racing was actually going on. I thought, oh, right, I've got plenty of time, I'm going to watch the racing, but the schedule was bang on time. I hardly saw a thing. So, yeah, that was...
Technically, it was an hour late, but there we go. You had even less time than you thought, I think.
But, no, seeing Suzanne hit 320 mile an hour at 1,000 foot earlier on was pretty impressive. And as you say, 260 mile an hour on a bike.
Honest, anything on 2 wheels that fast, but a wheel-driven top fuel bike. The really funny thing, for me, that's got to be it, because that is the second fastest in the world.
Yeah.
And he had the ump. Yeah. About it as well. He wasn't overly... He just said... Whatever he said was adequate or something like that, you know. That was okay. But, yeah, because he didn't get the number 1 spot. He had the ump. How does that work?
I think the whole... Everybody's, again, stepped up. Pro Modified was outstanding. Over half the field in the 5s. Just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
The majority of them in the 580s all quicker. Hopefully no major problem for Dan.
Well, it obviously hadn't leaked anything onto the track because there was no cleanup at all at the top end.
And bizarrely, another highlight for me was tuning into the live and hearing John Price. Because it reminded me of the days that I was on the banking, listening to him, and it really did take me back. John, thank you ever so much indeed for covering for me for 2 days. I hope you enjoyed it, and I really do look forward to seeing a game at Dragstown.
It's not too far away, is it?
It's not.
Month and a half or thereabouts. Wayne Hiscock, number 2. Pete Creswell, number 3. Not a lot of wriggle room at the top. Actually, there's not a lot of wriggle room in the top. All of them. Off it a bit too early for Wayne that time. 10.24, 9.98.
Surprisingly,
for Pete Creswell.
That's one of the slowest passes Wayne Hiscock's made, but with one of the highest mile an hours. He's still doing 106.
Tim Moore and Mark Huckley's qualified dead last with, I think, a 9.93.
9.92,
maybe.
I think, yeah.
No, it's a 2. There we go. Sorry about that.
The whole field separated by 0.299 of a second. A bit squirrely for Tim Moore.
97 for Mark Huxley. That won't be a 9-second run for Tim Moore. 12.44 at only 86 miles an hour. Unfortunately having problems. Bob Molden, Ronald House. Ronald with the Chevy Handyman. It's great to have all of them back. Not double classing this weekend though. He's not in compound gas, he's just in gas. Against Bob Molden. Last 2 pairs of gassers before we go into Super Pro.
Oh, it actually hopped then into stage.
It has an almost instant throttle stop, if you like. So as soon as he lets go at the button, the throttle stop kicks in. Not bad. .97, 96, no improvement. And no one going to win any reaction time awards with those either. So the Dark Revenger himself, Dave Cherrett. And Stefan Raffeltreff.
Dave Cherrett, 16 to 4 with that one. Outstanding, 9.90 with the 3.
Just to make it even tougher.
Yeah, the last pair. Right, Super Pro.
The last session. So, Chris, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
How's the old bank tan going? Not bad?
It's doing all right. Yeah, yeah, not so bad. It is. I have to say, it's been awesome out there on the back.
Has it been good today?
Absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant.
Well, obviously we get this view all the time, well, all down there or up there.
What's great as well is to see so many people still out there now on the bank, in the stands.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so many of these people are wearing previous year's Santa Pod merchandise, team shirts. They're real big drag racing fans, and it's so nice to be out there this time of night with them.
Well, watching everything. The thing is, though, this is the entertainment until the band's on later, so why not? You know? Why not?
Absolutely.
Joe Kellett, Paul Marston. Joe Kellett, number 12 at the moment. Dials an 890, as he has all weekend. Leo standing right behind him with crash helmet ready to go. Take it on. Martin Kirbishley. It is Paul Marston, I beg your pardon. We're in the wrong class, aren't we? So it is Paul Marston. 9.12 for Paul. I think Paul Marston was using that as a tune-up run for Martin Kirbishley, who's going to be round
Possibly,
shortly.
yeah.
More than likely. That's why he dialed 890, was trying to run it. So Dave Russell, the van with no name, somewhere out there in the mist, against John Tebbenham, somewhere out there in the mist.
Yeah, pointing in the opposite direction to normal as well.
What, forwards?
He was pointing. He usually points left, and he was right this time.
Yeah.
Anywhere but straight.
Yeah, Ian says, I don't care if you can't see. We've got to get on with it. There we go.
Yeah,
Trying to let a little bit of the smoke out.
John Tebbenham a bit left of the groove. Be interesting to see if it pushes that way as it goes down the track. And it does.
So JT goes 894. No improvement for either. So Lee Huxley and Tom Atkinson, both these two have been pretty much on it all weekend. Tom's had a number of runs, absolutely bang on his dial in. He's knocked a couple of hundredths off for this one, down to an 838, 874 for Mr. Huxley.
We know Tom's always thereabouts, but you know, Lee making that move up in Super Pro now. He's one to beat.
Nice wheels up launch for both. Tom goes 35 too quick, 881, a little bit off pace for Lee. I say off pace, it's only 700 what he's dialing. Yeah, obviously the Atkinsons picked up a little bit more than they were expecting, yeah? Other than the front wheels, of course. So, side-by-side turbo cars, one door car, one dragster. Dialing almost the same.
I haven't had a good look at the weather conditions, but I do know that this morning the air pressure was down a little bit on what it had been.
Right.
And I expected it as the sun came out today and it got warmer, that it would stay down there, but it's not. It's gone up. So it's quite possible that now it's cooled down again and the barometric pressure's still up, that the air's a bit better than they were expecting.
Well, problems with Kieran Ashley. That was Mick Checkett giving the signal to cut the engine. He is well qualified. He will be around to race tomorrow. I'm not sure what he saw though. There's nothing leaking. Andy Thetford with a really good looking launch actually. Is this going to be a 7?
Looks good.
Yeah! Way too quick, but who cares, eh? 766 at 184 miles an hour. Wow, they look delighted with that. I'm sure Andy will be as well. I don't think that's his first 7, but I'm pretty sure that's his quickest run ever. Well done to Andy Thetford. 766 at 184.
And it looked like the car would do that every time now. And if they can make it do that every time,
On
they've
rails.
got a good race car for rest there.
Yeah, what did you dial in the morning now? Who knows, eh?
65, it'll be fine.
So, AC Bell with a car that he calls Limpy Slug against the Teenage Dream, which used to be the car he drove, of Ashley Bell. Well, not of Ashley Bell, with Ashley Bell behind the wheel. So even if we get their names the wrong way around, no one's going to notice. We just say ACU and Ashley Bell, and that's both of them. I hope it is anyway, unless they've substituted the driver. Both are 8.7s. A 78 for AC in Pontiac. With the Chevelle, 8.75. I can't remember seeing Bob Doyle earlier either, actually. Anyway, we'll see.
He ran slow on the last run I saw him, but I can't remember when that was.
'83 and an 82. Well, AC Bell runs 8.82 on a 78. Nice looking run in the other lane, 8.832. Please put your hands together for Kieran Ashley's team. They've worked an awful lot this weekend. If you can hear me up there in the grandstand, give them a round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. Show appreciation for all the teams that come out here to entertain you. They did have some engine work to do yesterday, and hopefully it'll all be good for round 1 tomorrow. Okay, Jens Konecki with the very unique Oldsmobile. Kestrel Lane, 8.22 for him. Almost a second quicker for the Pontiac GXP. For Patrick Dubois, a low 7-second door car bracket racing. Sounds like hard work. It's what he wants to do.
They seem to make it look easy.
They've been very, very consistently in the 7.3s. Yeah, you bet. I can't remember which of them, but one of the Dubois actually won in Hockenheim.
This might not make it look quite so easy.
I'm thinking for the same thing as you, and probably for the same reason as you as well. As long as he gets off the throttle before he goes over the centre line, we'll be fine. Well, expertly pulled back and driven right down the centre. Well done, sir. 7.33 with a 1 for Patrick Dubois. Excellently done. That was probably the plan to scrub off a bit of speed. He was pointed very, very left. 8.21 with the 9 for Jens Konecki.
The fact he was so out of the groove and still so on his dialing was really impressive.
Very, very impressive indeed. Jens Konecki as well. 1 measly thousandth. Actually, not 1,000th, 1/10,000th away from a perfect run and the number 1 spot.
Yeah.
Well, that's how annoying it is, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that's how it works, sadly.
So, Elodie Dubois up next. Kestrel side of the racetrack, 7.45. Another one of the Custom Gang team we're very happy to have with us from France. Seemed to be everybody's birthday on the team yesterday. Against Marc Courcelle, who is qualified number 2. By virtue of Harley doing the dialing, believe it or not. 8.17 is his dial this time round.
He could be right.
Sorry?
He could be right, eh?
It could well be, yeah. Well, if conditions have picked up a little bit since then, is that worth a 100th or is it worth a couple? We'll see. It's lovely to see cars from other classes come in and run with everybody in Super Pro. Been with the Wild Bunch for years, the Courcelles. .746, Relity goes. Bang on the money once again for Marc Courcelle. Not quite as close as before. Is that part of the trim for Simon? Oh, there's lots of... Oh, my goodness me. I thought that was part of the trim for Simon Barlow. It was a little bit more than that.
No, we've got metallic bits.
Yeah, there's
back here.
all kinds of aluminium looking stuff down there on the start line. What a massive shame for Simon and the team.
And there's oil under the right-hand slick.
Brian Pateman on his own, 8.34. With the Firebird, 8.37 with a 5, number 7 spot. Yeah, big thumbs down for that for Simon Barlow. Well, if there are metal bits and oil, that can generally only means one thing, unfortunately. That's
there's a big chunk of aluminium that Carl picked up there.
It's going to be nasty.
Gutted.
Going to be nasty. So we've got the team out on the start line with the shoe. Doing some clean-up. Simon Barlow going to be unstrapping himself. That was quite a big... Very, very unfortunate as well.
Yeah,
go on, sorry.
That chunk of aluminium you saw on the track was actually a rod.
I thought so. I didn't want to say it out loud, but yeah, anyway, commiserations, massive commiserations to Simon Barlow and the whole team. They were here primarily, I'm sure, to test, to get everything ready for the coming season with Outlaw Wrangler and for the Aussie invasion. But anyway, folks, we'll be down for a couple of moments. The track crew doing their thing once again. They're going to... Rags, just run one lane. Is that right, Darren? Yeah, one lane.
One
okay.
lane.
So we're going to keep the show rolling on. We're just going to run one lane at a time to get everybody through because we only have half of one class and Super Comp after that to go.
How the hell that thing was still running with the rod missing? I have no idea. Well, the rest of it was still up for it.
So, going to be on one lane just for the, well, could be for a little while. This is Alan Didwell, currently number 13 qualifier, 7.60.
Alan currently leading the championship.
He's had a pretty good year, fair to say, so far.
He has, and his lights have been incredibly consistent and in the right place and all that stuff.
He's not only did and done, he's did and done well.
Yeah. Didn't he?
He did. Yeah, his name is perfectly crafted for someone that wins a lot, isn't it? Alan Didwell.
I suppose he could currently be Alan's doing well.
Yeah, something like that. Well, as long as he keeps winning, I'm sure he's not too fussed. We do want you please to put your hands together for Simon Barlow and the team as they come past. If it can be repaired, they face a monumental job to get it done in time for Dragstouter in about a month and a half's time. 760, what Alan Didwell was looking for.
That's well off the pace for him. He's usually down in the 7th. Oh, no, it's not. I suppose he's 763.
Oh, wow. Up to number 7 spot. Nice move for Alan Didwell and an 0-1 light as well. Terrific. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for Simon Barlow and the Orange Pop team. Days like today are kind of fun, but kind of not when that happens, unfortunately. Very best of luck with whatever the plans are from now on.
Sadly, being down to one lane means we're going to miss out on
well, for the moment.
Ron and Billy
side by
pairing
side.
up by the looks of it. Yeah, they were going to try and do what they did last night.
I'm not sure how many cars we've got more to run in Super Pro. Obviously, it takes longer when you're just running one lane. However, it doesn't take as long as not running at all. And the track crew is still working away, trying to get everything ship-shape in the Slick Tricks lane. The actual track itself, the racing surface, i.e. from the start line onwards, is perfect. But everyone's got to roll through that before they get there. So, this is Matt Peters, number 4 currently. Matt's having a real good time driving. You had a chance to speak to him.
No, I haven't. I really need to go and have a chat and see what he thinks and how, you know, how those cars feel to him. You know, I know how they feel to me. But we ought to compare notes at some point. he's doing a great job.
Really well.
You know.
Considering he's never, to my knowledge, bracket raced before at all.
No.
Very good.
No.
He had the Pro Mod before. Well, he's still got it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Just unfortunately kicked the rods out of it, similar to what you just saw there.
Yeah, he's just dropped into the class very much in the same way that I did.
013 red. .755 to the 3. Well, he stays number
Stays on
4.
the mulling.
Oh, okay.
I actually think the jet car broke it.
Nice.
Quite possibly.
Jet cars always break stuff. So this is Daniel Giles, number 15, in the qualified order as we carry on.
No, I've hit the relevant buttons and it appears to not work anymore.
Still appears to not work.
Yeah.
Maybe an on switch.
Is it? Yeah.
There's one down there that's turned off. Is it not that one?
No, it's through there.
No.
It's next door.
Aha.
Ah, that's it. I can find it.
There we go.
There we go. Magic working screen, probably.
Yeah. Just called finding the on switch. It's one of my favourite Eddie Izzard sketches. That is, he goes, it's like for ages. He's going, you open the thing, it doesn't work. You're shaking it about, and you go, read the instructions. Why is it not working? You stupid. Oh, on switch. There we go. That's how you're supposed to do. So Daniel, 7.28.
I can see Barry down there on the line as well, so obviously he won't be making a pass, unfortunately.
Not till tomorrow, at least. .729 with a 6. That'll work. The roughest part of that as well is it keeps him at number 15.
Yeah. 100th and a bit keeps you at
15.
Yeah, 15.
Well, it's because I think one of the things that's really helped everybody this weekend is the weather has been very consistent, the track has been very consistent, and they obviously had a number of runs in similar, not the same, but similar conditions.
Yeah. And I think, going back a few years, looking now at the concrete track, that makes so much difference too. The track is far more consistent than it ever was. So you get a nice warm track that's always prepared really well, as it is, and they're going to run consistently.
I think he really looked like he rolled the lights. Really did look like it. But one flat 60 foot says not. And why didn't he dial a 680 as well? Yeah. Still only 300ths of a second off, which is not really off
No,
in any way, shape or form. But
it's pretty much on race day. That 300ths you will take up at the top end with tactical stuff. So now the number 1 qualifier.
This time sticks it back a notch to 8:07. There's a very good chance that Thomas and Natalie, with the big bracket last weekend, with the run what you brung on Friday, must have got a good, I don't know, we're probably up to a good 25 runs at least.
I would guess so.
But it's very good for the soul and very good for practice as well.
Yeah. The amazing thing is that of those 25 runs, probably 90%.
And he goes 804. Oh, well. 168 miles an hour out the back door. So, Scott Hauser, looking at the lanes, Mr. Morris might be the last car, actually. Unless there's anyone else hiding round the back. Sorry, beg your pardon. And
yeah.
Billy. Sorry.
And Ron.
And Ron. They're waiting in hope, I think.
Yeah, we do have Supercomb after this.
Scott dials 730. It's going straight down the middle. And it goes.
729 with a 0. That's a booming 182 miles an hour. Yeah, there still may be some more cars to come, folks. They're just all hiding around the back. So Stu Morris with the Morris Boys Racing Camaro from over near Cambridge. In the Kestrel lane, 863. He's currently number 5, and guess what he ran? 863. Two brothers share the driving. .861 with an 8. 1 and a bit hundredths. Too quick.
Yeah, everybody's finding their window there for tomorrow, that's for certain.
Just whether it's going to be similar to this tomorrow. Well, it's going to be a lovely day, but
the wind is so strong.
Yeah, it is breezy out there, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
the tree, when I was down there on the line, is actually rocking in its mounts with the wind.
Bob looks like he's gardening down there at the moment. Doesn't he?
The interesting thing with the following wind is, and I've discussed this quite a lot with American racers, they reckon on a following wind only has a third of the effect of a headwind.
That does make sense because you're heading away from
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it also does mean that you don't have a headwind, which in itself is a major bonus.
Yeah. Well, we always worked on 300s for 10 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Well, it knocks
For
off of what you can
For,
run.
yeah, for a dragster.
But, a
door
dragster's
car-
very, I was going to say,
Yeah.
a dragster's very slight.
A
isn't
door
it?
car, probably 3 times that.
Really? That much?
See, the way me and you go bracket racing is the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Because I used to walk out in the start and go, it was windy. Well, all right, I'll slow my dialing down a bit.
I actually had the angle of the wind in my dialing computer, so that I could do I could do the cosine of the angle of the wind to know how much effect it would have.
Well,
on
I
the car.
can give you a clue on how different you are to me. I didn't have a dialing computer. So, Ron Bartlett, dial 789 again. I've seen a purge of nitrous, so he's going to try for that magical 7.
We'll soon notice if it works, if it hikes the front wheels up.
That's a
I think
lovely
that did.
launch.
He
Getting
did
close
say
to the centre line. Ah, he's backed out of it.
Yeah.
Getting too close to the centre. 853, 125.
I know from talking to Billy that the nitrous hadn't worked the last couple of runs, that Ron had turned it on.
Right.
But it hadn't actually.
It was drifting over towards the wall. Billy's not got nitrous on this time. How can we tell? Because of the dialing. Well, actually, that might be a bit of nitrous. Because I think he's normally in the mid-8s, isn't he? There or thereabouts.
It's fairly low now.
Yeah, he usually runs at half throttle.
Is that right?
For a long
Half
time.
throttle.
It's got a big engine in that. Yeah, look, 632 cubic inches, and they found that running it at half throttle was a lot more consistent. So it could be that it's just full throttle now.
That's a popular size of motor racing now. The amount of 632 cars in the States is huge. They even have a 632
The class,
now.
yeah. Yeah, 632, a dedicated 632 class. Well, this is the last car, I think, for Super Pro, the last one that can knock Thomas off of the #1 qualifier spot. Yeah, 8.25 with a 5 wraps it up. Well done to everybody in Super Pro. Terrific show. We'll see you all tomorrow for round 1. Right, the last class of the day, Chris. Cheers, man. Thank you very much indeed, as always, for your words of wisdom.
Awesome. Thank
we love being confused by you on a regular basis, sir. Thank you very much.
I try very hard.
In fact, I'm sure you don't, to be honest. I'm sure it's quite natural. Last class of the day, then. 006 on the tree for Stu Downey with the Roadster. I'm sure that'll be an 890. It won't. It'll be an 886 to 159. Well, he's got the dial-in bits. He's got the Christmas tree bits sussed. Go on, Carl.
Right, urgent message. If you own a vehicle, GD66 NNU, you've parked it near the toilets. You need to move it now, please, because they've come to service them, and they need to park the vehicle where you are to enable them to do that. It needs moving as soon as possible, please. GD66 NNU. Yes, it's that. I know you didn't, but I think they may have heard it on my microphone.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry. Andy Clifford. He was into the 8s finally, and it was an 889 earlier. Can he now run? No. I don't think that's going to be an 890.
I think that's called a redneck throttle stop.
902 though, there we go. 149. Well, up until this weekend, that would have been his quickest run ever. And he had to get off the 12.
Before this weekend, I think it was an 894 was his PB.
Okay.
He has PB'd this weekend with his 880.
That's terrific. It's always nice to see. Okay, Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon. If you fancy going Super Gas, Super Comp, Pro ET, or Super Pro, it will fit in any of those classes. Racing, have a word with Simon. .893, nicely done. Stage 4 though. Okay, Marcus Oxener with the Oxenator. The Dodge Ram from Switzerland. Out there looking for an 890. He's quickest so far. He's actually defending event champion. He won this event a year ago. 894 is his best so far. I should think a tailwind certainly helps the truck for the simple reason it isn't a headwind. Very much so, because that would slow that down a lot. It's very slab-fronted. Well, this is why the track crew have only run one lane, because where the oil was and where it was on all of the rubber and everything, they're actually having to take the rubber off. This is what they do of an evening, folks, to amuse themselves.
Yes, well, they never stop. They never stop.
Okay, Leah Kellett. Brother Joe just runs back. He's still got his race gear on, apart from the cap, obviously. That's not SFI approved. So Leah is number 2. She was number 1 in the championship last year. Instant throttle stop. Whoa, what a wiggle. But that was fun. 882. 167. The difficulty here for the guys that have got no throttle stops is they've got no pacemaker. I mean, I know they're going to have any eliminations, but normally they have somebody in the other lane.
Well, they do usually have their points as well, but it's a lot easier to judge off someone in the other lane.
Right, just whilst Steve Phil's backing up, we've had a set of keys handed into Nitro FM, a set of keys. They were found on the banking opposite the flag of Denmark. So when we say opposite a flag, if you look on the lampposts on the grandstand side, you'll see the flags. So if you've lost a set of keys and you were sat near or opposite the Denmark flag on the banking, then those keys have been handed into Nitro FM. And if you lost them, pop down to the studio, obviously if you can describe them, and you'll be reunited with the keys. You obviously need them.
Did the phone go back?
Yes, it did,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, good.
The phone was claimed.
Blast.
Also, just a reminder on that vehicle that needs moving, GD66NNU. You've parked by the toilets. We need to service those loos, which means we need to park the vehicle exactly where you managed to park yours. Need to move it now.
Unfortunately, Steve Field not going to make this run. Lee Huxley on his own. Yeah, this is a very, what's the word I'm looking for? I was going to say graphic description, but it's not. This is what they do of the evening. They have to take all the rubber back off the start line just to make it nice and consistent for all the racers.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, you can have too much.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. With the heat of the day, the rubber becomes squishy, and if you let it build up over the weekend, you'll actually end up losing grip.
Yeah, because the rubber moves around too much and it's not consistent, so you have to keep pretty much the same layer on the track all the time. Within reason, of course. So Lee Huxley. 903 at 130. I'm guessing that's the right foot throttle stop version. The free one.
I think there was a guy in the States who went super gas racing with no throttle stop, but he worked out that his mile an hour was the same as everyone else's. So what he used to do was mimic their throttle stop. He'd literally watch them out the corner, lift off the throttle, and as soon as he sees their car twitch, he'd nail it again. He went a good few rounds as well doing that.
There's only one way of doing it. Okay, Richard Tunstall. We see the car a little earlier. Into the gas. 886 at 146. I think we have 2 cars left. And we are done for the day. This is Martin Kirbishley. I apologise I announced Martin earlier in Super Pro, but that was because there was 2 Super Comp cars racing each other. Well, actually, there were 2 Super Pro cars as well, weren't they? But whatever. Anyway, there we go. So, we got Martin and we got Steve Hudson, and we're there. So, Paul Marston ran the car earlier. I can only guess, having a stab at running 890. See if they can get the car closer to that magic number. A very brief throttle stop. See if it works. It does. 893, 157. Up to number 5 for Martin. They look delighted with that. Last car of the day. Last car in all of qualifying. And he's going to be number 1 because he can't improve. Well, he can improve his time, but he can't improve the position. Steve Hudson. 8.90 with a 5 is what he's run already. He's got a very small gap to squeeze in to improve. $8.99 with a 9. He still will be number 1 qualifier, though. I mean, you got to be happy with that, haven't you? Absolutely that. Yeah, well done. Anyway, as always, please put your hands together for our fabulous track crew on the start line, all the marshals, and right up the top end in the shutdown area. They've worked there backsides off all day again today, and once again they still are now. Yeah, I know they don't. I don't know whether scraping the start line was part of the plan this evening. Maybe not, but they're still at it. Whatever you do this evening, please enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much indeed for making Santapod your venue of choice today. We've still got another great band to go this evening. We've got barbecues, we've got all sorts of stuff to do, and we have eliminations tomorrow.
Yeah, kicking things off 9:30 in the morning with the field of 32 for Junior Dragster and Pro ET. We then go into Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified Super Street Bike. So it's going to be full on straight away tomorrow morning. As we all say, have a very, very good evening. It is Eliminations Day tomorrow, Bank Holiday Monday. We're going to sign off from the tower. Thank you ever so much indeed to everybody that's joined us today. Thanks obviously to Daryl and to young Thomas, and also Chris there, just chilling, enjoying life, and everybody else that's been in the tower. It's been quite an entertaining day. We will see you tomorrow. Nitro FM are going to take it away now. Have a great evening. Have fun.